Chapter 1. Understanding Political Ideologies. Views of political ideology. Contours of ideology from classical to new ideologies? Left, right, and beyond the end of ideology? Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. All people are political thinkers. Whether they know it or not, people use political ideas and concepts whenever they express their opinion or speak their mind. Everyday language is littered with terms such as freedom, fairness, equality, justice, and rights. In the same way, words such as conservative, liberal, socialist, communist, and fascist are regularly employed by people either to describe their own views or those of others. However, even though such terms are familiar, even commonplace, they are seldom used with any precision or a clear grasp of their meaning. What, for instance, is equality? What does it mean to say that all people are equal? Are people born equal? Should they be treated by society as if they are equal? Should people have equal rights, equal opportunities, equal political influence, equal wages? Similarly, words such as socialist or fascist are commonly misused. What does it mean to call someone a fascist? What values or beliefs do fascists hold, and why do they hold them? How do socialist views differ from those of, say, liberals, conservatives, or anarchists? This book examines the substantive ideas and beliefs of the major political ideologies. This introductory chapter reflects on the nature of political ideology. It does so by examining the life and, sometimes convoluted, times of the concept of ideology, the structure of ideological thought, the differences between so-called classical ideologies and new ideologies, the extent to which ideologies conform to a left/right divide, and the question of whether ideology has or could come to an end. Chapter 13 discusses how and why political ideologies matter. Views of political ideology. This book is primarily a study of political ideologies rather than an analysis of the nature of ideology. Much confusion stems from the fact that, though obviously related, ideology and ideologies are quite different things to study. To examine ideology is to consider a particular type of political thought distinct from, say, political science or political philosophy. The study of political ideology thus involves reflection on questions about the nature, role, and significance of this category of thought and about which sets of political ideas and arguments should be classified as ideologies. For instance, is ideology true or false, liberating or oppressive, or inevitable or merely transitory? Similarly, are green ideology and multiculturalism, by virtue of their relatively narrow focus, ideologies in the same sense as liberalism and socialism, both of which offer a comprehensive vision of the desired future? On the other hand, to study ideologies is to be concerned with analyzing the content of political thought, to be interested in the ideas, doctrines, and theories that have been advanced by and within the various ideological traditions. For example, what can liberalism tell us about freedom? Why have socialists traditionally supported equality? How do anarchists defend the idea of a stateless society? Why have fascists regarded struggle and war as healthy? In order to examine such content issues, however, it is necessary to consider the overarching type of political thought we are dealing with. Before discussing the characteristic ideas and doctrines of the so-called ideologies, we need to reflect on why these sets of ideas have been categorized as ideologies. More importantly, what does the categorization tell us? What can we learn about, for instance, liberalism, socialism, feminism, and fascism from the fact that they are classified as ideologies? The first problem confronting any discussion of the nature of ideology is that there is no settled or agreed definition of the term, only a collection of rival definitions. As David McClellan, 1995, commented, ideology is the most elusive concept in the whole of the social sciences. Few political terms have been the subject of such deep and impassioned controversy. This has occurred for two reasons. In the first place, as all concepts of ideology acknowledge a link between theory and practice, the term uncovers highly contentious debates about the role of ideas in politics and the relationship between beliefs and theories on the one hand, and material life or political conduct on the other. Second, the concept of ideology has not been able to stand apart from the ongoing struggle between and among political ideologies. For much of its history, the term ideology has been used as a political weapon, a device with which to condemn or criticize rival sets of ideas or belief systems. Not until the second half of the 20th century was a neutral and apparently objective concept of ideology widely employed, and even then disagreements persisted over the social role and political significance of ideology. Among the meanings that have been attached to ideology are the following. A political belief system, an action-orientated set of political ideas, the ideas of the ruling class, the worldview of a particular social class or social group, political ideas that embody or articulate class or social interests, ideas that propagate false consciousness among the exploited or oppressed, ideas that situate the individual within a social context and generate a sense of collective belonging, an officially sanctioned set of ideas used to legitimize a political system or regime, an all-embracing political doctrine that claims a monopoly of truth, an abstract and highly systematic set of political ideas. The origins of the term are nevertheless clear. The word ideology was coined during the French Revolution by Antoine de Staël-de-Tracy (1754–1836) and was first used in public in 1796. For de Tracy, ideology referred to a new science of ideas, literally an ideology. With a rationalist zeal typical of the Enlightenment, he believed that it was possible to uncover the origins of ideas objectively and proclaimed that this new science would come to enjoy the same status as established sciences such as biology and zoology. More boldly, since all forms of inquiry are based on ideas, de Tracy suggested that ideology would eventually come to be recognized as the queen of the sciences. However, despite these high expectations, this original meaning of the term has had little impact on later usage, which has been influenced by both Marxist and non-Marxist thinking. Enlightenment, an intellectual movement that reached its height in the 18th century and challenged traditional beliefs in religion, politics, and learning in general in the name of reason and progress. Marxist views. The career of ideology as a key political term stems from the use made of it in the writings of Karl Marx, see page 76. Marx's use of the term and the interest shown in it by later generations of Marxist thinkers largely explains the prominence ideology enjoys in modern social and political thought. Yet the meaning Marx ascribed to the concept is very different from the one usually accorded it in mainstream political analysis. Marx used the term in the title of his early work The German Ideology, 1846-1970, written with his lifelong collaborator Friedrich Engels, 1820-95. This also contains Marx's clearest description of his view of ideology. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e. the class which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time the ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production so that thereby, generally speaking, the class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. Marx and Engels, 1846-1970. Marx's concept of ideology has a number of crucial features. First, ideology is about delusion and mystification. It perpetrates a false or mistaken view of the world, what Engels later referred to as false consciousness. Marx used ideology as a critical concept, the purpose of which is to unmask a process of systematic mystification. His own ideas he classified as scientific because they were designed to accurately uncover the workings of history and society. The contrast between ideology and science, between falsehood and truth, was thus vital to Marx's use of the term. Second, ideology is linked to the class system. Marx believed that the distortion implicit in ideology stems from the fact that it reflects the interests and perspective on society of the ruling class. The ideology of a capitalist society is therefore bourgeois ideology. The ruling class is unwilling to recognize itself as an oppressor and, equally, is anxious to reconcile the oppressed to their oppression. The class system is thus presented upside down, a notion Marx conveyed through the image of the camera obscura, the inverted picture that is produced by a camera lens or the human eye. Liberalism, which portrays rights that can only be exercised by the propertied and privileged as universal entitlements, is therefore the classic example of ideology. False consciousness, a Marxist term denoting the delusion and mystification that prevents subordinate classes from recognizing the fact of their own exploitation. Bourgeois ideology, a Marxist term denoting ideas and theories that serve the interests of the bourgeoisie by disguising the contradictions of capitalist society. Third, ideology is a manifestation of power. In concealing the contradictions on which capitalism, in common with all class societies, is based, ideology serves to hide from the exploited proletariat the fact of its own exploitation and thereby upholds a system of unequal class power. Ideology literally constitutes the ruling ideas of the age. Finally, Marx treated ideology as a temporary phenomenon. Ideology will only continue so long as the class system that generates it survives. The proletariat, in Marx's view, the grave digger of capitalism, is destined not to establish another form of class society but rather to abolish class inequality altogether by bringing about the collective ownership of wealth. The interests of the proletariat thus coincide with those of society as a whole. The proletariat, in short, does not need ideology because it is the only class that needs no illusions. Later generations of Marxists showed, if anything, a greater interest in ideology than did Marx himself. This largely stems from the fact that Marx's confident prediction of capitalism's doom proved to be highly optimistic, encouraging later Marxists to focus on ideology as one of the factors explaining the unexpected resilience of the capitalist mode of production. However, important shifts in the meaning of the term also took place. In particular, all classes came to be seen to possess ideologies. For Lenin and most later Marxists, ideology therefore came to refer to the distinctive ideas of a particular social class, ideas that advance its interests regardless of its class position. However, as all classes, the proletariat as well as the bourgeoisie, have an ideology, the term was robbed of its negative or pejorative connotations. The Marxist theory of ideology was perhaps developed furthest by Antonio Gramsci, see page 5. Gramsci, 1935-1971, argued that the capitalist class system is upheld not simply by unequal economic and political power, but by what he termed the hegemony of bourgeois ideas and theories. Hegemony means leadership or domination, and, in the sense of ideological hegemony, it refers to the capacity of bourgeois ideas to displace rival views and become, in effect, the common sense of the age. Gramsci highlighted the degree to which ideology is embedded at every level in society, in its art and literature, in its education system and mass media, in everyday language, and in popular culture. This bourgeois hegemony, Gramsci insisted, could only be challenged at the political and intellectual level, which means through the establishment of a rival proletarian hegemony based on socialist principles, values, and theories. Hegemony, the ascendancy or domination of one element of a system over others. For Marxists, hegemony implies ideological domination. The capacity of capitalism to achieve stability by manufacturing legitimacy was also a particular concern of the Frankfurt School, a group of mainly German neo-Marxists who fled the Nazis and later settled in the USA. Its most widely known member, Herbert Marcuse, see page 94, argued in One-Dimensional Man, 1964, that advanced industrial society has developed a totalitarian character through the capacity of its ideology to manipulate thought and deny expression to oppositional views. According to Marcuse, even the tolerance that appears to characterize liberal capitalism serves a repressive purpose in that it creates the impression of free debate and argument, thereby concealing the extent to which indoctrination and ideological control take place. Key figure. D.A. Picture Library /de Agostini /Getty Images. Antonio Gramsci, 1891-1937. An Italian Marxist and revolutionary, Gramsci tried to redress the emphasis within orthodox Marxism on economic and material factors. In his major work Prison Notebooks, 1929-35, Gramsci rejected any form of scientific determinism by stressing, through the theory of hegemony, the dominance of bourgeois ideas and beliefs, the importance of political and intellectual struggle. While he did not ignore the economic nucleus, he argued that bourgeois assumptions and values needed to be overthrown by the establishment of a rival proletarian hegemony. Non-Marxist views. One of the earliest attempts to construct a non-Marxist concept of ideology was undertaken by the German sociologist Karl Mannheim, 1893-1947. Like Marx, he acknowledged that people's ideas are shaped by their social circumstances, but, in contrast to Marx, he strove to rid ideology of its negative implications. In Ideology and Utopia, 1929-1960, Mannheim portrayed ideologies as thought systems that serve to defend a particular social order and that broadly express the interests of its dominant or ruling group. Utopias, on the other hand, are idealized representations of the future that imply the need for radical social change, invariably serving the interests of oppressed or subordinate groups. He further distinguished between particular and total conceptions of ideology. Particular ideologies are the ideas and beliefs of specific individuals, groups, or parties, while total ideologies encompass the entire Weltanschauung or worldview of a social class, society, or even historical period. In this sense, Marxism, liberal capitalism, and Islamism can each be regarded as total ideologies. Mannheim nevertheless held that all ideological systems, including utopias, are distorted because each offers a partial and necessarily self-interested view of social reality. However, he argued that the attempt to uncover objective truth need not be abandoned altogether. According to Mannheim, objectivity is strictly the preserve of the socially unattached intelligentsia, a class of intellectuals who alone can engage in disciplined and dispassionate inquiry because they have no economic interests of their own. The subsequent career of the concept was marked deeply by the emergence of totalitarian dictatorships in the interwar period and by the heightened ideological tensions of the Cold War of the 1950s and 1960s. Liberal theorists in particular portrayed the regimes that developed in Fascist Italy, Nazi Germany, and Stalinist Russia as historically new and uniquely oppressive systems of rule and highlighted the role played by official ideologies in suppressing debate and criticism and promoting regimented obedience. Writers as different as Karl Popper, 1945, Hannah Arendt, 1951, J. L. Talman, 1952, Bernard Crick, 1962, and the end of ideology theorists examined in the final section of this chapter came to use the term ideology in a highly restrictive manner, seeing fascism and communism as its prime examples. According to this usage, ideologies are closed systems of thought which, by claiming a monopoly of truth, refuse to tolerate opposing ideas and rival beliefs. Ideologies are thus secular religions. They possess a totalizing character and serve as instruments of social control, ensuring compliance and subordination. However, not all political creeds are ideologies by this standard. For instance, liberalism, based as it is on a fundamental commitment to freedom, tolerance, and diversity, is the clearest example of an open system of thought. Popper, 1945. A distinctively conservative concept of ideology can also be identified. This is based on a long-standing conservative distrust of abstract principles and philosophies, born out of a skeptical attitude towards rationalism, see page 26, and progress. The world is viewed as infinitely complex and largely beyond the capacity of the human mind to fathom. The foremost modern exponent of this view was Michael Oakeshott, see page 55. In Political Activity, Oakeshott argued in Rationalism in Politics, 1962, men sail a boundless and bottomless sea. From this perspective, ideologies are seen as abstract systems of thought, sets of ideas that are destined to simplify and distort social reality because they claim to explain what is, frankly, incomprehensible. Ideology is thus equated with dogmatism, fixed or doctrinaire beliefs that are divorced from the complexities of the real world. Conservatives have therefore rejected the ideological style of politics based on attempts to reshape the world in accordance with a set of abstract principles or pre-established theories. Until infected by the highly ideological politics of the New Right, see page 62, conservatives had preferred to adopt what Oakeshott called a traditionalist stance, which spurns ideology in favor of pragmatism, and looks to experience and history as the surest guides to human conduct. Key concept: pragmatism. Pragmatism, broadly defined, refers to behavior that is shaped in accordance with practical circumstances and goals rather than principles or ideological objectives. As a philosophical tradition associated with classical pragmatists such as William James (1842–1910) and John Dewey (1859–1952), pragmatism is a method for settling metaphysical disputes that seeks to clarify the meaning of concepts and hypotheses by identifying their practical consequences. The benefits of pragmatism in politics are that it allows policies and political assertions to be judged on their merits on the basis of what works, and that it prevents ideology from becoming divorced from reality and turning into mere wishful thinking. Critics, however, equate pragmatism with a lack of principle or a tendency to follow public opinion rather than lead it. Since the 1960s, however, the term ideology has gained a wider currency through being refashioned according to the needs of conventional social and political analysis. This has established ideology as a neutral and objective concept, the political baggage once attached to it having been removed. Martin Seliger, 1976, for example, defined an ideology as a set of ideas by which men posit, explain, and justify the ends and means of organized social action, irrespective of whether such action aims to preserve, amend, uproot, or rebuild a given social order. An ideology is therefore an action-orientated system of thought. So defined, ideologies are neither good nor bad, true nor false, open nor closed, liberating nor oppressive. They can be all these things. The clear merit of this social scientific concept is that it is inclusive in the sense that it can be applied to all isms, to liberalism as well as Marxism, to conservatism as well as fascism, and so on. The drawback of any negative concept of ideology is that it is highly restrictive. Marx saw liberal and conservative ideas as ideological but regarded his own as scientific. Liberals classify communism and fascism as ideologies but refuse to accept that liberalism is also one. Traditional conservatives condemn liberalism, Marxism, and fascism as ideological but portray conservatism as merely a disposition. However, any neutral concept of ideology also has its dangers. In particular, in offloading its political baggage, the term may be rendered so bland and generalized that it loses its critical edge completely. If ideology is interchangeable with terms such as belief system, worldview, doctrine, or political philosophy, what is the point of continuing to pretend that it has a separate and distinctive meaning? Perspectives on ideology. Liberals, particularly during the Cold War period, have viewed ideology as an officially sanctioned belief system that claims a monopoly of truth, often through a spurious claim to be scientific. Ideology is therefore inherently repressive, even totalitarian. Its prime examples are communism and fascism. Conservatives have traditionally regarded ideology as a manifestation of the arrogance of rationalism. Ideologies are elaborate systems of thought that are dangerous or unreliable because, being abstracted from reality, they establish principles and goals that lead to repression or are simply unachievable. In this light, socialism and liberalism are clearly ideological. Socialists, following Marx, have seen ideology as a body of ideas that conceal the contradictions of class society, thereby promoting false consciousness and political passivity among subordinate classes. Liberalism is the classic ruling class ideology. Later Marxists adopted a neutral concept of ideology, regarding it as the distinctive ideas of any social class, including the working class. Fascists are often dismissive of ideology as an oversystematic, dry and intellectualized form of political understanding based on mere reason rather than passion and the will. The Nazis preferred to portray their own ideas as a Weltanschauung or worldview and not as a systematic philosophy. Feminists, particularly from the Marxist feminist tradition, have seen ideology as a means of legitimizing the subordination of women in a patriarchal society. Ideology therefore has an intrinsically sexist character apparent in the tendency to view supposedly male qualities and attributes as the human norm. Ecologists have tended to regard all conventional political doctrines as part of a super-ideology of industrialism. Ideology is thus tainted by its association with arrogant humanism and growth-orientated economics, liberalism and socialism being its most obvious examples. Fundamentalists have treated key religious texts as ideology on the grounds that, by expressing the revealed Word of God, they provide a program for comprehensive social reconstruction. Secular ideologies, by contrast, are rejected because they are not founded on religious principles and so lack moral substance. Contours of ideology. Any short or single-sentence definition of ideology is likely to provoke more questions than it answers. Nevertheless, it provides a useful and necessary starting point. In this book, ideology is understood as the following. An ideology is a more or less coherent set of ideas that provides the basis for organized political action, whether this is intended to preserve, modify, or overthrow the existing system of power. All ideologies therefore have the following features. They A. Advance an account of the existing order, usually in the form of a worldview. B. Outline a model of the desired future, a vision of the good society. C. Explain how political change can and should be brought about, how to get from A to B. See Figure 1.1. This definition is neither original nor novel and is entirely in line with the social scientific usage of the term. It nevertheless draws attention to some of the important and distinctive features of the phenomenon of ideology. In the process, it also highlights differences between political theory or philosophy and political ideologies as contrasting approaches to the study of political thought. Political theory considers ideas and concepts that have been central to political thought. Traditionally, this has taken the form of a history of political thought focusing on a collection of major thinkers from, for instance, Machiavelli to Rawls, and a canon of classic texts. As it studies the ends and means of political action, political theory is clearly concerned with ethical or normative questions such as why should I obey the state, and what should be the limits of individual freedom. This approach has about it the character of literary analysis. It is primarily interested in examining what major thinkers said, how they developed and justified their views, and the intellectual context in which they worked. Normative, the prescription of values and standards of conduct, what should be rather than what is. Figure 1.1 Features of ideology. Political ideologies differ from political theory in at least three respects. First, rather than focusing primarily on particular ideas and concepts, the state, authority, equality, justice, and so on, or on the work of key thinkers, political ideologies look, first and foremost, at contrasting perspectives on political thought. Each ideology thus offers a distinctive approach to political understanding. Composed of a particular configuration of ideas, doctrines, and theories, these approaches provide a context in which political concepts, as well as the work of political thinkers, can be analyzed. Ideologies can therefore be treated as frameworks within which the search for political knowledge takes place, otherwise known as paradigms, see page 268. Second, whereas political theory deals with ethical or normative questions, creating a sharp contrast between political theory and supposedly value-free political science, ideologies straddle the boundaries between descriptive and normative thought, so blurring the distinction between what is and what ought to be. This reflects the fact that the ideologies contain both descriptive understanding about the workings of the existing order, A, above, and normative or prescriptive beliefs about the nature of the future society, B, above. Third, although political theory examines the ends and means of political action, ideologies go further. They are concerned with ideas that seek to change the world, action-orientated ideas that link B and C in the list above. Ideologies are thus not political philosophies but, rather, applied political philosophies. Descriptive, an account of something that is devoid of value judgments, focusing just on what is. Nevertheless, to view political ideologies as applied political philosophies is to suggest that they have a clarity of shape and internal consistency that they invariably lack. Ideologies are only more or less coherent. Their apparent shapelessness stems in part from the fact that ideologies are not hermetically sealed systems of thought. Instead, they are, typically, fluid sets of ideas that overlap with other ideologies and shade into one another. This not only fosters ideological development but also leads to the emergence of hybrid ideological forms such as conservative nationalism, CPP 137-9, socialist feminism. This not only fosters ideological development but also leads to the emergence of hybrid ideological forms such as conservative nationalism, CPP 137-9, socialist feminism. CPP 196-7 and Liberal Multiculturalism, CPP 237-8. Moreover, each ideology contains a range of divergent, even rival, traditions and viewpoints. Not uncommonly, disputes between supporters of the same ideology are more passionate and bitter than arguments between supporters of rival ideologies because what is at stake is the true nature of the ideology in question. What is true? Socialism, true liberalism, or true anarchism? Such conflicts, both between and within ideological traditions, are made more confusing by the fact that they are often played out with the use of the same political vocabulary, each side investing terms such as freedom, democracy, justice, and equality with their own meanings. This highlights the problem of what W. B. Galley, 1955-6, termed essentially contested concepts. These are concepts about which there is such deep controversy that no settled or agreed definition can ever be developed. In this sense, the concept of ideology is certainly essentially contested, as indeed are the other terms examined in the perspectives on boxes found in this book. Clearly, however, there must be a limit to the incoherence or shapelessness of ideologies. There must be a point at which, by abandoning a particularly cherished principle or embracing a previously derided theory, an ideology loses its identity or, perhaps, is absorbed into a rival ideology. Could liberalism remain liberalism if it abandoned its commitment to liberty? Would socialism any longer be socialism if it developed an appetite for violence and war? One way of dealing with this problem, following Michael Friedan, 1996, is to highlight the morphology, the form and structure of an ideology in terms of its key concepts. In the same way that the arrangement of furniture in a room helps us to distinguish between a kitchen, a bedroom, a lounge, and so on. Each ideology is therefore characterized by a cluster of core, adjacent, and peripheral concepts, not all of which need be present for a theory or a doctrine to be recognized as belonging to that ideology. A kitchen remains a kitchen over time despite the relatively recent concept of an open-plan kitchen or a dining area. However, ideologies may be either thick or thin in terms of the configuration of their conceptual furniture. Whereas liberalism, conservatism, and socialism are based on a broad and distinctive set of values, doctrines, and beliefs, others, such as anarchism and feminism, are more thin-centered, often having a cross-cutting character, in that they incorporate elements from thicker, ideological traditions, see Figure 1.2. This also explains why there is perhaps unresolvable debate and confusion about whether nationalism and multiculturalism in particular are ideologies in their own right or merely embellishments to other host ideologies. Figure 1.2 contrasting ideological structures. From classical to new ideologies? Ideology may have been an inseparable feature of politics since the late 18th century. It is often traced back to the 1789 French Revolution, but its content has changed significantly over time, with the rate of ideological transformation having accelerated since the 1960s. New ideologies have emerged, some once potent ideologies have faded in significance, and all ideologies have gone through a process of sometimes radical redefinition and renewal. Political ideology arose out of a transition from feudalism to industrial capitalism. In simple terms, the earliest, or classical, ideological traditions, notably liberalism, conservatism, and socialism, developed as contrasting attempts to shape emergent industrial society. While liberalism championed the cause of individualism, the market, and, initially at least, minimal government, conservatism stood in defense of an increasingly embattled ancien regime. And socialism advanced the quite different vision of a society based on community, equality, and cooperation. As the 19th century progressed, each of these ideologies acquired a clearer doctrinal character and came to be associated with a particular social class or stratum of society. Simply put, liberalism was the ideology of the rising middle class, conservatism was the ideology of the aristocracy or nobility, and socialism was the ideology of the growing working class. In turn, political parties developed to articulate the interests of these classes and to give expression to the various ideologies. These parties therefore typically had a programmatic character. The central theme that emerged from ideological argument and debate during this period was the battle between two rival economic philosophies, capitalism and socialism. This reflected the choice between market-based economic organization and state-centric economic organization. Political ideology thus had a strong economic focus. The battle lines between capitalism and socialism were significantly sharpened by the 1917 Russian Revolution, which created the world's first socialist state. Indeed, throughout what is sometimes called the short 20th century, from the outbreak of World War I in 1914 to the fall of communism in 1989-91, and particularly during the Cold War period, 1945-90, international politics was structured along ideological lines as the capitalist West confronted the communist East. However, since around the 1960s, the ideological landscape has been transformed. Not only have major changes occurred within established or classical ideologies, for instance, in the rise of the New Left, see page 94, and the New Right, see page 62, but a series of so-called new political ideologies have also emerged. The most significant of these are set out in Figure 1.3. The designation of these ideologies as new can nevertheless be misleading, as each of them has roots that stretch back to the 19th century, if not beyond. New ideologies typically have a complex and ambiguous relationship with classical ideologies. This stems from the fact that these ideologies evolved both by applying established ideological thinking to new or more modern issues or concerns, or by opening up fresh ideological terrain that in some ways goes beyond the parameters of established ideological thinking, as in the case of radical feminism, CPP 197-8, or deep ecology, CPP 221-2. New ideologies are thus new in the sense that they have given particular areas of ideological debate, gender equality, environmental sustainability, cultural diversity, and so on, a prominence they never previously enjoyed. In the process, they have altered the focus and sometimes the terms of ideological debate. This has happened in at least three ways. Figure 1.3: Classical and New Ideologies. First, there has been a shift away from economics and towards culture. Liberalism, conservatism, and socialism were primarily concerned with issues of economic organization, or at least their moral vision was grounded in a particular economic model. By contrast, and in their various ways, new ideologies are more interested in culture than in economics. Their primary concerns tend to be orientated around people's values, beliefs, and ways of life, rather than economic well-being or even social justice. This has happened in part because the ideological gulf between capitalism and socialism has narrowed markedly, market-based economic arrangements of one kind or another having become almost universal. Second, fueled by the general trend towards diversity, there has been a shift from social politics to identity politics, see page 232. Identity links the personal to the social in seeing the individual as embedded in a particular cultural, social, institutional, and ideological context, but it also highlights the scope for personal choice and self-definition, reflecting a general social trend towards individualization. In this sense, new ideologies such as feminism, green ideology, and fundamentalism provide individuals with a range of ideological options rather than offering worked-out sets of political solutions that fit their social position. This means that political activism has become, in effect, a lifestyle choice. Individualization, the process through which people are encouraged to see themselves as individuals, possibly at the expense of their sense of social/moral responsibility. Third, classical ideologies have been subjected to greater critical scrutiny as a result of the trend towards decolonizing the curriculum. This has been reflected not only in the increasing significance of post-colonialism, CPP 227-9, but also in the reappraisal of key political thinkers such as Immanuel Kant, see page 23. Closely associated with Enlightenment thinking and universalist claims about our rights and obligations, Kant's contribution must now be reassessed in the light of remarks he made on colonial practices and slavery that suggested that he regarded these practices as tolerable, if not as necessary moments in the process of cultural and historical progress. Kant has also come to be viewed as a scientific racist for writings in which he sought intellectually to establish the cultural superiority of white Europeans over Asians and Africans. Universalism, the belief that it is possible to uncover certain values and principles that are applicable to all people and all societies, regardless of historical, cultural, and other differences. Political ideologies in action. Decolonizing the curriculum. Events. In March 2015, the first protests took place in the student-led Rhodes Must Fall campaign. The campaign was initially directed against a statue at the University of Cape Town that commemorated Cecil Rhodes, the British mining magnate and Prime Minister of Cape Colony. The campaign was initially directed against a statue at the University of Cape Town that commemorated Cecil Rhodes, the British mining magnate and Prime Minister of Cape Colony from 1890 to 1896. Although the statue was removed in April 2015, the protest movement spread to other universities, both within South Africa and elsewhere in the world. The Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford campaign called on Oriel College, Oxford University, to take down the statue of Rhodes that sits overlooking the High Street, but this demand was rejected in January 2016. The protesters objected to the statues on the grounds that they glorified a man who was an architect of apartheid and had been deeply implicated in the racist and bloody history of British colonialism. Significance. The Rhodes Must Fall protests were linked to the wider goal of decolonizing the curriculum. The term decolonization usually refers to the post-World War II dismantlement of the European colonial empires. In this context, however, it refers to the process through which the cultural and ideological legacy of colonial rule is challenged, especially in the realm of education. Commonly called decolonizing the mind, this involves interrogating the attitudes and assumptions that have sustained racial and civilizational hierarchies and broadening our intellectual vision to include a wider range of perspectives. For many, this requires that the underrepresentation of people of color and other marginalized groups in the arena of scholarship is rectified, ending the domination of male, pale, and stale voices. Those who argue that the decolonization agenda urgently needs to be applied to political ideologies claim that, as a product of the Enlightenment, ideology is intrinsically a part of the Western intellectual tradition, so separating it from non-Western cultures, Chinese, Indian, African, Islamic, and so on. Such thinking is consolidated by the tendency of liberalism to operate as an ideology of Western domination. Not only do liberals insist that their values and institutions are universally applicable, and are therefore destined to prevail worldwide, but significant omissions, such as those about the brutal and exploitative nature of colonial rule and the racist assumptions that this rule was based upon, conceal the darker side of liberal hegemony. Nevertheless, over time, political ideologies have been increasingly effective in giving expression to non-Western, and sometimes anti-Western views and voices. In the post-World War II period, this was evident in the emergence of African socialism, Arab socialism, and Chinese communism. More recently, it has occurred through the rise of, for example, post-colonial nationalism, pluralist multiculturalism, CPP 237-8, and various forms of religious fundamentalism, see Chapter 12. Left, right, and beyond. An additional way of categorizing political ideologies is on the basis of their position on the left-right political spectrum. The origins of the terms left and right in politics date back to the French Revolution and the seating arrangements of radicals and aristocrats at the first meeting of the Estates General in 1789. The left/right divide therefore originally reflected the stark choice between revolution and reaction. The terms have subsequently been used to highlight a divide that supposedly runs throughout the world of political thought and action, helping both to provide insight into the nature of particular ideologies and to uncover relationships between political ideologies more generally. Left and right are usually understood as the poles of a political spectrum, enabling people to talk about the center-left, the far-right, and so on. This is in line with a linear political spectrum that travels from left-wing to right-wing, as shown in Figure 1.4. However, the terms left and right have been used to draw attention to a variety of distinctions. Figure 1.4 Linear spectrum. Stemming from their original meanings, left and right have been used to sum up contrasting attitudes to political change in general. Left-wing thinking welcomes change, usually based on a belief in progress, while right-wing thinking resists change and seeks to defend the status quo. Inspired by works such as Adorno et al.'s The Authoritarian Personality, 1950, attempts have been made to explain ideological differences, and especially rival attitudes to change, in terms of people's psychological needs, motives, and desires, Jost et al., 2003. In this light, conservative ideology, to take one example, is shaped by a deep psychological aversion to uncertainty and instability, an idea examined in Chapter 3. An alternative construction of the left/right divide focuses on different attitudes to economic organization and the role of the state. Left-wing views thus support intervention and collectivism, see page 80, while right-wing views favor the market and individualism, see page 24. Bobbio, 1996, by contrast, argues that the fundamental basis for the distinction between left and right lies in differing attitudes to equality. Left-wingers advocate greater equality, while right-wingers treat equality as either impossible or undesirable. This may also help to explain the continuing relevance of the left/right divide, as the great problem of inequality remains unresolved at both national and global levels. Progress. Moving forward, the belief that history is characterized by human advancement underpinned by the accumulation of knowledge and wisdom. Status quo, the existing state of affairs. As a means of providing insight into the character of political ideologies and how they relate to one another, the traditional linear political spectrum nevertheless has a range of drawbacks. For instance, as all ideologies contain rival, or even contradictory elements, locating them clearly on a linear political spectrum against a single criterion can be notoriously difficult. Anarchism, for instance, can be seen as either ultra-left-wing or ultra-right-wing, since it encompasses both anarcho-communist and anarcho-capitalist tendencies. It has also been argued that the ideologies that are traditionally placed at the extreme wings of the linear spectrum may have more in common with one another than they do with their centrist neighbors. During the Cold War period in particular, it was widely claimed that communism and fascism resembled one another by virtue of a shared tendency towards totalitarianism, see page 159. Such a view led to the idea that the political spectrum should be horseshoe-shaped, not linear, see Figure 1.5. Figure 1.5 Horseshoe spectrum. Moreover, as political ideologies manifest themselves differently in different geographical contexts, it may be impossible to assign them an agreed left/right identity. Thus, while in the European context populism is predominantly associated with anti-immigrant and xenophobic political projects, giving it a distinctively right-wing character. In Latin America, populism has been linked, historically, to state interventionist economic policies and the use of left-wing-orientated rhetoric. A final drawback is that, as ideological debate has developed and broadened over the years, the linear spectrum has seemed increasingly simplistic and generalized, the left/right divide capturing only one dimension of a more complex series of political interactions. This has given rise to the idea of the two-dimensional spectrum with, as pioneered by Eysenck 1964, a liberty/authority vertical axis being added to the established left/right horizontal axis. See Figure 1.6. Figure 1.6 Two-dimensional spectrum. Nevertheless, a growing body of thought suggests that contemporary political ideologies have gone beyond the left/right divide. This may apply in the case of new ideologies, which, by virtue of their focus on issues of culture and identity rather than economic organization, no longer easily relate to the left/right battle between socialism and capitalism. For Anthony Giddens, sociological developments associated with the advance of globalization, see page 21, have exhausted both left-wing and right-wing ideological tradition. In this view, the tendency for people's lives to be shaped increasingly by developments that occur and events that happen at a great distance from them has created societies that are so fluid and complex that they have, effectively, outgrown the major ideological traditions. Politics, therefore, has gone beyond left and right, a trend that has been particularly evident in the hollowing out of parliamentary socialism since the 1990s. However, instead of the emergence of an interconnected and interdependent world leading to ideological exhaustion, globalization may be in the process of replacing the left/right divide with one based on the gulf between open and closed political leanings. See Figure 1.7. People with open political attitudes generally favor globalization, are tolerant or welcoming of cultural diversity, sympathize with an inclusive view of national identity, and typically support liberal social norms and values. By contrast, people with closed attitudes are suspicious of or oppose globalization, fear cultural diversity, are drawn to an exclusive view of national identity, and usually support conservative social norms and values. Figure 1.7 The open/closed divide. Key figure. Jeff Morgan 12/Alamy stock photo. Anthony Giddens, born 1938. A UK social theorist, Giddens was an advisor to Tony Blair in the early years of New Labour. His theory of structuration reinvigorated social theory by setting out to transcend the conventional dualism of structure and agency. In works including Beyond Left and Right, 1994, The Third Way, 1998, and The Runaway World, 1999, Giddens sought to remodel social democracy in the light of the advent of late modernity, taking into account developments such as globalization, detraditionalization, and increased social reflexivity. The end of ideology? Is it possible to envisage ideology coming to an end? Or, for better or for worse, has ideology become a permanent feature of politics? The notion of the end of ideology was particularly fashionable in the 1950s and 1960s. The most influential statement of this position was advanced by Daniel Bell. Bell, 1960, was impressed by the fact that after World War II, politics in the West was characterized by broad agreement among major political parties and the absence of ideological division or debate. Fascism and communism had both lost their appeal, while the remaining parties disagreed only about which ideologies could best be relied on to deliver economic growth and material prosperity. In effect, economics had triumphed over politics. Politics had been reduced to technical questions about how to deliver affluence and had ceased to address moral or philosophical questions about the nature of the good society. To all intents and purposes, ideology had become an irrelevance. Key figure. Jane Reed/Harvard Consumerist Values and Tendencies. University News Office. Daniel Bell, 1919 to 2011. A U.S. academic and essayist, Bell drew attention in The End of Ideology, 1960, to the exhaustion of rationalist approaches to social and political issues, also warning, in the afterword to the 1988 edition, against the tyranny of utopian end states. He helped to popularize the idea of post-industrialism, highlighting the emergence of information societies dominated by a new knowledge class. In The Cultural Contradictions of Capitalism, 1976, Bell analyzed the tension between capitalism's productivist and. However, the process to which Bell drew attention was not the end of ideology so much as the emergence of a broad ideological consensus among major parties and therefore the suspension of ideological debate. In the immediate post-war period, representatives of the three major Western ideologies, liberalism, socialism, and conservatism, came to accept the common goal of managed capitalism. This goal, however, was itself ideological. For example, it reflected an enduring faith in market economics, private property, and material incentives tempered by a belief in social welfare and economic intervention. In effect, an ideology of welfare capitalism or social democracy had triumphed over its rivals, although this triumph proved to be only temporary. The 1960s witnessed the rise of more radical New Left ideas reflected in a revival of interest in Marxist and anarchist thought and the growth of new ideologies such as feminism and ecologism. The onset of economic recession in the 1970s provoked renewed interest in long-neglected, free market doctrines and stimulated the development of new right theories, which also challenged the post-war consensus. Finally, the end of ideology thesis focused attention exclusively on developments in the industrialized West and ignored the fact that in the 1950s and 1960s communism remained firmly entrenched in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, China, and elsewhere, and that revolutionary political movements were operating in Asia, Africa, and parts of Latin America. A broader perspective was adopted by Francis Fukuyama, see page 17, in his essay The End of History 1989, later developed into The End of History and the Last Man, 1992. Unlike Bell, Fukuyama did not suggest that political ideas had become irrelevant, but that one particular set of ideas, Western liberalism, had triumphed over all its rivals. Fascism had been defeated in 1945, and Fukuyama clearly believed that the collapse of communist rule in Eastern Europe in 1989 marked the passing of Marxism-Leninism as an ideology of world significance. By the end of history, Fukuyama meant that the history of ideas had ended and with it fundamental ideological debate. Throughout the world there was, he argued, an emerging agreement about the desirability of liberal democracy, see page 44, in the form of a market or capitalist economy and an open, competitive political system. Perspectives on history. Liberals see history as progress, brought about as each generation advances further than the last through the accumulation of knowledge and understanding. Liberals generally believe that this will happen through gradual or incremental reform, not through revolution. Conservatives understand history in terms of tradition and continuity, allowing little scope for progress. The lessons of the past provide guidance for present and future conduct. Reactionary conservatives believe that history is marked by decline and wish to return to an earlier and preferred time. Socialists are committed to a progressive view of history which places heavy emphasis on the scope for social and personal development. Marxists believe that class conflict is the motor of history and that a classless, communist society is history's determinate endpoint. Fascists generally view history as a process of degeneration and decay, a decline from a past golden age. They nevertheless subscribe to a cyclical theory of history that holds out the possibility of national rebirth and regeneration, usually through violent struggle and war. Fundamentalists have an ambivalent attitude towards history. Although they are strongly inclined to see the present as morally and spiritually corrupt in comparison with an idealized past, they conceive of social regeneration in modernist terms, thus rejecting conservative traditionalism. Key figure: Thomas Truchell, Phototech/Getty Images. Francis Fukuyama, born 1952. A U.S. social analyst and political commentator, Fukuyama's essay, The End of History, 1989, argued that the Eastern European revolutions indicated that the history of ideas had ended with the recognition of liberal democracy as the final form of human government. In Trust, 1996, and The Great Disruption, 1999, he discussed the relationship between economic development and social cohesion, highlighting contrasting forms of capitalist development. His other writings include The Origins of Political Order, 2011, Political Order and Political Decay, 2014, and Identity, 2018. Without doubt, the Eastern European revolutions of 1989–91, which gave greatly renewed impetus to the process of democratization, see page 18, and the dramatic reform of surviving communist regimes such as China profoundly altered the worldwide balance of ideological debate. However, it is far less certain that this process amounted to the end of history. In particular, no sooner had the end of history thesis been proclaimed than ideological forces that have little or nothing to do with Western liberalism started to rise to the surface. The first indication of this was the eruption of ethnic violence across much of former Yugoslavia during the 1990s, which suggested that the successor ideology to fallen communism may be nationalism rather than liberalism. Further evidence of the strengthening of non-liberal and anti-liberal forces was provided by the rise of religious fundamentalism in its various forms. This encouraged some to argue that world politics in the 21st century would witness not the global triumph of liberalism but a deepening clash of civilizations. Huntington, 1996. Key concept: democratization. Democratization refers to the process of transition from authoritarianism to liberal democracy. Democratization encompasses three, sometimes overlapping, processes. 1. The breakdown of the old regime. This usually involves a loss of legitimacy and the faltering loyalty of the police and military. 2. Democratic transition witnesses the construction of new liberal democratic structures and processes. 3. Democratic consolidation sees these new structures and processes becoming so embedded in the minds of elites and the masses that democracy becomes the only game in town. Przeworski, 1991. Questions for discussion. How does the Marxist concept of ideology differ from the mainstream concept? Is ideology necessarily false? If so, why? Can socially unattached intellectuals rise above ideology? Are all political ideas ideological, or only some of them? To what extent do ideologies differ in terms of their conceptual structure? What is the distinction between political ideology and political theory? How should the political spectrum be presented and why? What is new about the new ideologies? To what extent has ideological commitment become a lifestyle choice? Does the rise of new ideologies mean that the old ones are now defunct? To what extent does the left/right divide aid our understanding of political ideologies? How should the political spectrum be presented and why? Are ideologies destined never to end? Further reading. Ball, T. Dagger, R. and O'Neill, D. Ideals and Ideologies, A Reader, 2019. A broad anthology of important writings, both classic and contemporary, covering all major ideological traditions. Frieden, M., Sargent, L., and Steers, M. The Oxford Handbook of Political Ideologies, 2015. Dozens of experts collaborate to bring the key developments and recent research in political ideology. Ingersoll, D., Matthews, R., and Davison, A., The Philosophic Roots of Modern Ideology, 2016. Comprehensively charts the intellectual evolution of major ideological traditions and relevant contemporary debates with analysis focused around key figures and texts. Zizek, S. The Pervert's Guide to Ideology, 2012. A unique and thought-provoking documentary in which one of the world's foremost philosophers looks at how ideological thought subtly underpins all aspects of modern life and culture. The Political Compass. A long-running website that asks questions to map people on a two-dimensional ideological spectrum as well as linking to further reading. Find out where you sit. Chapter 2. Liberalism. Preview historical overview core themes types of liberalism the future of liberalism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. The term liberal has been in use since the 14th century but has had a wide variety of meanings. The Latin liber referred to a class of free men, in other words men who were neither serfs nor slaves. It has meant generous as in liberal helpings of food and drink, or, in reference to social attitudes, it has implied openness or open-mindedness. It also came to be associated increasingly with the ideas of freedom and choice. The term liberalism to denote a political allegiance made its appearance much later. It was not used until the early part of the 19th century, being first employed in Spain in 1812. By the 1840s, the term was widely recognized throughout Europe as a reference to a distinctive set of political ideas. However, it was taken up more slowly in the UK. Although the Whigs, a long-established parliamentary faction, started to call themselves liberals during the 1830s, the first distinctly liberal government was not formed in the UK until W.E. Gladstone was appointed premier and established his first ministry. The central theme of liberal ideology is a commitment to the individual and the desire to construct a society in which people can satisfy their interests and achieve fulfillment. Liberals believe that human beings are, first and foremost, individuals endowed with reason. This implies that each individual should enjoy the maximum possible freedom consistent with a like freedom for all. However, although individuals are entitled to equal legal and political rights, they should be rewarded in line with their talents and their willingness to work. Liberal societies are organized politically around the twin principles of constitutionalism and consent, designed to protect citizens from the danger of government tyranny. Nevertheless, there are significant differences between classical liberalism and modern liberalism. Classical liberalism is characterized by a belief in a minimal state whose function is limited to the maintenance of domestic order and personal security. Modern liberalism, in contrast, accepts that the state should help people to help themselves. Historical overview. Liberalism was a product of the breakdown of feudalism in Europe and the growth in its place of a market or capitalist society. In many respects, liberalism reflected the aspirations of the rising middle classes whose interests conflicted with the established power of absolute monarchs and the landed aristocracy. Liberal ideas were radical, they sought fundamental reform and even, at times, revolutionary change. The English Revolution of the 17th century and the American Revolution of 1776 and French Revolution of 1789 each embodied elements that were distinctively liberal, even though the word liberal was not at the time used in a political sense. Liberals challenged the absolute power of the monarchy, supposedly based on the doctrine of the divine right of kings. In place of absolutism, they advocated constitutional and, later, representative government, discussed later in the chapter, in relation to liberal democracy. Liberals criticized the political and economic privileges of the landed aristocracy and the unfairness of a feudal system in which social position was determined by the accident of birth. They also supported the movement towards freedom of conscience in religion and questioned the authority of the established church. Feudalism, a system of agrarian-based production that is characterized by fixed social hierarchies and a rigid pattern of obligations. Divine right, the doctrine that earthly rulers are chosen by God and thus wield unchallengeable authority. Divine right is a defense for monarchical absolutism. Absolutism, a form of government in which political power is concentrated in the hands of a single individual or small group, in particular an absolute monarchy. Government, the machinery through which collective decisions are made on behalf of the state, usually comprising a legislature, executive, and judiciary. The 19th century was in many ways the liberal century. As industrialization spread throughout Western countries, liberal ideas triumphed. Liberals advocated an industrialized and market economic order free from government interference, in which businesses would be allowed to pursue profit and states encouraged to trade freely with one another. Such a system of market-based industrial capitalism developed first in the UK from the mid-18th century onwards and subsequently spread to North America and throughout Europe, initially into Western Europe and then, more gradually, into Eastern Europe. From the 20th century onwards, industrial capitalism exerted a powerful appeal for developing states in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, especially when social and political development was defined in essentially Western terms. However, developing world states have sometimes been resistant to the attractions of liberal capitalism because their political cultures have emphasized community rather than the individual. In such cases, they have provided more fertile ground for the growth of ideologies such as socialism, nationalism, or religious fundamentalism rather than Western liberalism. Liberalism has undoubtedly been the most powerful ideological force shaping the Western political tradition. Nevertheless, historical developments since the 19th century have clearly influenced the nature and substance of liberal ideology. The character of liberalism changed as the rising middle classes succeeded in establishing their economic and political dominance. The radical, even revolutionary, edge of liberalism faded with each liberal success. Liberalism thus became increasingly conservative, standing less for change and reform and more for the maintenance of existing, largely liberal, institutions. Liberal ideas, too, could not stand still. From the late 19th century onwards, the progress of industrialization led liberals to question and in some ways to revise the ideas of early liberalism. Whereas early or classical liberalism, sometimes called 19th century liberalism, had been defined by the desire to minimize government interference in the lives of its citizens, modern liberalism, sometimes called 20th century liberalism, came to be associated with welfare provision and economic management. As a result, some commentators argued that liberalism was an incoherent ideology embracing contradictory beliefs, notably about the desirable role of the state. Classical liberalism, a tradition within liberalism that seeks to maximize the realm of unconstrained individual action, typically by establishing a minimal state and a reliance on market economics. Modern liberalism, a tradition within liberalism that provides, in contrast to classical liberalism, a qualified endorsement for social and economic intervention as a means of promoting personal development. State, a political association that establishes sovereign jurisdiction over a defined territorial area, usually possessing a monopoly of coercive power. The Cold War period, 1945 to 90, witnessed the consolidation of liberalism within the US-led capitalist West, even though its global ambitions were firmly resisted within the Soviet-led communist East and across much of what became known as the Third World. This consolidation was evident in two ways. The first was the spread of Western liberal democracy, see page 44. A wave of democratization, see page 18, occurred between 1943 and 1962 and involved countries such as West Germany, Italy, Japan, and India, with a further wave of democratization starting in 1974 and affecting Greece, Portugal, Spain, and much of Latin America. The second way in which liberalism was consolidated was through the Silent Revolution, which, beginning in the 1960s and affecting advanced industrialized countries in particular, saw the seemingly irresistible spread of liberal values in areas ranging from gender relations, homosexuality, and religious observance to capital punishment and cultural diversity. The end of the Cold War had yet more significant implications for liberalism, encouraging some to declare that it amounted to the liberal moment in world affairs. The overthrow of communist regimes across Eastern Europe sparked a new and more dramatic process of democratization. The overthrow of communist regimes across Eastern Europe sparked a new and more dramatic process of democratization. With the formation of governments through multi-party elections and the adoption of market-based economic reforms becoming substantially more common. This created a situation in which, whereas in 1973 only 45 out of the 151 states then comprising the world community exhibited some of the key features of liberal democratic governance, by 2003, 63% of states, accounting for more than 70% of the world's population, displayed these characteristics. In this context, end-of-history theorists such as Francis Fukuyama, see page 17, proclaimed that liberal democracy had established itself as the final form of human government. Such a view, in effect, implies that liberal democracy is the default position for human societies. The end of the Cold War also injected significantly greater impetus into the process of economic globalization. This made it possible for the first time to conceive of the world economy as a single, interlocking entity, built on liberal, or more accurately, neoliberal, lines. Economic liberalism is discussed at greater length later in the chapter. Key concept: globalization. Globalization is the emergence of a web of interconnectedness, which means that our lives are shaped increasingly by events that occur and decisions that are made at a great distance from us, thus giving rise to superterritorial connections between people. However, globalization is a complex process that has a range of manifestations. Economic globalization is the process through which national economies have, to a greater or lesser extent, been absorbed into a single global economy. Cultural globalization is the process whereby information, commodities, and images produced in one part of the world have entered into a global flow that tends to flatten out cultural differences worldwide. Political globalization is the process through which policymaking responsibilities have been passed from national governments to international organizations. However, the early decades of the 21st century have brought with them evidence of the retreat of liberalism. This has been particularly apparent in the fact that, since reaching its high watermark in 2006-08, the spread of Western liberal democracy has been reversed, with authoritarian ideas and practices advancing across much of the world. For example, despite early expectations that the Arab Spring uprisings of 2011 would develop into the Arab world's 1989, bringing democracy to North Africa and parts of the Middle East, dictatorship was restored in most of the countries affected within months. A further challenge to liberalism has come in the form of a backlash against the advance of liberal values, especially affecting those sections of advanced industrial societies that have been left behind, due to the pace and direction of cultural change from the 1960s onwards. This silent counter-revolution has seen a resurgence of conservative values, particularly in areas related to national identity, such as immigration and multiculturalism, and it has been expressed largely through the rise of right-wing populism. Finally, liberalism was damaged by the 2007-10 global financial crisis, which saw a series of major bank bailouts take place just as the world was falling into what was then the most serious recession since the Great Depression of the 1930s. This gave the impression that liberal political forces were more closely aligned to the interests of financial and corporate elites than they were to the interests of people. See Chapter 8 for a fuller account of the relationship between populism and liberalism. Democracy. Rule by the people. Democracy implies both popular participation in government and the public interest, and can take a wide variety of forms. Core themes. Liberalism is the ideology of the industrialized West. So deeply have liberal ideas permeated political, economic, and cultural life that their influence can become hard to discern, liberalism appearing to be indistinguishable from Western civilization in general. Liberal thinkers in the 18th and 19th centuries, influenced by an Enlightenment belief in universal reason, tended to subscribe to an explicitly foundational form of liberalism, which sought to establish fundamental values and championed a particular vision of human flourishing or excellence, usually linked to personal autonomy. This form of liberalism was boldly universalist in that it implied that human history would be marked by the gradual but inevitable triumph of liberal principles and institutions. Progress, in short, was understood in strictly liberal terms. During the 20th century, however, it became fashionable to portray liberalism as morally neutral. This was reflected in the belief that liberalism gives priority to the right over the good. In other words, liberalism strives to establish the conditions in which people and groups can pursue the good life as each defines it, but it does not prescribe or try to promote any particular notion of what is good. From this perspective, liberalism is not simply an ideology but a meta-ideology, that is, a body of rules that lays down the grounds on which political and ideological debate can take place. However, this does not mean that liberalism is simply a philosophy of do your own thing. While liberalism undoubtedly favors openness, debate, and self-determination, it is also characterized by a powerful moral thrust. The moral and ideological stance of liberalism is embodied in a commitment to a distinctive set of values and beliefs. The most important of these are individualism, freedom, reason, justice, toleration. Individualism. In the modern world, the concept of the individual is so familiar that its political significance is often overlooked. In the feudal period, there was little idea of individuals having their own interests or possessing personal and unique identities. Rather, people were seen as members of the social groups to which they belonged, their family, village, local community, or social class. Their lives and identities were largely determined by the character of these groups in a process that changed little from one generation to the next. However, as feudalism was displaced by increasingly market-orientated societies, individuals were confronted by a broader range of choices and social possibilities. They were encouraged, perhaps for the first time, to think for themselves and to think of themselves in personal terms. A serf, for example, whose family might always have lived and worked on the same piece of land, became a free man and acquired some ability to choose for whom to work, or perhaps the opportunity to leave the land altogether and look for work in the growing towns or cities. As the certainties of feudal life broke down, a new intellectual climate emerged. Rational and scientific explanations gradually displaced traditional religious theories, and society was increasingly understood from the viewpoint of the human individual. Individuals were thought to possess personal and distinctive qualities, each was of special value. This was evident in the growth in the 17th and 18th centuries of natural rights theories, which are discussed later in relation to classical liberalism. Immanuel Kant expressed a similar belief in the dignity and equal worth of human beings in his conception of individuals as ends in themselves and not merely as means for the achievement of the ends of others. However, emphasizing the importance of the individual has two contrasting implications. First, it draws attention to the uniqueness of each human being. Individuals are defined primarily by inner qualities and attributes specific to themselves. Second, they nevertheless each share the same status in that they are all, first and foremost, individuals, and so are equal. Many of the tensions within liberal ideology can, indeed, be traced back to these rival ideas of uniqueness and equality. Key figure. Superstock. Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804. A German philosopher, Kant's critical philosophy holds that knowledge is not merely an aggregate of sense impressions, it depends on the conceptual apparatus of human understanding. Kant's political thought was shaped by the central importance of morality. He believed that the law of reason dictates categorical imperatives, the most important of which is the obligation to treat others as ends and never only as means. Kant's most important works include Critique of Pure Reason, 1781, and Metaphysics of Morals, 1785. A belief in the primacy of the individual is the characteristic theme of liberal ideology, but it has influenced liberal thought in different ways. It has led some liberals to view society as simply a collection of individuals, each seeking to satisfy his or her own needs and interests. Such a view has been equated with atomism. Indeed, it can lead to the belief that society itself does not exist, but is merely a collection of self-sufficient individuals. Such extreme individualism is based on the assumption that the individual is egoistical, essentially self-seeking, and largely self-reliant. C. B. McPherson, 1973, characterized early liberalism as possessive individualism in that it regarded the individual as the proprietor of his own person or capacities, owing nothing to society for them. In contrast, later liberals have held a more optimistic view of human nature and have been more prepared to believe that egoism is tempered by a sense of social responsibility, especially a responsibility for those who are unable to look after themselves. Whether egoism is unrestrained or is qualified by a sense of social responsibility, liberals are united in their desire to create a society in which each person is capable of developing and flourishing to the fullness of his or her potential. Atomism, a belief that society is made up of a collection of self-interested and largely self-sufficient individuals or atoms rather than social groups. Human nature, the essential and innate character of all human beings, what they owe to nature rather than to society. Egoism, a concern for one's own welfare or interests, or the theory that the pursuit of self-interest is an ethical priority. Key concept. Individualism. Individualism is the belief in the supreme importance of the individual over any social group or collective body. In the form of methodological individualism, this suggests that the individual is central to any political theory or social explanation. All statements about society should be made in terms of the individuals who compose it. Ethical individualism, on the other hand, implies that society should be constructed so as to benefit the individual, giving moral priority to individual rights, needs, or interests. Classical liberals and the New Right subscribe to egoistical individualism, which places emphasis on self-interestedness and self-reliance. Modern liberals, in contrast, have advanced a developmental form of individualism that prioritizes human flourishing over the quest for interest satisfaction. Freedom. A belief in the supreme importance of the individual leads naturally to a commitment to individual freedom. Individual liberty and freedom being interchangeable, is for liberals the supreme political value and, in many ways, the unifying principle within liberal ideology. For early liberals, liberty was a natural right, an essential requirement for leading a truly human existence. It also gave individuals the opportunity to pursue their own interests by exercising choice, the choice of where to live, for whom to work, what to buy, and so on. Later liberals have seen liberty as the only condition in which people are able to develop their skills and talents and fulfill their potential. Freedom, or liberty, the ability to think or act as one wishes, a capacity that can be associated with the individual, a social group, or a nation. Nevertheless, liberals do not accept that individuals have an absolute entitlement to freedom. If liberty is unlimited, it can become license, the right to abuse others. In On Liberty, 1859-1972, John Stuart Mill argued that the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. Mill's position is libertarian, see page 61, in that it accepts only the most minimal restrictions on individual freedom and then only in order to prevent harm to others. He distinguished clearly between actions that are self-regarding, over which individuals should exercise absolute freedom, and those that are other-regarding, which can restrict the freedom of others or do them damage. Mill did not accept any restrictions on the individual that are designed to prevent a person from damaging himself or herself, either physically or morally. Such a view suggests, for example, that laws forcing car drivers to put on seat belts or motorcyclists to wear crash helmets are as unacceptable as any form of censorship that limits what an individual may read or listen to. Radical libertarians may defend the right of people to use addictive drugs, such as heroin and cocaine, on the same grounds. Although the individual may be sovereign over his or her body and mind, each must respect the fact that every other individual enjoys an equal right to liberty. This has been expressed by John Rawls, see page 39, in the principle that everyone is entitled to the widest possible liberty consistent with a like liberty for all. Perspectives on freedom. Liberals give priority to freedom as the supreme individualist value. While classical liberals support negative freedom understood as the absence of constraints or freedom of choice, modern liberals advocate positive freedom in the sense of personal development and human flourishing. Conservatives have traditionally endorsed a weak view of freedom as the willing recognition of duties and responsibilities, negative freedom posing a threat to the fabric of society. The new right, however, endorses negative freedom in the economic sphere, freedom of choice in the marketplace. Socialists have generally understood freedom in positive terms to refer to self-fulfillment achieved through either free creative labor or cooperative social interaction. Social democrats have drawn close to modern liberalism in treating freedom as the realization of individual potential. Anarchists regard freedom as an absolute value, believing it to be irreconcilable with any form of political authority. Freedom is understood to mean the achievement of personal autonomy, not merely being left alone, but being rationally self-willed and self-directed. Fascists reject any form of individual liberty as a nonsense. True freedom, in contrast, means unquestioning submission to the will of the leader and the absorption of the individual into the national community. Greens, particularly deep ecologists, treat freedom as the achievement of oneness, self-realization through the absorption of the personal ego into the ecosphere or universe. In contrast with political freedom, this is sometimes seen as inner freedom, freedom as self-actualization. Fundamentalists see freedom as essentially an inner or spiritual quality. Freedom means conformity to the revealed will of God, spiritual fulfillment being associated with submission to religious authority. Key figure. Historical/Corbis Historical/Getty Images. John Stuart Mill, 1806-73. A British philosopher, economist, and politician, Mill's varied and complex work straddles the divide between classical and modern forms of liberalism. His opposition to collectivist tendencies and traditions was firmly rooted in 19th-century principles, but his emphasis on the quality of individual life reflected in a commitment to individuality, as well as his sympathy for causes such as female suffrage and workers' cooperatives looked forward to. Later developments. Mill's major writings include On Liberty, 1859, Utilitarianism, 1861, and Considerations on Representative Government, 1861. While liberals agree about the value of liberty, they have not always agreed about what it means for an individual to be free. In his Two Concepts of Liberty, 1958-1969, Isaiah Berlin, see page 240, distinguished between a negative theory of liberty and a positive one. Early or classical liberals have believed in negative freedom, in that freedom consists in each person being left alone, free from interference and able to act in whatever way he or she may choose. This conception of freedom is negative in that it is based on the absence of external restrictions or constraints on the individual. Modern liberals, on the other hand, have been attracted to a more positive conception of liberty, positive freedom, defined by Berlin as the ability to be one's own master, to be autonomous. Self-mastery requires that the individual is able to develop skills and talents, broaden his or her understanding, and gain fulfillment. This led to an emphasis on the capacity of human beings to develop and ultimately achieve self-realization. These rival conceptions of liberty have not merely stimulated academic debate within liberalism, but have also encouraged liberals to hold very different views about the desirable relationship between the individual and the state. Negative freedom, the absence of external restrictions or constraints on the individual, allowing freedom of choice. Positive freedom, self-mastery or self-realization, the achievement of autonomy or the development of human capacities. Reason. The liberal case for freedom is closely linked to a faith in reason. Liberalism is and remains very much part of the Enlightenment project. The central theme of the Enlightenment was the desire to release humankind from its bondage to superstition and ignorance and unleash an age of reason. Although early liberals were often willing to associate rationality only with men and, not uncommonly, only with white men. Key Enlightenment thinkers included Jean-Jacques Rousseau, see page 133, Immanuel Kant, Adam Smith, see page 34, and Jeremy Bentham, see page 33. Enlightenment rationalism influenced liberalism in a number of ways. In the first place, it strengthened its faith in both the individual and freedom. To the extent that human beings are rational, thinking creatures, they are capable of defining and pursuing their own best interests. By no means do liberals believe that individuals are infallible in this respect, but the belief in reason builds into liberalism a strong bias against paternalism. Not only does paternalism prevent individuals from making their own moral choices and, if necessary, from learning from their own mistakes, but it also creates the prospect that those invested with responsibility for others will abuse their position for their own ends. Paternalism, authority exercised from above for the guidance and support of those below, modeled on the relationship between fathers and children, see page 70. Key concept. Rationalism. Rationalism is the belief that the world has a rational structure and that this can be disclosed through the exercise of human reason and critical inquiry. As a philosophical theory, rationalism is the belief that knowledge flows from reason rather than experience and thus contrasts with empiricism. As a general principle, however, rationalism places a heavy emphasis on the capacity of human beings to understand and explain their world and to find solutions to problems. While rationalism does not dictate the ends of human conduct, it certainly suggests how these ends should be pursued. It is associated with an emphasis on principle and reason-governed behavior as opposed to a reliance on custom or tradition or on non-rational drives and impulses. A further legacy of rationalism is that liberals are inclined to view human history in terms of progress. Progress literally means advance, a movement forward. In the liberal view, the expansion of knowledge, particularly through the scientific revolution, enabled people not only to understand and explain their world but also to help shape it for the better. In short, the power of reason gives human beings the capacity to take charge of their own lives and fashion their own destinies. Reason emancipates humankind from the grip of the past and from the weight of custom and tradition. Each generation is thus able to advance beyond the last as the stock of human knowledge and understanding increases progressively. This also explains the characteristic liberal emphasis on education. People can better or improve themselves through the acquisition of knowledge and the abandonment of prejudice and superstition. Education, particularly in the modern liberal view, is therefore a good in itself. It is a vital means of promoting personal self-development and, if extended widely, of bringing about social advancement. Reason, moreover, is significant in highlighting the importance of discussion, debate, and argument. While liberals are generally optimistic about human nature, seeing people as reason-guided creatures, they have seldom subscribed to the utopian creed of human perfectibility because they recognize the power of self-interest and egoism. The inevitable result of this is rivalry and conflict. Individuals battle for scarce resources, businesses compete to increase profits, states struggle for security or strategic advantage, and so on. The liberal preference is clearly that such conflicts be settled through debate and negotiation. The great advantage of reason is that it provides a basis on which rival claims and demands can be evaluated. Do they stand up to analysis? Are they reasonable? Furthermore, it highlights the cost of not resolving disputes peacefully, namely violence, bloodshed, and death. Liberals therefore typically deplore the use of force and aggression. For example, war is invariably seen as an option of the very last resort. From the liberal perspective, the use of force is justified either on the grounds of self-defense or as a means of countering oppression, but always and only after reason and argument have been exhausted. Justice. Justice denotes a particular kind of moral judgment, notably one about the distribution of rewards and punishment. In short, justice is about giving each person what he or she is due. The narrower idea of social justice refers to the distribution of material rewards and benefits in society, such as wages, profits, housing, medical care, welfare benefits, and so on. The liberal theory of justice is based on a belief in equality of various kinds. In the first place, individualism implies a commitment to foundational equality. Human beings are seen to be born equal in the sense that each individual is of equal moral worth, an idea embodied in the notion of natural rights or human rights. As the norm of human rights transcends the norm of state sovereignty, liberals are inclined to believe in ideas such as global justice and decolonization. Justice, a moral standard of fairness and impartiality. Social justice is the notion of a fair or justifiable distribution of wealth and rewards in society. Equality, the principle that human beings are of identical worth or are entitled to be treated in the same way. Equality can have widely differing applications. Human rights, rights to which people are entitled by virtue of being human. Human rights are universal, fundamental, and absolute. Second, foundational equality implies a belief in formal equality or equal citizenship, the idea that individuals should enjoy the same formal status within society, particularly in terms of the distribution of rights and entitlements. Consequently, liberals fiercely disapprove of any social privileges or advantages that are enjoyed by some but denied to others on the basis of irrational factors such as gender, race, color, creed, religion, or social background. Rights should not be reserved for any particular class of person, such as men, whites, Christians, or the wealthy. This is the sense in which liberalism is difference blind. The most important forms of formal equality are legal equality and political equality. The former emphasizes equality before the law and insists that all non-legal factors be strictly irrelevant to the process of legal decision-making. The latter is embodied in the idea of one person, one vote, one value, and underpins the liberal commitment to democracy. Such thinking has provided fertile ground for the growth of feminist beliefs. Liberal feminism, discussed more fully in Chapter 9, has been articulated by thinkers ranging from Mary Wollstonecraft to Betty Friedan. Key figure. Photo 12/Universal Images Group /Getty Images. Mary Wollstonecraft 1759–97. A British social theorist, Wollstonecraft was a pioneer feminist thinker drawn into radical politics by the French Revolution. Her Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792, stressed the equal rights of women, especially in education, on the basis of the notion of personhood. Wollstonecraft's work drew on an Enlightenment liberal belief in reason but developed a more complex analysis of women as the objects and subjects of desire. It also presented the domestic sphere as a model of community and social order. Third, liberals subscribe to a belief in equality of opportunity. Each and every individual should have the same chance to rise or fall in society. The game of life, in that sense, must be played on a level playing field. This is not to say that there should be equality of outcome or reward, or that living conditions and social circumstances should be the same for all. Liberals believe social equality to be undesirable because people are not born the same. They possess different talents and skills, and some are prepared to work much harder than others. Liberals believe that it is right to reward merit, ability, and the willingness to work. Indeed, they think it is essential to do so if people are to have an incentive to realize their potential and develop the talents with which they were born. Equality, for a liberal, means that individuals should have an equal opportunity to develop their unequal skills and abilities. Key figure. Underwood Archives /archive photos /Getty Images. Betty Friedan, 1921–2006. A U.S. political activist, Friedan is sometimes seen as the mother of women's liberation. In The Feminine Mystique, 1963, often credited with having stimulated the emergence of second-wave feminism, Friedan attacked the cultural myths that sustained domesticity, highlighting the sense of frustration and despair that afflicted suburban American women confined to the roles of housewife and mother. In The Second Stage, 1983, she nevertheless warned that the quest for personhood should not encourage women to deny the importance of children, the home, and the family. This leads to a belief in meritocracy. A meritocratic society is one in which, in principle, inequalities of wealth and social positions solely reflect the unequal distribution of talent and application among human beings or are based on factors beyond human control, for example, luck or chance. Though some liberals believe that all aspects of luck, including natural ability, should be irrelevant to distributive justice, a position called luck egalitarianism, Dworkin, 2000. Such a society is supposedly just because individuals are judged not by their gender, the color of their skin, or their religion, but according to their talents and willingness to work, or what U.S. Christian minister and activist Martin Luther King Jr. called the content of their character. By extension, social equality is thought to be unjust because it treats individuals alike despite their different qualities and capabilities. However, liberal thinkers have disagreed about how these broad principles of justice should be applied in practice. While classical liberals endorse strict meritocracy, both on the grounds that, being based on incentives, it promotes prosperity and reflects individuals just deserts, modern liberals have reservations about meritocracy on a number of grounds. Meritocracy, literally, rule by those with merit being intelligence plus effort, a society in which social position is determined exclusively by ability and hard work. First, it endorses levels of material inequality which are difficult and may be impossible to defend. For example, in A Theory of Justice, 1970, John Rawls argued that economic inequality is only justifiable if it works to the benefit of the poorest in society, an idea that is discussed in greater detail later in the chapter, in connection with social liberalism. Second, meritocracy is narrowly interested only in markets, economic efficiency, and gross domestic product, and takes insufficient account of people's wider contribution to the public good. Third, the clearly implied link within meritocracy between poverty and a combination of laziness and a lack of talent damages the less well-off's sense of social esteem, breeding resentment and hostility towards the wealthy elite. This is what Michael Sandel, 2020, dubbed the tyranny of merit. Toleration. The liberal social ethic is characterized very much by a willingness to accept and, in some cases, celebrate moral, cultural, and political diversity. Indeed, an acceptance of pluralism can be said to be rooted in the principle of individualism and the assumption that human beings are separate and unique creatures. However, the liberal preference for diversity has been associated more commonly with toleration. This commitment to toleration, attributed to the French writer Voltaire (1694–1778), is memorably expressed in the declaration that, "I detest what you say but will defend to the death your right to say it." Toleration and free speech are both an ethical ideal and a social principle. On the one hand, they represent the goal of personal autonomy. On the other, they establish a set of rules about how human beings should behave towards one another. The liberal case for toleration first emerged in the 17th century in the attempt by writers such as John Milton, 1006. The liberal case for toleration first emerged in the 17th century in the attempt by writers such as John Milton, 1608–74, and John Locke to defend religious freedom. Locke argued that, since the proper function of government is to protect life, liberty, and property, it has no right to meddle in the care of men's souls. Toleration should be extended to all matters regarded as private on the grounds that, like religion, they concern moral questions that should be left to the individual. Pluralism, a belief in diversity or choice, or the theory that political power is or should be widely and evenly dispersed, see page 240. Toleration, forbearance, a willingness to accept views or actions with which one is in disagreement. Autonomy, literally, self-government, the ability to control one's own destiny by virtue of enjoying independence from external influences. Key figure. Pictorial Press Ltd/Alamy stock photo. John Locke, 1632–1704. Locke was a consistent opponent of absolutism and is often portrayed as the philosopher of the 1688 Glorious Revolution, which established a constitutional monarchy in England. Using social contract theory and accepting that, by nature, humans are free and equal, Locke upheld constitutionalism, limited government, and the right of revolution. But the stress he placed on property rights prevented him from endorsing political equality or democracy in the modern sense. Locke's foremost political work is two treatises of government, 1690. In On Liberty, 1859, 1972, J.S. Mill developed a wider justification for the toleration of other people's speech and actions that highlighted its importance to society as well as the individual. From the individual's point of view, toleration is primarily a guarantee of personal autonomy and is thus a condition for moral self-development. Nevertheless, toleration is also necessary to ensure the vigor and health of society as a whole. Only within a free market of ideas will truth emerge, as good ideas displace bad ones and ignorance is progressively banished. Contest, debate, and argument, the fruit of diversity or multiplicity, are therefore the motor of social progress. For a discussion of liberal thinking regarding the limits of free speech in a plural society. For Mill, this was particularly threatened by democracy and the spread of dull conformism, linked to the belief that the majority must always be right. Mill, 1859–1972, was thus able to argue as follows. If all mankind minus one were of one opinion and only one person were of the contrary opinion, mankind would be no more justified in silencing that one person than he, if he had the power, would be justified in silencing mankind. Political Ideologies in Action. Free Speech in a Plural Society. Events. In June 2020, J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter fantasy novels, published a blog post arguing that gender was determined by biology. It came after a tweet in which she took issue with an article referring to people who menstruate rather than to women. She was swiftly condemned by transgender activists who claimed that her focus on biological sex was transphobic, a stance that was backed up by the beginning of a campaign to cancel or boycott her cultural output, with a view to subjecting her to financial pressure. In July 2020, some 152 academics and writers signed a letter on justice and open debate to the U.S. magazine Harper's, which defended the free exchange of information and ideas, the lifeblood of a liberal society. Significance. A commitment to free speech is one of the core principles of liberal ideology. This does not, however, imply that liberals believe in unchecked free speech, but, rather, that free speech should be constrained only when there is a strong likelihood that it will result in physical harm, for example by threatening national security or, possibly in the case of hate speech. The liberal justification for free speech lies in skepticism, the doctrine that certain knowledge is impossible to achieve, in which case all truth claims must be subject to doubt. In this view, the only way of advancing knowledge and ensuring social progress is by testing ideas and beliefs in open competition against rival ideas and beliefs, a process that is more rigorous the wider the range of views considered. Even bad, or evil, ideas thus have a purpose and so should not be silenced, either legally or through social pressure. However, the emergence of plural societies, shaped by increased diversity in areas ranging from ethnicity and culture to gender and sexuality, has brought with it growing pressure to narrow the parameters of free speech. This trend reflects not so much a retreat from liberalism as the sharpening of a philosophical divide within liberal culture. At the heart of the call for greater restraint over free speech is the argument that if different people are to occupy the same political space without conflict, they mutually have to limit the extent to which they subject each other's fundamental beliefs that relate to their core identity, to criticism. In the case of marginalized or weak groups, this may extend to the creation of safe spaces where the discussion of topics which could cause offense is banned. According to such thinking, speech is only free when everyone is capable of enjoying its benefits equally. Types of liberalism. Liberalism comes in a variety of forms. These include the following: classical liberalism, modern liberalism, liberal democracy. Classical liberalism. Classical liberalism was the earliest liberal tradition. Classical liberal ideas developed during the transition from feudalism to capitalism and reached their high point during the early industrialization of the 19th century. As a result, classical liberalism has sometimes been called 19th century liberalism. The cradle of classical liberalism was the UK, where the capitalist and industrial revolutions were the most advanced. Its ideas have always been more deeply rooted in Anglo-Saxon countries, particularly the UK and the USA, than in other parts of the world. However, classical liberalism is not merely a 19th century form of liberalism whose ideas are now only of historical interest. Its principles and theories, in fact, have had growing appeal from the second half of the 20th century onwards. Though what is called neoclassical liberalism or neoliberalism, see page 63, initially had the greatest impact in the UK and the USA, its influence has spread much more broadly, in large part fueled by the advance of globalization, see page 21. Classical liberalism draws on a variety of doctrines and theories. The most important of these are natural rights utilitarianism, economic liberalism, social Darwinism. Natural rights. The natural rights theorists of the 17th and 18th centuries, such as John Locke and Thomas Jefferson, 1743 to 1826, the U.S. political philosopher and statesman, had a considerable influence on the development of liberal ideology. Modern political debate is littered with references to rights and claims to possess rights. A right, most simply, is an entitlement to act or be treated in a particular way. Such entitlements may be either moral or legal in character. For Locke and Jefferson, rights are natural in that they are invested in human beings by nature or God. Natural rights are now more commonly called human rights. They are, in Jefferson's words, inalienable because human beings are entitled to them by virtue of being human. They cannot, in that sense, be taken away. Natural rights are thus thought to establish the essential conditions for leading a truly human existence. For Locke, there were three such rights: life, liberty, and property. Jefferson did not accept that property was a natural or God-given right, but rather one that had developed for human convenience. In the American Declaration of Independence, he therefore described inalienable rights as those of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Natural rights, God-given rights that are fundamental to human beings and are therefore inalienable, they cannot be taken away. The idea of natural or human rights has affected liberal thought in a number of ways. For example, the weight given to such rights distinguishes authoritarian thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes from early liberals such as John Locke. As explained earlier, both Hobbes and Locke believed that government was formed through a social contract. However, Hobbes 1651-1968 argued that only a strong government, preferably a monarchy, would be able to establish order and security in society. He was prepared to invest the king with sovereign or absolute power rather than risk a descent into a state of nature. The citizen should therefore accept any form of government because even repressive government is better than no government at all. Locke, on the other hand, argued against arbitrary or unlimited government. Government is established in order to protect natural rights. When these are protected by the state, citizens should respect government and obey the law. However, if government violates the rights of its citizens, they in turn have the right of rebellion. Locke thus approved of the English Revolution of the 17th century and applauded the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in 1688. Social contract. A hypothetical agreement among individuals through which they form a state in order to escape from the disorder and chaos of the state of nature. For Locke, moreover, the contract between state and citizen is a specific and limited one. Its purpose is to protect a set of defined natural rights. As a result, Locke believed in limited government. The legitimate role of government is limited to the protection of life, liberty, and property. Therefore, the realm of government should not extend beyond its three minimal functions: maintaining public order and protecting property, providing defense against external attack, ensuring that contracts are enforced. Other issues and responsibilities are properly the concern of private individuals. Jefferson expressed a similar sentiment a century later when he declared, "That government is best which governs least." Utilitarianism. Natural rights theories were not the only basis of early liberalism. An alternative and highly influential theory of human nature was put forward in the early 19th century by utilitarian thinkers, notably Jeremy Bentham and James Mill. Bentham regarded the idea of rights as nonsense and called natural rights nonsense on stilts. In their place, he proposed what he believed to be the more scientific and objective idea that individuals are motivated by self-interest and that these interests can be defined as the desire for pleasure or happiness and the wish to avoid pain, both calculated in terms of utility. The principle of utility is, furthermore, a moral principle in that it suggests that the rightness of an action, policy, or institution can be established by its tendency to promote happiness. Just as each individual can calculate what is morally good by the quantity of pleasure an action will produce, so the principle of the greatest happiness for the greatest number can be used to establish which policies or institutions will benefit society at large. State of nature, a pre-political society characterized by unrestrained freedom and the absence of established authority. Utility, use value. In economics, utility describes the satisfaction that is gained from the consumption of material goods and services. Key figure. API/Gamarafo/Getty Images. Jeremy Bentham, 1748–1832. A British philosopher, legal reformer and founder of utilitarianism, Bentham developed a moral and philosophical system based on the belief that human beings are rationally self-interested creatures or utility maximizers. Using the principle of general utility, the greatest happiness for the greatest number, he advanced a justification for laissez-faire economics, constitutional reform and, in later life, political democracy. Bentham's key works include a fragment on government, 1776, and an introduction to the principles of morals and legislation, 1789. Utilitarian ideas have had a considerable impact on classical liberalism. In particular, they have provided a moral philosophy that explains how and why individuals act as they do. The utilitarian conception of human beings as rationally self-interested creatures was adopted by later generations of liberal thinkers. Moreover, each individual is thought to be able to perceive his or her own best interests. This cannot be done on their behalf by some paternal authority, such as the state. Bentham argued that individuals act so as to gain pleasure or happiness in whatever way they choose. No one else can judge the quality or degree of their happiness. If each individual is the sole judge of what will give him or her pleasure, then the individual alone can determine what is morally right. On the other hand, utilitarian ideas can also have liberal implications. Bentham held that the principle of utility could be applied to society at large and not merely to individual human behavior. Institutions and legislation can be judged by the yardstick of the greatest happiness. However, this formula has majoritarian implications because it uses the happiness of the greatest number as a standard of what is morally correct, and therefore allows that the interests of the majority outweigh those of the minority or the rights of the individual. Key concept. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is a moral philosophy that was developed by Jeremy Bentham and James Mill. It equates good with pleasure or happiness and evil with pain or unhappiness. Individuals are therefore assumed to act so as to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, these being calculated in terms of utility or use value, usually seen as satisfaction derived from material consumption. The greatest happiness principle can be used to evaluate laws, institutions, and even political systems. Act utilitarianism judges an act to be right if it produces at least as much pleasure over pain as any other act. Rule utilitarianism judges an act to be right if it conforms to a rule which, if generally followed, produces good consequences. Economic liberalism. The late 18th and early 19th centuries witnessed the development of classical economic theory in the work of political economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo, 1770–1823. Smith's The Wealth of Nations, 1776–1976, was in many respects the first economics textbook. His ideas drew heavily on liberal and rationalist assumptions about human nature and made a powerful contribution to the debate about the desirable role of government within civil society. Smith wrote at a time of wide-ranging government restrictions on economic activity. Mercantilism, the dominant economic idea of the 16th and 17th centuries, had encouraged governments to intervene in economic life in an attempt to encourage the export of goods and restrict imports. Smith's economic writings were designed to attack mercantilism, arguing instead for the principle that the economy works best when it is left alone by government. Mercantilism, a school of economic thought that emphasizes the state's role in managing international trade and delivering prosperity. Mercantilism, a school of economic thought that emphasizes the state's role in managing international trade and delivering prosperity. Key figure. Hulton Archive/Hulton Archive/Getty Images. Adam Smith, 1723–90. A Scottish economist and philosopher, Smith is usually seen as the founder of the dismal science. In The Theory of Moral Sentiments, 1759, he developed a theory of motivation that tried to reconcile human self-interestedness with unregulated social order. Smith's most famous work, The Wealth of Nations, 1776, was the first systematic attempt to explain the workings of the economy in market terms. Although he is sometimes portrayed as a free market theorist, Smith was nevertheless aware of the limitations of laissez-faire. Smith thought of the economy as a market, indeed as a series of interrelated markets. He believed that the market operates according to the wishes and decisions of free individuals. Freedom within the market means freedom of choice, the ability of the businesses to choose what goods to make, the ability of workers to choose an employer, and the ability of consumers to choose what goods or services to buy. Relationships within such a market between employers and employees and between buyers and sellers are therefore voluntary and contractual, made by self-interested individuals for whom pleasure is equated with the acquisition and consumption of wealth. Economic theory therefore drew on utilitarianism in constructing the idea of economic man, the notion that human beings are essentially egoistical and bent on material acquisition. Market, a system of commercial exchange between buyers and sellers controlled by impersonal economic forces, market forces. The attraction of classical economics was that, while each individual is materially self-interested, the economy itself is thought to operate according to a set of impersonal pressures, market forces, that tend naturally to promote economic prosperity and well-being. For instance, no single producer can set the price of a commodity. Prices are set by the market, by the number of goods offered for sale and the number of consumers who are willing to buy. These are the forces of supply and demand. The market is a self-regulating mechanism. It needs no guidance from outside. The market should be free from government interference because it is managed by what Smith referred to as an invisible hand. This idea of a self-regulating market reflects the liberal belief in a naturally existing harmony among the conflicting interests within society. Smith, 1776-1976, expressed the economic version of this idea as, "It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interests." Such thinking was further developed by David Ricardo and the so-called Manchester liberals Richard Cobden, 1804-65, and John Bright, 1811-89. Their ideas are often referred to as commercial liberalism. The key theme within commercial liberalism is a belief in the virtues of free trade. Free trade has economic benefits as it allows each country to specialize in the production of goods and services that it is best suited to produce, the ones in which they have comparative advantage. However, free trade is no less important in drawing states into a web of interdependence, which means that the material costs of international conflict are so great that warfare becomes virtually unthinkable. Cobden and Bright argued that free trade would draw people of different races, creeds, and languages together into what Cobden described as the bonds of eternal peace. Commercial liberalism, a form of liberalism that emphasizes the economic and international benefits of free trade, leading to mutual benefit and general prosperity as well as peace among states. Free trade, a system of trade between states not restricted by tariffs or other forms of protectionism. Free market and free trade ideas became economic orthodoxy in the UK and the USA during the 19th century. The high point of free market beliefs was reached with the doctrine of laissez-faire. This suggests that the state should have no economic role but should simply leave the economy alone and allow businesspeople to act however they please. Laissez-faire ideas opposed all forms of factory legislation, including restrictions on the employment of children, limits to the number of hours worked, and any regulation of working conditions. Such economic individualism is usually based on a belief that the unrestrained pursuit of profit will ultimately lead to general benefit. Laissez-faire theories remained strong in the UK throughout much of the 19th century, and in the USA they were not seriously challenged until the 1930s. Free market, the principle or policy of unfettered market competition, free from government interference. Laissez-faire, literally leave to do, the doctrine that economic activity should be entirely free from government interference. However, since the late 20th century, faith in the free market has been revived through the rise of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism was counter-revolutionary. It aimed to halt and, if possible, reverse the trend towards big government that had dominated most Western countries, especially since 1945. Although it had its greatest initial impact in the two countries in which free market economic principles had been most firmly established in the 19th century, the USA and the UK, from the 1980s onwards neoliberalism exerted a wider influence. At the heart of neoliberalism's assault on the dead hand of government lies a belief in market fundamentalism. In that light, neoliberalism can be seen to go beyond classical economic theory. The matter is further complicated by the fact that in the case of both Reaganism in the USA and Thatcherism in the UK, neoliberalism formed part of a larger, new right ideological project that sought to foster laissez-faire economics with an essentially conservative social philosophy. This project is examined in more detail in Chapter 3. Market fundamentalism, an absolute faith in the market, reflecting the belief that the market mechanism offers solutions to all economic and social problems. Social Darwinism. One of the distinctive features of classical liberalism is its attitude to poverty and social equality. An individualistic political creed will tend to explain social circumstances in terms of the talents and hard work of each individual human being. Individuals make what they want and what they can of their own lives. Those with ability and a willingness to work will prosper, while the incompetent or the lazy will not. This idea was memorably expressed in the title of Samuel Smiles' book Self-Help, 1859-1986, which begins by reiterating the well-tried maxim that heaven helps those who help themselves. Such ideas of individual responsibility were widely employed by supporters of laissez-faire in the 19th century. For instance, Richard Cobden advocated an improvement of the conditions of the working classes, but argued that it should come about through their own efforts and self-reliance rather than from law. He advised them to look not to Parliament, look only to yourselves. Ideas of individual self-reliance reached their boldest expression in Herbert Spencer's The Man versus the State, 1884-1940. Spencer, 1820-1904, the UK philosopher and social theorist, developed a vigorous defense of the doctrine of laissez-faire, drawing on ideas that the UK scientist Charles Darwin, 1809-82, had developed in The Origin of Species, 1859-1972. Darwin developed a theory of evolution that set out to explain the diversity of species found on Earth. He proposed that each species undergoes a series of random physical and mental changes or mutations. Some of these changes enable a species to survive and prosper, they are pro-survival. Other mutations are less favorable and make survival more difficult or even impossible. A process of natural selection therefore decides which species are fitted by nature to survive and which are not. By the end of the 19th century, these ideas had extended beyond biology and were increasingly affecting social and political theory. Spencer, for example, used the theory of natural selection to develop the social principle of the survival of the fittest. People who are best suited by nature to survive rise to the top, while the less fit fall to the bottom. Inequalities of wealth, social position, and political power are therefore natural and inevitable, and no attempt should be made by government to interfere with them. Spencer's U.S. disciple, William Sumner, 1840-1910, stated this principle boldly in 1884 when he asserted that the drunkard in the gutter is just where he ought to be. Modern liberalism. Modern liberalism is sometimes described as 20th-century liberalism. Just as the development of classical liberalism was closely linked to the emergence of industrial capitalism in the 19th century, so modern liberal ideas were related to the further development of industrialization. Industrialization had brought about a massive expansion of wealth for some, but was also accompanied by the spread of slums, poverty, ignorance, and disease. Moreover, social inequality became more difficult to ignore as a growing industrial working class was seen to be disadvantaged by low pay, unemployment, and degrading living and working conditions. These developments had an impact on UK liberalism from the late 19th century onwards, but in other countries they did not take effect until much later. For example, US liberalism was not affected until the Depression of the 1930s. In these changing historical circumstances, liberals found it progressively more difficult to maintain the belief that the arrival of industrial capitalism had brought with it general prosperity and liberty for all. Consequently, many came to revise the early liberal expectation that the unrestrained pursuit of self-interest produced a socially just society. As the idea of economic individualism came increasingly under attack, liberals rethought their attitude towards the state. The minimal state of classical theory was quite incapable of rectifying the injustices and inequalities of civil society. Modern liberals were therefore prepared to advocate the development of an interventionist or enabling state. The distinctive ideas of modern liberalism include individuality, positive freedom, social liberalism, economic management. Individuality. John Stuart Mill's ideas have been described as the heart of liberalism. This is because he provided a bridge between classical and modern liberalism. His ideas look both back to the early 19th century and forward to the 20th century and beyond. Mill's interests ranged from political economy to the campaign for female suffrage, but it was the ideas developed in On Liberty, 1859-1972, that show Mill most clearly as a contributor to modern liberal thought. This work contains some of the boldest liberal statements in favor of individual freedom. Mill suggested that, over himself, over his own body and mind, the individual is sovereign, a conception of liberty that is essentially negative as it portrays freedom in terms of the absence of restrictions on an individual's self-regarding actions. Mill believed this to be a necessary condition for liberty, but not in itself a sufficient one. He thought that liberty was a positive and constructive force. It gave individuals the ability to take control of their own lives, to gain autonomy or achieve self-realization. Mill was influenced strongly by European Romanticism and found the notion of human beings as utility maximizers both shallow and unconvincing. He believed passionately in individuality. The value of liberty is that it enables individuals to develop, to gain talents, skills, and knowledge, and to refine their sensibilities. Mill disagreed with Bentham's utilitarianism insofar as Bentham believed that actions could only be distinguished by the quantity of pleasure or pain they generated. For Mill, there were higher and lower pleasures. Mill was concerned to promote those pleasures that develop an individual's intellectual, moral, or aesthetic sensibilities. He was clearly not concerned with simple pleasure-seeking but with personal self-development, declaring that he would rather be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. As such, he laid the foundations for a developmental model of individualism that placed emphasis on human flourishing rather than the crude satisfaction of interests. Individuality, self-fulfillment achieved through the realization of an individual's distinctive or unique identity or qualities, what distinguishes one person from all others. Positive freedom. The clearest break with early liberal thought came in the late 19th century with the work of the UK philosopher and social theorist T.H. Green, 1836–82, whose writing influenced a generation of so-called new liberals such as L.T. Hobhouse, 1864–1929, and J.A. Hobson, 1854–1940. Green believed that the unrestrained pursuit of profit as advocated by classical liberalism had given rise to new forms of poverty and injustice. The economic liberty of the few had blighted the life chances of the many. Following J.S. Mill, he rejected the early liberal conception of human beings as essentially self-seeking utility maximizers and suggested a more optimistic view of human nature. Individuals, according to Green, have sympathy for one another, their egoism is therefore constrained by some degree of altruism. The individual possesses social responsibilities and not merely individual responsibilities and is therefore linked to other individuals by ties of caring and empathy. Such a conception of human nature was clearly influenced by socialist ideas that emphasized the sociable and cooperative nature of humankind. As a result, Green's ideas have been described as socialist liberalism. Altruism, concern for the interests and welfare of others based either on enlightened self-interest or a belief in a common humanity. Green also challenged the classical liberal notion of freedom. Negative freedom merely removes external constraints on the individual, giving the individual freedom of choice. In the case of the businesses that wish to maximize profits, negative freedom justifies their ability to hire the cheapest labor possible, for example, to employ children rather than adults, or women rather than men. Economic freedom can therefore lead to exploitation, even becoming the freedom to starve. Freedom of choice in the marketplace is therefore an inadequate conception of individual freedom. In the place of a simple belief in negative freedom, Green proposed that freedom should also be understood in positive terms. In this light, freedom is the ability of the individual to develop and attain individuality. It involves people's ability to realize their individual potential, attain skills and knowledge, and achieve fulfillment. Thus, whereas negative freedom acknowledges only legal and physical constraints on liberty, positive freedom recognizes that liberty may also be threatened by social disadvantage and inequality. This, in turn, implied a revised view of the state. By protecting individuals from the social evils that cripple their lives, the state can expand freedom, and not merely diminish it. In place of the minimal state of old, modern liberals therefore endorsed an enabling state, exercising an increasingly wide range of social and economic responsibilities. While such ideas undoubtedly involved a revision of classical liberal theories, they did not amount to the abandonment of core liberal beliefs. Modern liberalism drew closer to socialism, but it did not place society before the individual. For Green, for example, freedom ultimately consisted in individuals acting morally. The state could not force people to be good. It could only provide the conditions in which they were able to make more responsible moral decisions. The central thrust of modern liberalism is therefore the desire to help individuals to help themselves. Social liberalism. The 20th century witnessed the growth of state intervention in most Western states and in many developing ones. Much of this intervention took the form of social welfare, attempts by government to provide welfare support for its citizens by overcoming poverty, disease, and ignorance. If the minimal state was typical of the 19th century, during the 20th century modern states became welfare states. This occurred as a consequence of a variety of historical and ideological factors. Governments, for example, sought to achieve national efficiency, healthier workforces, and stronger armies. They also came under electoral pressure for social reform from newly enfranchised industrial workers and, in some cases, the peasantry. However, the political argument for welfarism has never been the prerogative of any single ideology. It has been put in different ways by socialists, liberals, conservatives, feminists, and even at times by fascists. Within liberalism, the case for social welfare has been made by modern liberals, in marked contrast to classical liberals, who extol the virtues of self-help and individual responsibility. Welfare state. A state that takes primary responsibility for the social welfare of its citizens, discharged through a range of social security, health, education, and other services. Modern liberals defend welfarism on the basis of equality of opportunity. If particular individuals or groups are disadvantaged by their social circumstances, then the state possesses a social responsibility to reduce or remove these disadvantages to create equal, or at least more equal, life chances. Citizens have thus acquired a range of welfare or social rights, such as the right to work, the right to education, and the right to decent housing. Welfare rights are positive rights because they can only be satisfied by the positive actions of government, through the provision of state pensions, benefits, and, perhaps, publicly funded health and education services. During the 20th century, liberal parties and liberal governments were therefore converted to the cause of social welfare. For example, the expanded welfare state in the UK was based on the Beveridge Report 1942, which set out to attack the so-called five giants: want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness. It memorably promised to protect citizens from the cradle to the grave. In the USA, liberal welfarism developed in the 1930s during the administration of F.D. Roosevelt, but reached its height in the 1960s with the new frontier policies of John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson's Great Society program. Social liberalism was further developed in the second half of the 20th century, especially in the writings of John Rawls. In A Theory of Justice, 1970, Rawls developed a defense of redistribution and welfare based on the idea of equality as fairness. He argued that if people were unaware of their social position and circumstances, what Rawls called the original position, they would view an egalitarian society as fairer than an inegalitarian one, on the grounds that the desire to avoid poverty is greater than the attraction of riches. He therefore proposed the difference principle, that social and economic inequalities should be arranged so as to benefit the least well-off, accepting the need for some measure of inequality to provide an incentive to work. Nevertheless, in Political Liberalism, 1993, Rawls advanced a somewhat modified version of justice as fairness, in which egalitarianism is pushed into the background. This occurred through Rawls' recognition that principles of justice must enjoy not only strong philosophical justification but also strong citizen endorsement, something that is especially difficult to achieve in conditions of pluralism. Key figure: Frederick Reg Lane/Getty. John Rawls, 1921 to 2002. A U.S. political philosopher, Rawls used a form of social contract theory to reconcile liberal individualism with the principles of redistribution and social justice. In his major work, A Theory of Justice, 1970, he developed the notion of justice as fairness, based on the belief that behind a veil of ignorance most people would accept that the liberty of each should be compatible with a like liberty for all, and that social inequality is only justified if it works to the benefit of the poorest in society. Economic management. In addition to providing social welfare, 20th century Western governments also sought to deliver prosperity by managing their economies. This once again involved rejecting classical liberal thinking, in particular its belief in a self-regulating free market and the doctrine of laissez-faire. The abandonment of laissez-faire came about because of the increasing complexity of industrial capitalist economies and their apparent inability to guarantee general prosperity if left to their own devices. The Great Depression of the 1930s, sparked off by the Wall Street crash of 1929, led to high levels of unemployment throughout the industrialized world and in much of the developing world. This was the most dramatic demonstration of the failure of the free market. After World War II, virtually all Western states adopted policies of economic intervention in an attempt to prevent a return to the pre-war levels of unemployment. To a large extent, these interventionist policies were guided by the work of the UK economist John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946. Key concept: Keynesianism. Keynesianism refers narrowly to the economic theories of J.M. Keynes 1883 to 1946 and, more broadly, to a range of economic policies that have been influenced by these theories. Keynesianism provides an alternative to neoclassical economics and, in particular, advances a critique of the economic anarchy of laissez-faire capitalism. Keynes argued that growth and employment levels are largely determined by the level of aggregate demand in the economy, and that government can regulate demand, primarily through adjustments to fiscal policy, so as to deliver full employment. Keynesianism came to be associated with a narrow obsession with tax and spend policies, but this ignores the complexity and sophistication of Keynes' economic writings. Influenced by economic globalization, a form of neo-Keynesianism has emerged that rejects top-down economic management, but still acknowledges that markets are hampered by uncertainty, inequality, and differential levels of knowledge. In The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, 1936-1963, Keynes challenged classical economic thinking and rejected its belief in a self-regulating market. Classical economists had argued that there was a market solution to the problem of unemployment and, indeed, all other economic problems. Keynes argued, however, that the level of economic activity and therefore of employment is determined by the total amount of demand, aggregate demand in the economy. He suggested that governments could manage their economies by influencing the level of aggregate demand. Government spending is, in this sense, an injection of demand into the economy. Taxation, on the other hand, is a withdrawal from the economy. It reduces aggregate demand and dampens down economic activity. At times of high unemployment, Keynes recommended that governments should reflate their economies by either increasing public spending or cutting taxes. Unemployment could therefore be solved not by the invisible hand of capitalism but by government intervention, in this case by running a budget deficit, meaning that the government literally overspends. Tensions within liberalism. Classical liberalism v. modern liberalism, economic liberalism, social liberalism, egoistical individualism, developmental individualism. Maximize utility, personal growth. Negative freedom, positive freedom, minimal state, enabling state, free market economy, managed economy, rights-based justice, justice as fairness, strict meritocracy, concern for the poor, individual responsibility, social responsibility, safety net, welfare, cradle to grave welfare. Keynesian demand management thus promised to give governments the ability to manipulate employment and growth levels and hence to secure general prosperity. As with the provision of social welfare, modern liberals have seen economic management as being constructive in promoting prosperity and harmony in civil society. Keynes was not opposed to capitalism. Indeed, in many ways, he was its savior. He simply argued that unrestrained private enterprise is unworkable within complex industrial societies. The first, if limited, attempt to apply Keynes' ideas was undertaken in the USA during Roosevelt's New Deal. By the end of World War II, Keynesianism was widely established as an economic orthodoxy in the West, displacing the older belief in laissez-faire. Keynesian policies were credited with being the key to the long boom, the historically unprecedented economic growth of the 1950s and 1960s, which witnessed the achievement of widespread affluence, at least in Western countries. However, the reemergence of economic difficulties in the 1970s generated renewed sympathy for the theories of classical political economy and led to a shift away from Keynesian priorities. Nevertheless, the failure of the free market revolution of the 1980s and 1990s to ensure sustained economic growth resulted in the emergence of the new political economy, or neo-Keynesianism. Although this recognized the limitations of the crude Keynesianism of the 1950s, 1970s period, it nevertheless marked a renewed awareness of the link between unregulated capitalism and low investment, short-termism and social fragmentation. Liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is the dominant political force in the developed world and a significant force in the developing world. India, for example, is the world's largest liberal democracy. The greatest extent of liberal democratic governance's spread came in the aftermath of the fall of communism sparked by the East European revolutions of 1989 to 90. Liberal democracy, nevertheless, has a hybrid nature. It combines a liberal emphasis on limited and accountable government with a popular stress on free, fair, and competitive elections. It thus fuses two styles of rule: constitutional rule, democratic rule. Constitutional rule. Although liberals are convinced of the need for government, they are also acutely aware of the dangers that government embodies. In their view, all governments are potential tyrannies against the individual. On the one hand, this is based on the fact that government exercises sovereign power and so poses a constant threat to individual liberty. On the other hand, it reflects a distinctively liberal fear of power. As human beings are self-seeking creatures, if they have power, the ability to influence the behavior of others, they will naturally use it for their own benefit and at the expense of others. Simply put, the liberal position is that egoism plus power equals corruption. This was expressed in Lord Acton's famous warning, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely," and in his conclusion, "Great men are almost always bad men," 1956. Liberals therefore fear arbitrary government and uphold the principle of limited government. Government can be limited or tamed through the establishment of constitutional constraints and, as discussed in the next section, by democracy. A constitution is a set of rules that seeks to allocate duties, powers, and functions among the various institutions of government. It therefore constitutes the rules that govern the government itself. As such, it both defines the extent of government power and limits its exercise. Support for constitutionalism can take two forms. In the first place, the powers of government bodies and politicians can be limited by the introduction of external and, usually, legal constraints. The most important of these is a so-called written constitution, which codifies the major powers and responsibilities of government institutions within a single document. The first such document was the U.S. Constitution, but during the 19th and 20th centuries, written constitutions were adopted in all liberal democracies, with the exception of the UK, Israel, and New Zealand. In many cases, bills of rights also exist, which entrench individual rights by providing a legal definition of the relationship between the individual and the state. The earliest example was the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen, which was passed by France's National Constituent Assembly in 1789. The principle of basic rights was enshrined in international law by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Where neither written constitutions nor entrenched bills of rights exist, as in the UK, the 1998 Human Rights Act being essentialia statute of rights, liberals have stressed the importance of statute law in checking government power through the principle of the rule of law. Written constitution, a single authoritative document that defines the duties, powers, and functions of government institutions and so constitutes higher law. Bill of Rights, a constitutional document that specifies the rights and freedoms of the individual and so defines the relationship between the state and its citizens. Rule of law, the principle that all conduct and behavior of private citizens and government officials should conform to a framework of law. Second, constitutionalism can be established by the introduction of internal constraints which disperse political power among a number of institutions and create a network of checks and balances. As the French political philosopher Montesquieu (1689–1775) put it, power should be a check to power. Montesquieu, 1748–1969. All liberal political systems exhibit some measure of internal fragmentation. This can be achieved by applying the doctrine of the separation of powers proposed by Montesquieu himself. This seeks to prevent any individual or small group from gaining dictatorial power by controlling the legislative, executive, and judicial functions of government. A particular emphasis is placed on the judiciary. As the judiciary interprets the meaning of law, both constitutional and statutory, and therefore reviews the powers of government itself, it must enjoy formal independence and political neutrality if it is to protect the individual from the state. Other devices for fragmenting government power include cabinet government, which checks the power of the prime minister, parliamentary government, which checks the power of the executive, bicameralism, which checks the power of each legislative chamber, and territorial divisions such as federalism, see page 43, devolution, and local government, each of which checks the power of central government. Separation of powers, the principle that legislative, executive, and judicial power should be separated through the construction of three independent branches of government. Key concept: constitutionalism. Constitutionalism, in a narrow sense, is the practice of limited government brought about by the existence of a constitution. Constitutionalism in this sense can be said to exist when government institutions and political processes are effectively constrained by constitutional rules. More broadly, constitutionalism refers to a set of political values and aspirations that reflect the desire to protect liberty through the establishment of internal and external checks on government power. It is typically expressed in support for constitutional provisions that establish this goal, notably a codified constitution, a Bill of Rights, separation of powers, bicameralism, and federalism, see page 43, or decentralization. Constitutionalism is thus a species of political liberalism. Key concept: federalism. Federalism, from the Latin foedus, meaning pact or covenant, usually refers to legal and political structures that distribute power between two distinct levels of government, neither of which is subordinate to the other. Its central feature is therefore the principle of shared sovereignty. Classical federations are few in number, for example, the USA, Switzerland, Belgium, Canada, and Australia. However, many more states have federal-type features. Most federal or federal-type states were formed by the coming together of a number of established political communities. They are often geographically large and may have culturally diverse populations. Federalism may nevertheless also have an international dimension, providing the basis, in particular, for regional integration, as in the case of European federalism. Democratic rule. Democracy literally means ruled by the demos or people, although the Greeks originally used demos to mean the poor or the many. However, the simple notion of rule by the people is vague and has been subject to a bewildering variety of interpretations. Perhaps a more helpful starting point is Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, delivered in 1863, which extols the virtues of what he called government of the people, by the people, for the people. Whereas all government is government of the people, government by and for the people highlight core democratic principles while also suggesting contrasting models of democratic governance. Government by the people emphasizes the need, at some level, for the participation of citizens in the tasks of government. In the case of what are called direct, classical, or radical democracy, popular participation is direct, unmediated, and continuous, thus obliterating the distinction between the state and civil society. Government for the people, in contrast, implies that the essence of democracy is rule in the public interest. This notion is typically associated with the need for representatives to act on behalf of the people using their allegedly superior knowledge and wisdom, with their right to rule deriving from success in a competitive struggle for the popular vote. This model of democracy is usually called representative democracy, and its most common form is liberal democracy. Civil society, a realm of autonomous associations and groups formed by private citizens and enjoying independence from the government. Civil society includes businesses, clubs, families, and so on. Representative democracy, a limited and indirect form of democracy in which people do not exercise power themselves but merely select those who will rule on their behalf. The hybrid nature of liberal democracy reflects a basic ambivalence within liberalism towards democracy. In many ways, this is rooted in the competing implications of individualism, which both embodies a fear of collective power and leads to a belief in political equality. In the 19th century, liberals often saw democracy as threatening or dangerous. In this respect, they echoed the ideas of earlier political theorists such as Plato and Aristotle, who viewed democracy as a system of rule by the masses at the expense of wisdom and property. The central liberal concern has been that democracy can become the enemy of individual liberty. This arises from the fact that the people are not a single entity but rather a collection of individuals and groups possessing different opinions and opposing interests. The democratic solution to conflict is a recourse to numbers and the application of majority rule, the principle that the will of the majority or the greatest number should prevail over that of the minority. Democracy thus comes down to the rule of the 51%, a prospect that the French politician and social commentator Alexis de Tocqueville (1805–59) famously described as the tyranny of the majority. Individual liberty and minority rights can thus be crushed in the name of the people. James Madison articulated similar views at the Philadelphia Convention in 1787. Madison argued that the best defense against majoritarianism is a network of checks and balances that would make government responsive to competing minorities and safeguard the propertied few from the propertyless masses. Majoritarianism, a belief in majority rule. Majoritarianism implies either that the majority dominates the minority or that the minority should defer to the judgment of the majority. Key figure: Library of Congress Prints and Photographs Division /Unsplash. James Madison, 1751–1836. A U.S. statesman and political theorist, Madison played a major role in writing the U.S. Constitution and served as the fourth president of the USA, 1809–17. Madison was a leading proponent of pluralism and divided government, urging the adoption of federalism, bicameralism, and the separation of powers as the basis of U.S. government. Madisonianism thus implies a strong emphasis on checks and balances as the principal means of resisting tyranny. His best-known political writings are his contributions to the Federalist, 1787–8. Key concept: liberal democracy. A liberal democracy is a political regime in which a liberal commitment to limited government is blended with a democratic belief in popular rule. Its key features are: 1. The right to rule is gained through success in regular and competitive elections based on universal adult suffrage. 2. Constraints on government imposed by a constitution, institutional checks and balances, and protections for individual rights. And 3. A vigorous civil society including a private enterprise economy, independent trade unions, and a free press. While liberals view liberal democracy as being universally applicable on the grounds that it allows for the expression of the widest possible range of views and beliefs, critics regard it as the political expression of either Western values or capitalist economic structures. Liberals have expressed particular reservations about democracy, not merely because of the danger of majority rule but also because of the makeup of the majority in modern, industrial societies. As far as J.S. Mill was concerned, for instance, political wisdom is unequally distributed and is largely related to education. The uneducated are more likely to act according to narrow class interests, whereas the educated are able to use their wisdom and experience for the good of others. He therefore insisted that elected politicians should speak for themselves rather than reflect the views of their electors, and he proposed a system of plural voting that would disenfranchise the illiterate and allocate 1, 2, 3, or 4 votes to people depending on their level of education or social position. Ortega Gasset, 1883–1955, the Spanish social thinker, expressed such fears more dramatically in The Revolt of the Masses, 1930–1972. Gasset warned that the arrival of mass democracy had led to the overthrow of civilized society and the moral order, paving the way for authoritarian rulers to come to power by appealing to the basest instincts of the masses. By the 20th century, however, a large proportion of liberals had come to see democracy as a virtue, though this was based on a number of arguments and doctrines. The earliest liberal justification for democracy was founded on consent and the idea that citizens must have a means of protecting themselves from the encroachment of government. In the 17th century, John Locke developed a theory of protective democracy by arguing that voting rights should be extended to the propertied, who could then defend their natural rights against government. If government, through taxation, possesses the power to expropriate property, citizens are entitled to protect themselves by controlling the composition of the tax-making body, the legislature. During the American Revolution, this idea was taken up in the slogan, "No taxation without representation." Utilitarian theorists such as Jeremy Bentham and James Mill developed the notion of democracy as a form of protection for the individual into a case for universal suffrage. Utilitarianism implies that individuals will vote to advance or defend their interests as they define them. Bentham came to believe that universal suffrage, conceived in his day as manhood suffrage, is the only way of promoting the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Consent, assent or permission, in politics, usually an agreement to be governed or ruled. Perspectives on democracy. Liberals understand democracy in individualist terms as consent expressed through the ballot box, democracy being equated with regular and competitive elections. While democracy constrains abuses of power, it must always be conducted within a constitutional framework to prevent majoritarian tyranny. Conservatives endorse liberal democratic rule but with qualifications about the need to protect property and traditional institutions from the untutored will of the many. The new right, however, has linked electoral democracy to the problems of overgovernment and economic stagnation. Socialists traditionally endorsed a form of radical democracy based on popular participation and the desire to bring economic life under public control, dismissing liberal democracy as simply capitalist democracy. Nevertheless, modern social democrats are now firmly committed to liberal democratic structures. Anarchists endorse direct democracy and call for continuous popular participation and radical decentralization. Electoral or representative democracy is merely a facade that attempts to conceal elite domination and reconcile the masses to their oppression. Fascists embrace the ideas of totalitarian democracy, holding that a genuine democracy is an absolute dictatorship as the leader monopolizes ideological wisdom and is alone able to articulate the true interests of the people. Party and electoral competition are thus corrupt and degenerate. Populists have favored in a liberal form of democracy. This involves a democratically elected government that routinely ignores constitutional limits on its power and deprives citizens of basic rights and freedoms, blurring the distinction between dictatorship and democracy. Ecologists have often supported radical or participatory democracy. Dark Greens have developed a particular critique of electoral democracy that portrays it as a means of imposing the interests of the present generation of humans on enfranchised, later generations, other species, and nature as a whole. A more radical liberal endorsement of democracy is linked to the virtues of political participation. This has been associated with the ideas of J.J. Rousseau, but received a liberal interpretation in the writings of J.S. Mill. In a sense, Mill encapsulates the ambivalence of the liberal attitude towards democracy. In its unrestrained form, democracy leads to tyranny, but in the absence of democracy, ignorance and brutality will prevail. For Mill, the central virtue of democracy is that it promotes the highest and most harmonious development of human capacities. By participating in political life, citizens enhance their understanding, strengthen their sensibilities, and achieve a higher level of personal development. This form of developmental democracy holds democracy to be primarily an educational experience. As a result, while he rejected political equality, Mill believed that the franchise should be extended to all but those who are illiterate and, in the process, suggested, radically for his time, that suffrage should also be extended to women. However, since the mid-20th century, liberal theories about democracy have tended to focus less on consent and participation and more. Liberal theories about democracy have tended to focus less on consent and participation and more on the need for consensus in society. This can be seen in the writings of pluralist theorists, who have argued that organized groups, not individuals, have become the primary political actors and portrayed modern industrial societies as increasingly complex, characterized by competition between and among rival interests. From this point of view, the attraction of democracy is that it is the only system of rule capable of maintaining balance or equilibrium within complex and fluid modern societies. As equilibrium democracy gives competing groups a political voice, it binds them to the political system and so maintains political stability. Consensus. A broad agreement on fundamental principles that allows for disagreement on matters of emphasis or detail. The future of liberalism. Liberals have been ever optimistic about the future. Despite the recognition that the tides of change wax and wane, they believe that fundamental and irresistible forces draw history towards a determinate endpoint, and that endpoint is defined by the worldwide triumph of liberal values and structures. Liberalism, then, is not just another ideology. Rather, it can be viewed as the end of ideology, as discussed in Chapter 1. Thus, although the claim that the fall of communism had precipitated the end of history in removing the final serious challenger to Western liberalism, this was quickly revealed as false. The mistake being that the declaration was not wrong-headed but simply premature. But where does the confidence that liberalism and history go hand in hand come from? In philosophical terms, it stems from progressivism, the belief that, step by step, the world always progresses, and this progress is inevitable. This process is driven, above all, by reason and the accumulation of knowledge, allowing each generation to progress beyond the last. In political terms, it reflects the assumption that liberalism brings benefits, particularly in relation to freedom and prosperity, which no other ideology can rival. While liberal democracy maximizes the sphere of civil liberty, protecting individuals both from the state and their fellow citizens, economic liberalism delivers remorseless growth and widening prosperity based on the use of the market to allocate. Progressivism. The belief that history is an inevitable march upwards into the light, a movement away from barbarism and towards civilization. Scarce resources in the most efficient possible way. Yet the image of liberalism as an all-conquering force, its appeal increasingly extending beyond its Western homeland to become truly global, has also been challenged. Liberalism has been criticized from various directions. Marxists have argued that liberalism provides ideological protection for the capitalist mode of production in both its national and global forms. By emphasizing the importance of foundational equality, liberalism serves to conceal, and thereby legitimize, a reality of unequal class power. Liberalism is thus the enemy of social justice. The principal target of criticism is nevertheless liberalism's defining value, individualism. Communitarians condemn liberalism for advancing a model of the self as a social, atomized, and unencumbered, which is not only grossly unrealistic, but also fails to provide a moral basis for social order. Socialists claim that the emphasis within liberal individualism on self-interest and self-reliance weakens social responsibility and helps to perpetuate the myth that the distribution of wealth reflects the distribution of individual merit. Conservatives, especially traditional conservatives, argue that unrestrained individualism is destructive of the social fabric and produces a society of vulnerable and isolated individuals. Feminists, for their part, claim that individualism is invariably constructed on the basis of male norms which uphold gender inequality. Finally, there are reasons for thinking that the future may belong not to liberalism but to illiberalism, especially as represented by authoritarianism. In a trend that dates back to the mid-1990s, authoritarian ideas and practices have advanced across much of the world. The most important and novel development underpinning this advance has been the ability of authoritarian regimes to compete with the economic performance of liberal democracies. Indeed, if current growth rates persist, by 2023 the share of global income held by countries that possess authoritarian political systems, such as China, Russia, and Saudi Arabia, will surpass the share held by Western liberal democracies. Rising prosperity, in turn, has had profound implications for the political role of the middle class. Instead of acting as the traditional bastion of democracy, the educated middle class, benefiting from improved living standards, has often provided authoritarian regimes with crucial support. Thus, whereas the world's last two major encounters with illiberalism associated respectively with fascism and communism, each ended with a resurgence of liberalism, the same may not happen in the case of new authoritarianism. Illiberalism. Opposition to or absence of liberalism. Liberal democracies substitute authoritarian rule for constitutional rule. Questions for discussion. In what sense is liberalism linked to the Enlightenment project? Why do liberals reject unlimited freedom? How convincing is the liberal notion that human beings are reason-guided creatures? Which forms of equality do liberals support, and which do they reject? Why do liberals believe that power tends to corrupt, and how do they think it can be tamed? How do classical liberals defend unregulated capitalism? How far are modern liberals willing to go in endorsing social and economic intervention? Do modern liberals have a coherent view of the state? To what extent is liberal constitutionalism compatible with democracy? Is liberal democracy the final solution to the problem of political organization? Is the decline of liberalism set to be an ongoing process? Are liberal principles universally valid? Further reading. Charvet, J. Liberalism. The Basics, 2018. An accessible introductory book with excellent discussions of what constitutes core liberal values and practices. Fawcett, E. Liberalism. The Life of an Idea, 2nd ed. 2018. A fluent and stimulating history of liberal thinking from the early 19th century to the present day. Traub, J. What was liberalism? The Past, Present, and Promise of a Noble Idea, 2019. An accessible overview of the history of liberalism as applied in politics, as well as a thought-provoking defense of its ongoing relevance to contemporary politics. Wall, S. Edition, The Cambridge Companion to Liberalism, 2015. A compendium of leading scholars covering all aspects of liberalism, including major variations and critiques. Learn Liberty. A YouTube channel that produces lectures and videos featuring leading scholars and thinkers speaking on a wide range of topics from a liberal perspective, particularly in relation to politics, philosophy, and economics. Chapter 3. Conservatism. Preview historical overview core themes types of conservatism the future of conservatism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. In everyday language, the term conservative has a variety of meanings. It can refer to moderate or cautious behavior, a lifestyle that is conventional, even conformist, or a fear of or refusal to accept change, particularly denoted by the verb to conserve. Conservatism was first used in the early 19th century to describe a distinctive political position or ideology. In the USA, it implied a pessimistic view of public affairs. By the 1820s, the term was being used to denote opposition to the principles and spirit of the 1789 French Revolution and the wider shift away from absolute monarchical rule. In the UK, the Tory faction in the House of Commons and the principal opposition to the Whigs gradually came to be known as Conservatives, the title being adopted as the party's official name in 1835. As a political ideology, conservatism is defined by the desire to conserve, reflected in a resistance to, or at least a suspicion of, change. However, while the desire to resist change may be the recurrent theme within conservatism, what distinguishes conservatism from rival political creeds is the distinctive way in which this position is upheld, in particular through support for tradition, a belief in human imperfection, and the attempt to uphold the organic structure of society. Conservatism nevertheless encompasses a range of tendencies and inclinations. The chief distinction within conservatism is between what is called traditional conservatism and the new right. Traditional conservatism defends established institutions and values on the ground that they safeguard the fragile fabric of society, giving security-seeking human beings a sense of stability and rootedness. The new right is characterized by a belief in a strong but minimal state, combining economic libertarianism with social authoritarianism, as represented by neoliberalism and neoconservatism. Historical overview. Conservative ideas arose in reaction to the growing pace of political, social, and economic change, which, in many ways, was symbolized by the French Revolution. One of the earliest, and perhaps the classic statement of conservative principles is contained in Edmund Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France, 1790–1968, which deeply regretted the revolutionary challenge to the ancien regime that had occurred the previous year. During the 19th century, Western states were transformed by the pressures unleashed by industrialization and reflected in the growth of liberalism, socialism, and nationalism. While these ideologies preached reform, and at times supported revolution, conservatism stood in defense of an increasingly embattled traditional social order. Key figure. Print collector / Hulton Archive / Getty Images. Edmund Burke, 1729–97. A Dublin-born British statesman and political theorist, Burke was the father of the Anglo-American conservative political tradition. In his major work, Reflections on the Revolution in France, 1790, Burke deeply opposed the attempt to recast French politics in accordance with abstract principles such as the universal rights of man, arguing that wisdom resides largely in experience, tradition, and history. Burke is associated with a pragmatic willingness to change in order to conserve, reflected, in his view, in the Glorious Revolution of 1688. Conservative thought varied considerably as it adapted itself to existing traditions and national cultures. UK conservatism, for instance, has drawn heavily on the ideas of Burke, who advocated not blind resistance to change, but rather a prudent willingness to change in order to conserve. In the 19th century, UK conservatives defended a political and social order that had already undergone profound change, in particular the overthrow of the absolute monarchy, as a result of the English Revolution of the 17th century. Such pragmatic principles have also influenced the conservative parties established in other Commonwealth countries. For example, the Canadian Conservative Party used the title Progressive Conservative between 1942 and 2003, precisely to distance itself from reactionary ideas. In continental Europe, where some autocratic monarchies persisted into the 20th century, a very different and more authoritarian form of conservatism developed, one which defended monarchy and rigid autocratic values against the rising tide of reform. Only with the formation of Christian democratic parties after World War II did continental conservatives, notably in Germany and Italy, fully accept political democracy and social reform. See pp. 71–2 for further coverage of Christian democracy. The USA, on the other hand, was traditionally influenced relatively little by conservative ideas. The U.S. system of government and its political culture reflect deeply established liberal and progressive values, and politicians of both major parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, have historically resented being labeled conservative. It was only in 1964 that the USA was presented with an unequivocally conservative candidate for the presidency in the form of Barry Goldwater, who led a crusade against what his followers regarded as the establishment of the Republican Party's complicity with interventionist New Deal policies. Foley, 1991. The conservative takeover of the Republican Party was completed in the 1980s by Ronald Reagan, a protege of Goldwater, and later consolidated by George W. Bush and Donald Trump, although Trump's conservatism was at best inconsistent, being more apparent on social issues such as abortion and immigration than on fiscal policy. Christian democracy. An ideological movement within European conservatism that is characterized by a commitment to the social market and qualified state intervention. As conservative ideology arose in reaction to the French Revolution and the process of modernization in the West, it is less easy to identify political conservatism outside Europe and North America. In Africa, Asia, and Latin America, political movements have developed that sought to resist change and preserve traditional ways of life, but they have seldom employed specifically conservative arguments and values. An exception to this is perhaps the Japanese Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, which has dominated politics in Japan since 1955. The LDP has close links with business interests and is committed to promoting a healthy private sector. At the same time, it has attempted to preserve traditional Japanese values and customs, and has therefore supported distinctively conservative principles such as loyalty, duty, and hierarchy. Since the turn of the 21st century, forms of conservatism have emerged both within and beyond the West that have sought to blend the establishment of strong central authority under strongman leaders with the mobilization of mass popular support on issues such as nationalism, economic progress, and the defense of traditional values. Outside the West, examples of this have included Narendra Modi, see page 262, in India, Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey, and Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil. This form of conservative politics is associated with the wider phenomenon of right-wing populism, as discussed in Chapter 8. Hierarchy. A pyramid-like ranked system of command and obedience, in which social position is unconnected with individual ability. Modern conservatism has undergone major changes since the 1970s, shaped by growing concerns about economic management and the welfare state. Particularly prominent in this respect were the Thatcher governments in the UK, 1979-90, and the Reagan administration in the USA, 1981-89. Both of which practiced an unusually radical and ideological brand of conservatism, commonly termed neoliberalism, see page 63, which constituted one strain within what was once popularly called the New Right, see page 62. Neoliberal ideas have drawn heavily on free market economics and, in so doing, have exposed deep divisions within conservatism. Indeed, commentators argue that Thatcherism and Reaganism, and the neoliberal project in general, do not properly belong within conservative ideology at all, so deeply are they influenced by classical liberal economics. Neoliberals have challenged traditional conservative economic views, but they nevertheless remain part of conservative ideology. In the first place, they have not abandoned traditional conservative social principles such as a belief in order, authority, and discipline, and in some respects they have strengthened them. Furthermore, neoliberal enthusiasm for the free market has exposed the extent to which conservatism had already been influenced by liberal ideas. From the late 19th century onwards, conservatism has been divided between paternalistic support for state intervention and a libertarian commitment to the free market. The significance of neoliberalism is that it sought to revive the electoral fortunes of conservatism by readjusting the balance between these traditions in favor of libertarianism. See page 61. Thatcherism, the free market/strong state ideological stance associated with Margaret Thatcher, the UK version of the New Right political project. Core themes. The character of conservative ideology has been the source of particular argument and debate. For example, it is often suggested that conservatives have a clearer understanding of what they oppose than of what they favor. In that sense, conservatism has been portrayed as a negative philosophy, its purpose being simply to preach resistance to, or at least suspicion of, change. However, if conservatism were to consist of no more than a knee-jerk defense of the status quo, it would be merely a political attitude rather than an ideology. In fact, many people or groups can be considered conservative, in the sense that they resist change, without in any way subscribing to a conservative political creed. For instance, socialists who campaign in defense of the welfare state or nationalized industries could be classified as conservative in terms of their actions, but certainly not in terms of their political principles. The desire to resist change may be the recurrent theme within conservatism, but what distinguishes conservatives from supporters of rival political creeds is the distinctive way they uphold this position. A second problem is that to describe conservatism as an ideology is to risk irritating conservatives themselves. They have often preferred to describe their beliefs as an attitude of mind or common sense, as opposed to an ism or ideology. Others have argued that what is distinctive about conservatism is its emphasis on history and experience, and its distaste for rational thought. Conservatives have thus typically eschewed the politics of principle, a reliance on ideals and abstract theory, and adopted instead a traditionalist political stance, see page 7, for a discussion of the conservative view of ideology. Their opponents have also lighted upon this feature of conservatism, sometimes portraying it as little more than an unprincipled apology for the interests of a ruling class or elite. However, both conservatives and their critics ignore the weight and range of theories that underpin conservative common sense. Conservatism is neither simple pragmatism, see page 6, nor mere opportunism. It is founded on a particular set of political beliefs about human beings, the societies they live in, and the importance of a distinctive set of political values. As such, like liberalism and socialism, it should rightfully be described as an ideology. The most significant of its central beliefs are tradition, a human imperfection, a society, hierarchy, and authority. Property. Tradition. It is often argued that the desire to conserve is the defining theme of conservative ideology, especially when it is linked to a defense of tradition. In its broadest sense, tradition encompasses anything that is passed down from the past to the present. Anything from long-standing customs and practices to an institution, political or social system, or a value or set of beliefs, can therefore be regarded as a tradition. For some conservatives, the emphasis on tradition reflects their religious faith. If the world is thought to have been fashioned by God the Creator, traditional customs and practices in society will be regarded as God-given. Edmund Burke thus believed that society was shaped by the law of our Creator, or what he also called natural law. If human beings tamper with the world, they are challenging the will of God, and as a result they are likely to make human affairs worse rather than better. Since the 18th century, however, it has become increasingly difficult to maintain that tradition reflects the will of God. As the pace of historical change accelerated, old traditions were replaced by new ones, and these new ones, for example, free elections and universal suffrage, were clearly seen to be man-made rather than in any sense God-given. Nevertheless, the religious objection to change has been kept alive by modern fundamentalists, particularly those who believe that God's wishes have been revealed to humankind through the literal truth of religious texts. Such ideas are discussed in Chapter 12. Tradition, values, practices, or institutions that have endured through time and, in particular, been passed down from one generation to the next. Most conservatives, however, support tradition without needing to argue that it has divine origins. Burke, for example, describes society as a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. G.K. Chesterton, 1874–1936, the UK novelist and essayist, expressed this idea as follows. Tradition means giving votes to the most obscure of all classes, our ancestors. It is a democracy of the dead. Tradition refuses to submit to the arrogant oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking around. Chesterton, 1908. Tradition, in this sense, reflects the accumulated wisdom of the past. The institutions and practices of the past have been tested by time, and should therefore be preserved for the benefit of the living and for generations to come. This is the sense in which we should respect the actions or votes of the dead, who will always outnumber the living. Such a notion of tradition reflects an almost Darwinian belief that those institutions and customs that have survived have only done so because they have worked and been found to be of value. They have been endorsed by a process of natural selection and demonstrated their fitness to survive. Conservatives in the UK, for instance, argue that the institution of monarchy should be preserved because it embodies historical wisdom and experience. In particular, the Crown has provided the UK with a focus of national loyalty and respect above party politics. For conservatives, quite simply, it has worked. Conservatives also venerate tradition because it generates a sense of identity for both society and the individual. Established customs and practices are ones that individuals can recognize. They are familiar and reassuring. Tradition thus provides people with a feeling of rootedness and belonging, which is all the stronger because it is historically based. It generates social cohesion by linking people to the past and providing them with a collective sense of who they are. Change, on the other hand, is a journey into the unknown. It creates uncertainty and insecurity, and so endangers our happiness. Tradition, therefore, consists of rather more than political institutions that have stood the test of time. It encompasses all those customs and social practices that are familiar and generate security and belonging, ranging from the judiciary's insistence on wearing formal attire and possibly traditional robes and wigs, to campaigns to preserve, for example, conventional styles of architecture. Human imperfection. In many ways, conservatism is a philosophy of human imperfection. O'Sullivan, 1976. In many ways, conservatism is a philosophy of human imperfection. O'Sullivan, 1976. Other ideologies assume that human beings are naturally good or that they can be made good if their social circumstances are improved. In their most extreme form, such beliefs are utopian and envisage the perfectibility of humankind in an ideal society. Conservatives dismiss these ideas as, at best, idealistic dreams and argue instead that human beings are both imperfect and unperfectible. Human imperfection is understood in several ways. In the first place, human beings are thought to be psychologically limited and dependent creatures. In the view of conservatives, people fear isolation and instability. They are drawn psychologically to the safe and the familiar and, above all, seek the security of knowing their place. Such a portrait of human nature is very different from the image of individuals as self-reliant, enterprising utility maximizers proposed by early liberals. The belief that people desire security and belonging has led conservatives to emphasize the importance of social order and to be suspicious of the attractions of liberty. Order ensures that human life is stable and predictable. It provides security in an uncertain world. Liberty, on the other hand, presents individuals with choices and can generate change and uncertainty. Conservatives have often echoed the views of Thomas Hobbes in being prepared to sacrifice liberty in the cause of social order. Whereas other political philosophies trace the origins of immoral or criminal behavior to society, conservatives believe it is rooted in the individual. Human beings are thought to be morally imperfect. Conservatives hold a pessimistic, even Hobbesian, view of human nature. Humankind is innately selfish and greedy, anything but perfectible. As Hobbes put it, the desire for power after power is the primary human urge. Some conservatives explain this by reference to the Old Testament doctrine of original sin. Crime is therefore not a product of inequality or social disadvantage, as socialists and modern liberals tend to believe. Rather, it is a consequence of base human instincts and appetites. People can only be persuaded to behave in a civilized fashion if they are deterred from expressing their violent and antisocial impulses. And the only effective deterrent is law, backed up by the knowledge that it will be strictly enforced. This explains the conservative preference for strong government and for tough criminal justice regimes, based often on long prison sentences and the use of corporal or even capital punishment. For conservatives, the role of law is not to uphold liberty but to preserve order. The concepts of law and order are so closely related in the conservative mind that they have almost become a single, fused concept. Key figure: Print collector / Hulton Archive / Getty Images. Thomas Hobbes, 1588–1679. An English political philosopher, Hobbes, in his classic work Leviathan, 1651, used social contact theory to defend absolute government as the only alternative to anarchy and disorder, and proposed that citizens have an unqualified obligation towards their state. Though his view of human nature and his defense of authoritarian order have a conservative character, Hobbes' rationalist and individualist methodology prefigured early liberalism. His emphasis on power-seeking as the primary human urge has also been used to explain the behavior of states in the international system. Humankind's intellectual powers are also thought to be limited. Conservatives have traditionally believed that the world is simply too complicated for human reason to grasp fully. The political world, as Michael Oakeshott put it, is boundless and bottomless. Conservatives are therefore suspicious of abstract ideas and systems of thought that claim to understand what is, they argue, simply incomprehensible. They prefer to ground their ideas in tradition, experience, and history, adopting a cautious, moderate, and above all pragmatic approach to the world, and avoiding, if at all possible, doctrinaire or dogmatic beliefs. High-sounding political principles such as the rights of man, equality, and social justice are fraught with danger because they provide a blueprint for the reform or remodeling of the world. Reform and revolution, conservatives warn, often lead to greater suffering rather than less. For a conservative, to do nothing may be preferable to doing something, and a conservative will always wish to ensure, in Oakeshott's words, that the cure is not worse than the disease. Nevertheless, conservative support for both traditionalism and pragmatism has weakened as a result of the rise of neoliberalism. In the first place, neoliberalism is radical in that it has sought to advance free market reforms by dismantling inherited welfarist and interventionist structures. Second, neoliberal radicalism is based on rationalism, see page 26, and a commitment to abstract theories and principles, notably those associated with economic liberalism. Key figure: History Collection 2016/A Lammy stock photo. Michael Oakeshott, 1901–90. A British political philosopher, Oakeshott advanced a powerful defense of a non-ideological style of politics that supported a cautious and piecemeal approach to change. Distrusting rationalism, he argued in favor of traditional values and established customs on the grounds that the conservative disposition is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible. Oakeshott's best-known works include Rationalism in Politics, 1962, and On Human Conduct, 1975. Organic Society. Conservatives believe, as explained earlier, that human beings are dependent and security-seeking creatures. This implies that they do not and cannot exist outside society but desperately need to belong, to have roots in society. The individual cannot be separated from society but is part of the social groups that nurture him or her, family, friends or peer group, workmates or colleagues, local community and even the nation. These groups provide individual life with security and meaning, a stance often called social conservatism. As a result, traditional conservatives are reluctant to understand freedom in negative terms in which the individual is left alone and suffers, as the French sociologist Émile Durkheim (1856–1917) put it. From Anime. Freedom is, rather, a willing acceptance of social obligations and ties by individuals who recognize their value. Freedom involves doing one's duty. When, for example, parents instruct children how to behave, they are not constraining their liberty but providing guidance for their children's benefit. To act as a dutiful son or daughter and conform to parental wishes is to act freely out of a recognition of one's obligations. Conservatives believe that a society in which individuals know only their rights and do not acknowledge their duties would be rootless and atomistic. Indeed, it is the bonds of duty and obligation that hold society together. Social conservatism, the belief that society is fashioned out of a fragile network of relationships which need to be upheld through duty, traditional values, and established institutions. Anime, a weakening of values and normative rules associated with feelings of isolation, loneliness, and meaninglessness. Perspectives on. Humans are self-seeking and largely self-reliant creatures, but they are also governed by reason and are capable of personal development, particularly through education. Conservatives believe that human beings are essentially limited and security-seeking creatures, drawn to the known, the familiar, the tried and tested. Human rationality is unreliable and moral corruption is implicit in each human individual. Neoliberals nevertheless embrace a form of self-seeking individualism. Socialists regard humans as essentially social creatures, their capacities and behavior being shaped more by nurture than by nature, and particularly by creative labor. Their propensity for cooperation, sociability, and rationality means that the prospects for personal growth and social development are considerable. Anarchists advance a complex theory of human nature in which rival potentialities coexist within each person. While the human core may be morally and intellectually enlightened, a capacity for corruption lurks within each and every individual. Fascists believe that humans are ruled by the will and other non-rational drives, most particularly by a deep sense of social belonging focused on the nation or race. Although the masses are fitted only to serve and obey, elite members of the national community are capable of personal regeneration as new men through dedication to the national or racial cause. Feminists usually hold that men and women share a common human nature, gender differences being culturally or socially imposed. Separatist feminists nevertheless argue that men are genetically disposed to domination and cruelty, while women are naturally sympathetic, creative, and peaceful. Ecologists, particularly deep ecologists, see human nature as part of the broader ecosystem, even as part of nature itself. Materialism, greed, and egoism therefore reflect the extent to which humans have become alienated from the oneness of life and thus from their own true nature. Human fulfillment requires a return to nature. Such ideas are based on a very particular view of society, sometimes called organicism. Conservatives have traditionally thought of society as a living thing, an organism whose parts work together just as the brain, heart, lungs, and liver do within a human organism. Organisms differ from artifacts or machines in two important respects. First, unlike machines, organisms are not simply a collection of individual parts that can be arranged or rearranged at will. Within an organism, the whole is more than a collection of its individual parts. The whole is sustained by a fragile set of relationships between and among its parts, which, once damaged, can result in the organism's death. Thus, a human body cannot be stripped down and reassembled in the same way as, say, a bicycle. Second, organisms are shaped by natural factors rather than human ingenuity. An organic society is fashioned ultimately by natural necessity. For example, the family has not been invented by any social thinker or political theorist, but is a product of natural social impulses such as love, caring, and responsibility. In no sense do children in a family agree to a contract on joining the family. They simply grow up within it and are nurtured and guided by it. This inclination to see the family as an organic entity helps to explain, among other things, why many conservatives oppose same-sex marriage. Organicism, a belief that society operates like an organism or living entity, the whole being more than a collection of its individual parts. Political ideologies in action. Same-sex marriage. Events. In 1989, Denmark became the first country in the world to legally recognize same-sex unions after passing a bill legalizing registered partnerships. Similar legislation recognizing civil unions followed in Norway, Sweden, Iceland, the Netherlands, Belgium, and France during the 1990s. In 2000, the Netherlands signed into law the first same-sex marriage law in the world. However, there was also a backlash against same-sex marriage, most particularly in the USA. In 2003, the Federal Marriage Amendment, which proposed to add language to the U.S. Constitution stating, That marriage should only occur between a man and a woman was introduced to the House of Representatives, while 23 U.S. states banned same-sex marriage between 2004 and 2006. By 2019, some 30 states and territories had enacted national laws allowing gays and lesbians to marry. Significance: in a development that has been especially pronounced in the USA, same-sex marriage has been a prominent cultural wedge issue dividing liberals and conservatives since the early 1990s. Conservatives have opposed same-sex marriage on a number of grounds. They have claimed, for example, that marriage is essentially a natural, that is, biological, institution. As its defining purpose is to provide for the procreation of children, if procreation does not lie at its heart, marriage ceases to be virtuous and instead becomes selfish, even narcissistic. Furthermore, because conservatives take men and women to be equal but different, heterosexual unions are deemed to be more stable and balanced than homosexual ones, husbands and wives, and fathers and mothers, tending to complement one another. Finally, and most starkly, some religious conservatives declare that homosexuality is simply wrong or evil regardless of whether it takes place within the context of marriage. However, the debate over same-sex marriage does not just take place between conservatives and liberals, it also divides conservatives themselves. Thus, although same-sex marriage was made legal in England and Wales in 2014 under a conservative Prime Minister, David Cameron, many right-wing conservative backbenchers were left feeling deeply aggrieved about this. At least 3 considerations have helped to reconcile conservatives to the idea of same-sex marriage. First, same-sex marriage has the advantage that it spreads the benefits of marriage, such as family cohesion and social stability, more widely across society. Second, if the objections to same-sex marriage are largely rooted in religious belief, this does not rule out secular marriages or what are called civic unions or domestic partnerships. Third, neoliberal conservatives tend to view marriage as a contract made between 2 individuals, their gender being strictly irrelevant. The use of the organic metaphor for understanding society has some profoundly conservative implications. A mechanical view of society as adopted by liberals and most socialists, in which society is constructed by rational individuals for their own purposes, suggests that society can be tampered with and improved. This leads to a belief in progress, either in the shape of reform or revolution. If society is organic, its structures and institutions have been shaped by forces beyond human control and, possibly, human understanding. This implies that its delicate fabric should be preserved and respected by the individuals who live within it. Organicism also shapes our attitude to particular institutions, society's parts. These are viewed from a functionalist perspective. Institutions develop and survive for a reason, and this reason is that they contribute to maintaining the larger social whole. In other words, by virtue of existing, institutions demonstrate they are worthwhile and desirable. Any attempt to reform or, worse, abolish an institution is thus fraught with dangers. Functionalism, the theory that social institutions and practices should be understood in terms of the functions they carry out in sustaining the larger social system. However, the rise of neoliberalism has weakened support within conservatism for organic ideas and theories. In line with the robust individualism, see page 24 of Classical Liberalism, libertarian conservatives, including neoliberals, have held that society is a product of the actions of self-seeking and largely self-reliant individuals. This position was memorably expressed in Margaret Thatcher's assertion, paraphrasing Jeremy Bentham, see page 33, that there's no such thing as society, only individuals and their families. Hierarchy and authority. Conservatives have traditionally believed that society is naturally hierarchical, characterized by fixed or established social gradations. Social equality is therefore rejected as undesirable and unachievable. Power, status, and property are always unequally distributed. Conservatives agree with liberals in accepting natural inequality among individuals. Some are born with talents and skills that are denied to others. For liberals, however, this leads to a belief in meritocracy in which individuals rise or fall according to their abilities and willingness to work. Traditionally, conservatives have believed that inequality is more deep-rooted. Inequality is an inevitable feature of an organic society, not merely a consequence of individual differences. Pre-democratic conservatives such as Burke were, in this way, able to embrace the idea of a natural aristocracy. Just as the brain, the heart, and the liver all perform very different functions within the body, the various classes and groups that make up society also have their own specific roles. There must be leaders and there must be followers, there must be managers and there must be workers, for that matter, there must be those who go out to work and those who stay at home and bring up children. Genuine social equality is therefore a myth. In reality, there is a natural inequality of wealth and social position, justified by a corresponding inequality of social responsibilities. The working class might not enjoy the same living standards and life chances as their employers, but, at the same time, they do not have the livelihoods and security of many other people resting on their shoulders. Hierarchy and organicism have thus invested in traditional conservatism a pronounced tendency towards paternalism, see page 70. Natural aristocracy, the idea that talent and leadership are innate or inbred qualities that cannot be acquired through effort or self-advancement. The belief in hierarchy is strengthened by the emphasis conservatives place on authority. Conservatives do not accept the liberal belief that authority arises out of contracts made by free individuals. In liberal theory, authority is thought to be established by individuals for their own benefit. In contrast, conservatives believe that authority, like society, develops naturally. In this case, it arises from the need to ensure that children are cared for, kept away from danger, have a healthy diet, go to bed at sensible times, and so on. Such authority can only be imposed from above, quite simply because children do not know what is good for them. It does not and cannot arise from below. In no sense can children be said to have agreed to be governed. Authority is therefore rooted in the nature of society and all social institutions. In schools, authority should be exercised by the teacher, in the workplace by the employer, and in society at large by government. Conservatives believe that authority is necessary and beneficial as people need the guidance, support, and security that comes from knowing where they stand and what is expected of them. Authority thus counters rootlessness and anomie. Authority, the right to exert influence over others by virtue of an acknowledged obligation to obey. Perspectives on society. Liberals regard society not as an entity in its own right but as a collection of individuals. To the extent that society exists, it is fashioned out of voluntary and contractual agreements made by self-interested human beings. Nevertheless, there is a general balance of interests in society that tends to promote harmony and equilibrium. Conservatives believe that society should be viewed as an organism, a living entity. Society thus has an existence outside the individual, and in a sense is prior to the individual. It is held together by the bonds of tradition, authority, and a common morality. Neoliberals nevertheless subscribe to a form of liberal atomism. Socialists have traditionally understood society in terms of unequal class power, economic and property divisions being deeper and more genuine than any broader social bonds. Marxists believe that society is characterized by class struggle, and argue that the only stable and cohesive society is a classless one. Anarchists believe that society is characterized by unregulated and natural harmony, based on the natural human disposition towards cooperation and sociability. Social conflict and disharmony are thus clearly unnatural, a product of political rule and economic inequality. Nationalists view society in terms of cultural or ethnic distinctiveness. Society is thus characterized by shared values and beliefs, ultimately rooted in a common national identity. This implies that multinational or multicultural societies are inherently unstable. Fascists regard society as a unified organic whole, implying that individual existence is meaningless unless it is dedicated to the common good rather than the private good. Nevertheless, membership of society is restricted on national or racial grounds. Feminists have understood society in terms of patriarchy and an artificial division between the public and private spheres of life. Society may therefore be seen as an organized hypocrisy designed to routinize and uphold a system of male power. Multiculturalists view society as a mosaic of cultural groups, defined by their distinctive ethnic, religious, or historical identities. The basis for wider social bonds, cutting across cultural distinctiveness, is thus restricted, perhaps, to civic allegiance. This has led conservatives to place special emphasis on leadership and discipline. Leadership is a vital ingredient in any society because it is the capacity to give direction and provide inspiration for others. Discipline is not just mindless obedience but a willing and healthy respect for authority. Authoritarian conservatives go further and portray authority as absolute and unquestionable. Most conservatives, however, believe that authority should be exercised within limits and that these limits are imposed not by an artificial contract but by the natural responsibilities that authority entails. Parents should have authority over their children, but this does not imply the right to treat them in any way they choose. The authority of a parent is intrinsically linked to the obligation to nurture, guide, and, if necessary, punish their children. Thus, it does not empower a parent to abuse a child or, for instance, sell the child into slavery. Property. Property is an asset that possesses a deep and, at times, almost mystical significance for conservatives. Liberals believe that property reflects merit. Those who work hard and possess talent will, and should, acquire wealth. Property, therefore, is earned. This doctrine has an attraction for those conservatives who regard the ability to accumulate wealth as an important economic incentive. Nevertheless, conservatives also hold that property has a range of psychological and social advantages. For example, it provides security. In an uncertain and unpredictable world, Property ownership gives people a sense of confidence and assurance, something to fall back on. Property, whether the ownership of a house or savings in the bank, provides individuals with a source of protection. Conservatives therefore believe that thrift caution in the management of money is a virtue in itself and have sought to encourage private savings and investment in property. Property ownership also promotes a range of important social values. Those who possess and enjoy their own property are more likely to respect the property of others. They will also be aware that property must be safeguarded from disorder and lawlessness. Property owners therefore have a stake in society. They have an interest, in particular, in maintaining law and order. In this sense, property ownership can promote what can be thought of as the conservative values of respect for law, authority, and social order. Property, the ownership of physical goods or wealth, whether by private individuals, groups of people, or the state. However, a deeper and more personal reason why conservatives support property ownership is that it can be regarded as an extension of an individual's personality. People realize themselves, even see themselves, in what they own. Possessions are not merely external objects, valued because they are useful, a house to keep us warm and dry, a car to provide transport, and so on, but also reflect something of the owner's personality and character. This is why, conservatives point out, burglary is a particularly unpleasant crime. Its victims suffer not only the loss of or damage to their possessions, but also the sense that they have been personally violated. A home is the most personal and intimate of possessions. It is decorated and organized according to the tastes and needs of its owner, and therefore reflects his or her personality. The proposal of traditional socialists that property should be socialized, owned in common rather than by private individuals, thus strikes conservatives as particularly appalling because it threatens to create a soulless and depersonalized society. Conservatives, however, have seldom been prepared to go as far as classical liberals in believing that individuals have an absolute right to use their property however they may choose. While libertarian conservatives, and therefore the neoliberals, support an essentially liberal view of property, conservatives have traditionally argued that all rights, including property rights, entail obligations. Property is not an issue for the individual alone, but is also of importance to society. This can be seen, for example, in the social bonds that cut across generations. Property is not merely the creation of the present generation. Much of it, land, houses, works of art, has been passed down from earlier generations. Much of it, land, houses, works of art, has been passed down from earlier generations. The present generation is, in that sense, the custodian of the wealth of the nation and has a duty to preserve and protect it for the benefit of future generations. Harold Macmillan, the UK Conservative Prime Minister from 1957 to 1963, expressed just such a position in the 1980s when he objected to the Thatcher government's policy of privatization, describing it as selling off the family silver. Types of conservatism. The chief sub-traditions within conservatism are as follows: libertarian conservatism, authoritarian conservatism, paternalistic conservatism, Christian democracy. Libertarian conservatism. Although conservatism draws heavily on pre-industrial ideas such as organicism, hierarchy, and obligation, the ideology has also been much influenced by liberal ideas, especially classical liberal ideas. This is sometimes seen as a late 20th century development, neoliberals having in some way hijacked conservatism in the interests of classical liberalism. Nevertheless, liberal doctrines, especially those concerning the free market, have been advanced by conservatives since the late 18th century and can be said to constitute a rival tradition to conservative paternalism. These ideas are libertarian in that they advocate the greatest possible economic liberty and the least possible government regulation of social life. Libertarian conservatives have not simply converted to liberalism but believe that liberal economics is compatible with a more traditional, conservative social philosophy based on values such as authority and duty. This is evident in the work of Edmund Burke, in many ways the founder of traditional conservatism but also a keen supporter of the economic liberalism of Adam Smith, see page 34. Privatization, the transfer of state assets from the public to the private sector, reflecting a contraction of the state's responsibilities. Economic liberalism, a belief in the market as a self-regulating mechanism that tends naturally to deliver general prosperity and opportunities for all. Key concept. Libertarianism. Libertarianism refers to a range of theories that give strict priority to liberty, understood in negative terms, over other values such as authority, tradition, and equality. Libertarians thus seek to maximize the realm of individual freedom and minimize the scope of public authority, typically seeing the state as the principal threat to liberty. The two best-known libertarian traditions are rooted in the idea of individual rights, as with Robert Nozick, see page 65, and in laissez-faire economic doctrines, as with Friedrich von Hayek, see page 64. Although socialists have also embraced libertarianism. Libertarianism is sometimes distinguished from liberalism on the grounds that the latter, even in its classical form, refuses to give priority to liberty over order. However, it differs from anarchism in that libertarians generally recognize the need for a minimal state, sometimes styling themselves as minarchists. Libertarian conservatives are not, however, consistent liberals. They believe in economic individualism and getting government off the back of business, but are less prepared to extend this principle of individual liberty to other aspects of social life. Conservatives, even libertarian conservatives, have a more pessimistic view of human nature. A strong state is required to maintain public order and ensure that authority is respected. Indeed, in some respects, libertarian conservatives are attracted to free market theories precisely because they promise to secure social order. Whereas liberals have believed that the market economy preserves individual liberty and freedom of choice, conservatives have at times been attracted to the market as an instrument of social discipline. Market forces regulate and control economic and social activity. For example, they may deter workers from pushing for wage increases by threatening them with unemployment. As such, the market can be seen as an instrument that maintains social stability and works alongside the more evident forces of coercion, the police and the courts. While some conservatives have feared that market capitalism will lead to endless innovation and restless competition, upsetting social cohesion, others have been attracted to it in the belief that it can establish a market order sustained by impersonal, natural laws rather than the guiding hand of political authority. Nevertheless, the relationship between conservatism and economic libertarianism deepened further as a result of the emergence of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism. During the early post-1945 period, pragmatic and paternalistic ideas dominated conservatism through much of the Western world. The remnants of authoritarian conservatism collapsed with the overthrow of the Portuguese and Spanish dictatorships in the 1970s. Just as conservatives had come to accept political democracy during the 19th century, after 1945 they came to accept a qualified form of social democracy. This tendency was confirmed by the rapid and sustained economic growth of the post-war years, the long boom which appeared to bear out the success of managed capitalism. During the 1970s, however, a set of more radical, market-based ideas developed within conservatism, challenging directly the Keynesian welfarist orthodoxy. These neoliberal or liberal New Right ideas had their greatest initial impact in the USA and the UK, but they also came to be influential in parts of continental Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, and had an effect on Western states across the globe. In the USA, this market-based set of economic ideas is commonly called neoconservatism, a term that has a quite different meaning elsewhere, as discussed later in the chapter. Neoliberal thinking is drawn from classical rather than modern liberalism. It amounts to a restatement of the case for a minimal state. This has been summed up as private, good, public, bad. Neoliberalism is anti-statist. The state is regarded as a realm of coercion and unfreedom. Collectivism restricts individual initiative and saps self-respect. Government, however benignly disposed, invariably has a damaging effect on human affairs. Instead, faith is placed in the individual and the market. Individuals should be encouraged to be self-reliant and to make rational choices in their own interests. The market is respected as a mechanism through which the sum of individual choices will lead to progress and general benefit. As such, neoliberalism has attempted to establish the dominance of libertarian ideas over paternalistic ones within conservative ideology. Key concept: New Right. The New Right is a marriage between two apparently contrasting ideological traditions. The first of these is classical liberal economics, particularly the free market theories that were revived in the second half of the 20th century as a critique of big government and economic and social intervention. This is called the liberal New Right, or neoliberalism. The second element in the New Right is traditional conservative and notably pre-Disraelian social theory, especially its defense of order, authority, and discipline. This is called the conservative New Right, or neoconservatism, see page 67. The ideological coherence within the New Right stems from its defense of a strong but minimal state. Although it seeks to roll back the state in the economic sphere, it aims to strengthen it in the social sphere. Key concept: Neoliberalism. Neoliberalism, sometimes called neoclassical liberalism, is widely seen as an updated version of classical liberalism, particularly classical political economy. Its central theme is that the economy works best when left alone by government, reflecting a belief in free market economics and atomistic individualism. While unregulated market capitalism delivers efficiency, growth, and widespread prosperity, the dead hand of the state saps initiative and discourages enterprise. In short, the neoliberal philosophy is market, good, state, bad. Key neoliberal policies include privatization, spending cuts, especially in social welfare, tax cuts, particularly corporate and direct taxes, and deregulation. Neoliberalism is often equated with a belief in market fundamentalism, that is, an absolute faith in the capacity of the market mechanism to solve all economic and social problems. The dominant theme within this anti-status doctrine is an ideological commitment to the free market, particularly as revived in the work of economists such as Ayn Rand, Friedrich von Hayek, see page 64, and Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006. In her essays and popular novels, Rand advanced a moral justification for private enterprise, proclaiming herself to be a radical for capitalism. Influenced in particular by Friedrich Nietzsche's, see page 154, concept of the Overman or Superman, Rand was a vigorous defender of the virtues of selfishness, sometimes seen as ethical egoism, seeing the central purpose of life as a quest for excellence achieved by the exercise of rational self-interest. While selfishness allows people to exist in order to advance their life's project by striving to be outstanding, wealth being the key measure of success in this respect, selflessness represents failure, a squandering of one's chances of excellence. Key figure: Oscar White / Corbis Historical / Getty Images. Ayn Rand, 1905-82. A Russian-born writer and philosopher who emigrated to the USA when she was 21, Rand Alice Rosenbaum became a Hollywood screenwriter before developing a career as an essayist and novelist. Her philosophy of objectivism, which claimed to show people as they are, that is, as rationally self-interested creatures rather than as we may like them to be, gave unabashed support to selfishness and condemned altruism. Rand defended pure, laissez-faire capitalism on the grounds that it both guarantees freedom and, by establishing untrammeled competition, provides for the emergence of the elites needed to govern society. Rand defended pure, laissez-faire capitalism on the grounds that it both guarantees freedom and, by establishing untrammeled competition, provides for the emergence of the elites needed to govern society. Rand's most influential works were her best-selling novels, The Fountainhead, 1943-2007, and Atlas Shrugged, 1947, the latter being a portrait of a dystopian USA. Neoliberal thinking nevertheless gained its greatest impetus from the revival of interest in free market economic theories. Free market ideas gained renewed credibility during the 1970s as governments experienced increasing difficulty in delivering economic stability and sustained growth. Doubts consequently developed about whether it was in the power of government at all to solve economic problems. Hayek and Friedman, for example, challenged the very idea of a managed or planned economy. They argued that the task of allocating resources in a complex, industrialized economy was simply too difficult for any set of state bureaucrats to achieve successfully. The virtue of the market, on the other hand, is that it acts as the central nervous system of the economy, reconciling the supply of goods and services with the demand for them. It allocates resources to their most profitable use and thereby ensures that consumer needs are satisfied. In the light of the reemergence of unemployment and inflation in the 1970s, Hayek and Friedman argued that government was invariably the cause of economic problems rather than the cure. Key figure: Hulton Archive / Getty Images. Friedrich von Hayek, 1899-1992. An Austrian economist and political philosopher, Hayek was a firm believer in individualism and market order and an implacable critic of socialism. His pioneering work, The Road to Serfdom, 1944, developed a then deeply unfashionable defense of laissez-faire and attacked economic intervention as implicitly totalitarian. In later works such as The Constitution of Liberty, 1960, and Law, Legislation, and Liberty, 1979, Hayek supported a modified form of traditionalism and upheld an Anglo-American version of constitutionalism that emphasized limited government. The ideas of Keynesianism were one of the chief targets of neoliberal criticism. Keynes had argued that capitalist economies were not self-regulating. He placed particular emphasis on the demand side of the economy, believing that the levels of economic activity and employment were dictated by the level of aggregate demand in the economy. Milton Friedman, on the other hand, argued that there is a natural rate of unemployment which is beyond the ability of government to influence. He also argued that attempts to eradicate unemployment by applying Keynesian techniques merely cause other, more damaging, economic problems, notably inflation. Inflation, neoliberals believe, threatens the entire basis of a market economy because, in reducing faith in money, the means of exchange, it discourages people from undertaking commercial or economic activity. However, Keynesianism had, in effect, encouraged governments to print money, albeit in a well-meaning attempt to create jobs. The free market solution to inflation is to control the supply of money by cutting public spending, a policy practiced by both the Reagan and the Thatcher administrations during the 1980s. Both administrations also allowed unemployment to rise sharply in the belief that only the market could solve the problem. Inflation, a rise in the general price level, leading to a decline in the value of money. Neoliberalism is also opposed to the mixed economy and public ownership and practices so-called supply-side economics. Starting under Thatcher in the UK in the 1980s but later extending to many other Western states and most aggressively pursued in post-communist states in the 1990s. A policy of privatization has effectively dismantled both mixed and collectivized economies by transferring industries from public to private ownership. Nationalized industries were criticized for being inherently inefficient because, unlike private firms and industries, they are not disciplined by the profit motive. Neoliberalism's emphasis on the supply side of the economy was reflected in the belief that governments should foster growth by providing conditions that encourage producers to produce rather than consumers to consume. The main block to the creation of an entrepreneurial, supply-side culture is high taxes. Taxes, in this view, discourage enterprise and infringe property rights, a stance sometimes called fiscal conservatism. Fiscal conservatism, a political economic stance that prioritizes the lowering of taxes, cuts in public spending, and reduced government debt. Neoliberalism is not only anti-statist on the grounds of economic efficiency and responsiveness, but also because of its political principles, notably its commitment to individual liberty. Neoliberals claim to be defending freedom against creeping collectivism. At the extreme, these ideas lead in the direction of anarcho-capitalism discussed in Chapter 5 and the belief that all goods and services, including the courts and public order, should be delivered by the market. The freedom defended by neoliberals is negative freedom, the removal of external restrictions on the individual. As the collective power of government is seen as the principal threat to the individual, freedom can only be ensured by rolling back the state. This, in particular, means rolling back social welfare. In addition to economic arguments against welfare, for example, that increased social expenditure pushes up taxes and that public services are inherently inefficient, neoliberals object to welfare on moral grounds. In the first place, the welfare state is criticized for having created a culture of dependency. It saps initiative and enterprise and robs people of dignity and self-respect. Welfare is thus the cause of disadvantage, not its cure. Such a theory resurrects the notion of the undeserving poor. Charles Murray, 1984, also argued that, as welfare relieves women of dependency on breadwinning men, it is a major cause of family breakdown, creating an underclass largely composed of single mothers and fatherless children. A further neoliberal argument against welfare is based on a commitment to individual rights. Robert Nozick, 1974, advanced this most forcefully in condemning all policies of welfare and redistribution as a violation of property rights. In this view, so long as property has been acquired justly, to transfer it without consent from one person to another amounts to legalized theft. Underpinning this view is egoistical individualism, the idea that people owe nothing to society and are, in turn, owed nothing by society, a stance that calls the very notion of society into question. Key figure: Martha Holmes / The Life Images Collection / Getty Images. Robert Nozick, 1938-2002. A U.S. political philosopher, Nozick developed a form of rights-based libertarianism in response to the ideas of John Rawls, see page 39. Drawing on Locke, see page 29, and 19th-century U.S. individualists, he argued that property rights should be strictly upheld, provided that property was justly purchased or justly transferred from one person to another. His major work, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, 1974, rejects welfare and redistribution and advances the case for minimal government and minimal taxation. In later life, Nozick modified his extreme libertarianism. Authoritarian conservatism. Whereas all conservatives would claim to respect the concept of authority, few modern conservatives would accept that their views are authoritarian. Nevertheless, while contemporary conservatives are keen to demonstrate their commitment to democratic, particularly liberal democratic, principles, there is a tradition within conservatism that has favored authoritarian rule, especially in continental Europe. At the time of the French Revolution, the principal defender of autocratic rule was the French political thinker Joseph de Maistre, 1753. 1821. De Maistre was a fierce critic of the French Revolution, but, in contrast to Burke, he wished to restore absolute power to the hereditary monarchy. He was a reactionary and was quite unprepared to accept any reform of the Ancien regime, which had been overthrown in 1789. His political philosophy was based on willing and complete subordination to the master. In Du Pape, 1817-1971, de Maistre went further and argued that above the earthly monarchies a supreme spiritual power should rule in the person of the Pope. His central concern was the preservation of order, which alone, he believed, could provide people with safety and security. Revolution and even reform would weaken the chains that bind people together and lead to a descent into chaos and oppression. Key concept: authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is belief in or the practice of government from above in which authority is exercised over a population with or without its consent. Authoritarianism thus differs from authority. The latter rests on legitimacy and in that sense arises from below. Authoritarian thinkers typically base their views on either a belief in the wisdom of established leaders or the idea that social order can only be maintained by unquestioning obedience. However, authoritarianism is usually distinguished from totalitarianism, see page 159. The practice of government from above, which is associated with monarchical absolutism, traditional dictatorships, and most forms of military rule, is concerned with the repression of opposition and political liberty. rather than the more radical goal of obliterating the distinction between the state and civil society. Throughout the 19th century, conservatives in continental Europe remained faithful to the rigid and hierarchical values of autocratic rule, and stood unbending in the face of rising liberal, nationalist, and socialist protest. Nowhere was authoritarianism more entrenched than in Russia, where Tsar Nicholas I, 1825–55, proclaimed the principles of orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality, in contrast to the values that had inspired the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Nicholas' successors stubbornly refused to allow their power to be constrained by constitutions or the development of parliamentary institutions. In Germany, constitutional government did develop, but Otto von Bismarck, the imperial chancellor 1871–90, ensured that it remained a sham. Elsewhere, authoritarianism remained particularly strong in Catholic countries. The papacy suffered not only the loss of its temporal authority with the achievement of Italian unification, which led Pope Pius IX to declare himself a prisoner of the Vatican, but also an assault on its doctrines with the rise of secular political ideologies. In 1864, Pius IX condemned all radical or progressive ideas, including those of nationalism, liberalism, and socialism, as false doctrines of our most unhappy age, and when confronted with the loss of the Papal States in Rome, he proclaimed in 1870 the Edict of Papal Infallibility. The unwillingness of continental conservatives to come to terms with reform and democratic government extended well into the 20th century. For instance, conservative elites in Italy and Germany helped to overthrow parliamentary democracy and bring Benito Mussolini, see page 156, and Adolf Hitler, see page 149, to power by providing support for and giving respectability to rising fascist movements. More recent manifestations of the link between social conservatism and authoritarianism have tended to be associated with neoconservatism. Neoconservatism emerged in the USA in the 1970s as a backlash against the ideas and values of the 1960s. It was defined by a fear of social fragmentation or breakdown, which was seen as a product of liberal reform and the spread of permissiveness. In sharp contrast to neoliberalism, neoconservatives stress the primacy of politics and seek to strengthen leadership and authority in society. This emphasis on authority, allied to a heightened sensitivity to the fragility of society, demonstrates that neoconservatism has its roots in traditional or organic conservatism. However, it differs markedly from paternalistic conservatism, which also draws heavily on organic ideas. Whereas paternalistic conservatives believe, for instance, that community is best maintained by social reform and the reduction of poverty, neoconservatives look to strengthen community by restoring authority and imposing social discipline. Neoconservative authoritarianism is, to this extent, consistent with neoliberal libertarianism. Both of them accept the rolling back of the state's economic responsibilities. Permissiveness, the willingness to allow people to make their own moral choices. Permissiveness suggests that there are no authoritative values. Key concept: neoconservatism. Neoconservatism refers to developments within conservative ideology that relate to both domestic policy and foreign policy. In domestic policy, neoconservatism is defined by support for a minimal but strong state, fusing themes associated with traditional or organic conservatism with an acceptance of economic individualism and qualified support for the free market. Neoconservatives have typically sought to restore public order, strengthen family or religious values, and bolster national identity. In foreign policy, neoconservatism was closely associated with the Bush administration in the USA in the years following 9/11. Its central aim was to preserve and reinforce what was seen as the USA's benevolent global hegemony by building up U.S. military power and pursuing a policy of worldwide democracy promotion. Tensions within conservatism. 1. Neoliberalism versus neoconservatism. Classical liberalism, traditional conservatism, atomism, organicism, radicalism, traditionalism, libertarianism, authoritarianism, economic dynamism, social order, self-interest/enterprise, traditional values, equality of opportunity, natural hierarchy, minimal state, strong state, internationalism, insular nationalism. Pro-globalization, anti-globalization. Neoconservatives have developed distinctive views about both domestic policy and foreign policy. The two principal domestic concerns of neoconservatism have been with social order and public morality. Neoconservatives believe that rising crime, delinquency, and antisocial behavior are generally a consequence of a larger decline of authority that has affected most Western societies since the 1960s. They have therefore called for a strengthening of social disciplines and authority at every level. This can be seen in relation to the family. For neoconservatives, the family is an authority system. It is both naturally hierarchical: children should listen to, respect, and obey their parents, and naturally patriarchal. The husband is the provider and the wife the homemaker. This social authoritarianism is matched by state authoritarianism, the desire for a strong state reflected in a tough stance on law and order. This led, in the USA and the UK in particular, to a greater emphasis on custodial sentences and to longer prison sentences, reflecting the belief that prison works. Neoconservatism's concern about public morality is based on a desire to reassert the moral foundations of politics. A particular target of neoconservative criticism has been the permissive 1960s and the growing culture of doing your own thing. In the face of this, Thatcher in the UK proclaimed her support for Victorian values, and in the USA organizations such as the Moral Majority campaigned for a return to traditional, or family values. Neoconservatives see two dangers in a permissive society. In the first place, the freedom to choose one's own morals or lifestyle could lead to the choice of immoral or evil views. There is, for instance, a significant religious element in neoconservatism, especially in the USA. The second danger is not so much that people may adopt the wrong morals or lifestyles, but may simply choose different moral positions. In the neoconservative view, moral pluralism is threatening because it undermines the cohesion of society. A permissive society is a society that lacks ethical norms and unifying moral standards. It is a pathless desert, which provides neither guidance nor support for individuals and their families. If individuals merely do as they please, civilized standards of behavior will be impossible to maintain. The issue that links the domestic and foreign policy aspects of neoconservative thinking is a concern about the nation and the desire to strengthen national identity in the face of threats from within and without. The value of the nation, from the neoconservative perspective, is that it binds society together, giving it a common culture and civic identity, which is all the stronger for being rooted in history and tradition. National patriotism, see page 125, thus strengthens people's political will. The most significant threat to the nation, from within, is the growth of multiculturalism, which weakens the bonds of nationhood by threatening political community and creating the specter of ethnic and racial conflict. Neoconservatives have therefore often been in the forefront of campaigns for stronger controls on immigration and, sometimes, for a privileged status to be granted to the host community's culture. Such concerns have widened and deepened as a result of the advance of globalization. The threats to the nation, from without, are many and various. In the UK, the main perceived threat came from the process of European integration. Indeed, in a process that commenced in the 1980s under Thatcher and culminated in withdrawal from the EU Brexit, in 2020, UK conservatism was increasingly defined by Euroscepticism. Since the turn of the 21st century, however, neoconservatism has been associated more and more clearly with right-wing. Since the turn of the 21st century, however, neoconservatism has been associated more and more clearly with right-wing populism. See Chapter 8 for a discussion of the rise and implications of right-wing populism. Euroscepticism, hostility to European integration based on the belief that it is a threat to national sovereignty and/or national identity. Paternalistic conservatism. While continental conservatives adopted an attitude of uncompromising resistance to change, a more flexible and ultimately more successful Anglo-American tradition can be traced back to Edmund Burke. The lesson that Burke drew from the French Revolution was that change can be natural and inevitable, in which case it should not be resisted. A state without the means of some change, he suggested, is without the means of its conservation. Burke, 1790–1968. The characteristic style of Burkean conservatism is cautious, modest, and pragmatic. It reflects a suspicion of fixed principles, whether revolutionary or reactionary. As Ian Gilmore, 1978, put it, the wise conservative travels light. The values that conservatives hold most dear, tradition, order, authority, property, and so on, will be safe only if policy is developed in the light of practical circumstances and experience. Such a position will rarely justify dramatic or radical change, but accepts a prudent willingness to change in order to conserve. Pragmatic conservatives support neither the individual nor the state in principle, but are prepared to support either or, more frequently, recommend a balance between the two depending on what works. In practice, the reforming impulse in conservatism has also been associated closely with the survival into the modern period of neo-feudal paternalistic values, as represented in particular by one-nation conservatism. One-nation conservatism. The Anglo-American paternalistic tradition is often traced back to Benjamin Disraeli, 1804–81. UK Prime Minister in 1868 and again 1874–80. Disraeli developed his political philosophy in two novels, Sybil, 1845, and Coningsby, 1844, written before he assumed ministerial responsibilities. These novels emphasized the principle of social obligation, in stark contrast to the extreme individualism then dominant within the political establishment. Disraeli wrote against a background of growing industrialization, economic inequality, and, in continental Europe at least, revolutionary upheaval. He tried to draw attention to the danger of Britain being divided into two nations, the rich and the poor. In the best conservative tradition, Disraeli's argument was based on a combination of prudence and principle. On the one hand, growing social inequality contains the seeds of revolution. A poor and oppressed working class, Disraeli feared, would not simply accept its misery. The revolutions that had broken out in Europe in 1830 and 1848 seemed to bear out this belief. Reform would therefore be sensible because, in stemming the tide of revolution, it would ultimately be in the interests of the rich. On the other hand, Disraeli appealed to moral values. He suggested that wealth and privilege brought with them social obligations, in particular a responsibility for the poor or less well-off. In so doing, Disraeli drew on the organic conservative belief that society is held together by an acceptance of duty and obligations. He believed that society is naturally hierarchical, but also held that inequalities of wealth or social privilege give rise to an inequality of responsibilities. The wealthy and powerful must shoulder the burden of social responsibility, which, in effect, is the price of privilege. These ideas were based on the feudal principle of noblesse oblige, the obligation of the aristocracy to be honorable and generous. For example, the landed nobility claimed to exercise a paternal responsibility for their peasants, as the king did in relation to the nation. Disraeli recommended that these obligations should not be abandoned, but should be expressed, in an increasingly industrialized world, in social reform. Such ideas came to be represented by the slogan, "One Nation." In office, Disraeli was responsible both for the Second Reform Act of 1867, which for the first time extended the right to vote to the working class, and for the social reforms that improved housing conditions and hygiene. Disraeli's ideas had a considerable impact on conservatism and contributed to a radical and reforming tradition that appeals both to the pragmatic instincts of conservatives and to their sense of social duty. In the UK, these ideas provide the basis of so-called one-nation conservatism, whose supporters sometimes style themselves as Tories, to denote their commitment to pre-industrial, hierarchic, and paternal values. Disraeli's ideas were subsequently taken up in the late 19th century by Randolph Churchill in the form of Tory democracy. In an age of widening political democracy, Churchill stressed the need for traditional institutions, for example, the monarchy, the House of Lords, and the Church, to enjoy a wider base of social support. This could be achieved by winning working-class votes for the Conservative Party by continuing Disraeli's policy of social reform. One-nation conservatism can thus be seen as a form of Tory welfarism. Key concept: paternalism. Paternalism literally means to act in a fatherly fashion. As a political principle, it refers to power or authority being exercised over others with the intention of conferring benefit or preventing harm. Social welfare and laws such as the compulsory wearing of seatbelts in cars are examples of paternalism. Soft paternalism is characterized by broad consent on the part of those subject to paternalism. Hard paternalism operates regardless of consent, and thus overlaps with authoritarianism. The basis for paternalism is that wisdom and experience are unequally distributed in society, and those in authority know best. Opponents argue that authority is not to be trusted, and that paternalism restricts liberty and contributes to the infantilization of society. Tensions within conservatism, 2. Paternalistic conservatism v. Libertarian conservatism, pragmatism, principle, traditionalism, radicalism, social duty, egoism, organic society, atomistic individualism, hierarchy, meritocracy, social responsibility, individual responsibility, natural order, market order, middle way, economics, laissez-faire economics, qualified welfarism, anti-welfarism. The high point of the one-nation tradition was reached in the 1950s and 1960s, when conservative parties in the UK and elsewhere came into line with socialist and left-liberal parties in practicing a version of Keynesian social democracy. This involved embracing economic management and the goal of full employment as well as supporting enlarged welfare provision. This stance was based on the need for a non-ideological middle way between the extremes of laissez-faire liberalism and socialist state planning. Conservatism was therefore the way of moderation, and sought to draw a balance between rampant individualism and overbearing collectivism. See page 80. In the UK, this idea was most clearly expressed in Harold Macmillan's The Middle Way, 1938-1966. Macmillan, who was to be Prime Minister from 1957 to 1963, advocated what he called planned capitalism, which he described as a mixed system which combined state ownership, regulation or control of certain aspects of economic activity with the drive and initiative of private enterprise. Such ideas resurfaced more recently in the USA under George W. Bush, in the UK under David Cameron, and in New Zealand under John Key in the notion of compassionate conservatism, even though it may, in practice, have served as little more than a rhetorical device. It is, nevertheless, important to remember that paternalist conservatism provides only a qualified basis for social and economic intervention. The purpose of one-nationism, for instance, is to consolidate hierarchy rather than to remove it, the wish to improve the conditions of the less well-off being motivated to a significant degree by the desire to. The purpose of one-nationism, for instance, is to consolidate hierarchy rather than to remove it, the wish to improve the conditions of the less well-off being motivated to a significant degree by the desire to ensure that the poor no longer pose a threat to the established order. Key concept: Toryism. Tory was used in 18th century Britain to refer to a parliamentary faction that, as opposed to the Whigs, supported monarchical power and the Church of England, and represented the landed gentry. In the USA, it implied loyalty to the British Crown. Although in the mid-19th century the British Conservative Party emerged out of the Tories, and in the UK Tory is still widely, but unhelpfully, used as a synonym for conservative, Toryism is best understood as a distinctive ideological stance within broader conservatism. Its characteristic features are a belief in hierarchy, tradition, duty, and organicism. While high Toryism articulates a neo-feudal belief in a ruling class and a pre-democratic faith in established institutions, the Tory tradition is also hospitable to welfarist and reformist ideas, provided these serve the cause of social continuity. Christian democracy. Christian democracy is a political and ideological movement which has been prominent in Western and Central Europe and, to a lesser extent, Latin America. Although it is often classified as a progressive, if doctrinally imprecise, form of conservatism, Christian democracy has also been portrayed as a species of liberal conservatism and as an ideology in its own right. In the aftermath of World War II, Christian democratic parties emerged in Belgium, the Netherlands, Austria, Germany, and Italy, the most significant ones being the Christian Democratic Union/Christian Social Union in then West Germany. And, until its effective collapse in 1993, the Christian Democratic Party in Italy. Christian democratic thinking has nevertheless had a wider impact, affecting center-right parties in France, the Benelux countries, much of Scandinavia and parts of post-communist Europe which are not confessional parties or formally aligned to the Christian democratic movement. This certainly applies in the case of the European People's Party, EPP, the major center-right group in the European Parliament and the Parliament's largest political group since 1999. In Latin America, significant Christian democratic parties have developed in countries such as Chile, Venezuela, Ecuador, Guatemala, and El Salvador. However, the ideological origins of Christian democracy can be traced back to well before 1945 and the break between continental European conservatism and authoritarianism in the early post-fascist period. Christian democratic thinking gradually took shape during the 19th century as the Catholic Church attempted to come to terms with the ramifications of industrialization and, in particular, the emergence of liberal capitalism. Indeed, in some respects, this process originated with the French Revolution and the explicit challenge that it posed to church authority. The Catholic Church came, over time, to accept democratic political forms and to evince growing concern about the threats posed by unrestrained capitalism. The Center Party, Zentrum, in Germany, founded in 1870, was thus set up to defend the interests of the Catholic Church but also campaigned for a strengthening welfare provision. Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Rerum Novarum, 1891, underlined the Vatican's openness to new thinking, in that it lamented the material suffering of the working class and emphasized the reciprocal duties of labor and capital. Such developments are often seen to have been based on a distinctively Catholic social theory. In this view, as Protestantism is associated with the idea of spiritual salvation through individual effort, its social theory typically endorses individualism and extols the value of hard work, competition, and personal responsibility. The Protestant ethic has thus sometimes been treated as a form of capitalist ideology. Weber, 1904-5, 2011. Catholic social theory, by contrast, focuses on the social group rather than the individual, and has stressed balance or organic harmony rather than competition. In the writings of the French philosopher and political thinker Jacques Maritain, 1884-1973, the leading figure in the attempt to develop an ideology of Christian democracy, this was expressed through the notion of integral humanism, Maritain, 1936-1996. Integral humanism underlines the role of cooperation in the achievement of shared practical goals, and thereby implies that unrestrained capitalism fails to serve the common good. The social market. Although Christian democracy is typically critical of laissez-faire capitalism, it certainly does not reject capitalism altogether. Rather, it advocates a third way between market capitalism and socialism, often termed social capitalism. As such, clear parallels exist between Christian democracy and the neo-revisionist tradition within social democracy, examined in Chapter 4. The idea of social capitalism draws more heavily on the flexible and pragmatic ideas of economists such as Friedrich List, 1789-1846, than on the strict market principles of classical political economy, as formulated by Adam Smith and David Ricardo, 1772 to 1823. A leading advocate of the Zollverein, the German customs union, List emphasized the economic importance of politics and political power, arguing, for instance, that state intervention should be used to protect infant industries from the rigors of foreign competition. The central theme in this model is the idea of a social market. That is, an attempt to marry the disciplines of market competition with the need for social cohesion and solidarity. The market is thus viewed not as an end in itself but rather as a means of generating wealth in order to achieve broader social ends. Social market. An economy that is structured by market principles and is relatively free from state interference, but which operates alongside comprehensive welfare provision and effective social services. The future of conservatism. On the face of it, it is odd to discuss the future of an ideology that, through its wary skepticism of change and veneration of tradition, appears to be more closely associated with the past than the future. Surely one of the key implications of conservative traditionalism is that it means that conservative ideology is permanently outdated, its quest to remain relevant in the context of an ever-changing present being doomed to failure. Conservatism, therefore, seems to be trapped in an endless game of ideological catch-up. This can be seen in the difficulties that many conservative parties have encountered in coming to terms with issues such as gender equality, same-sex marriage, trans rights, and minority rights, with the implication that they have sometimes struggled to attract support from voters who are young, female, gay, transgender, or from ethnic minority backgrounds. And yet, it is abundantly clear that conservatism's attachment to the past has failed to consign it to the ideological fringe, still less threaten its survival. Indeed, a concern to ensure continuity with the past may be one of the sources of conservatism's remarkable ideological resilience. Traditional values may be more compelling and enjoy greater substance than ones that, by contrast, appear merely fashionable, something that may be even more the case as the pace of change accelerates. For an ideology that is looking to secure its future, there may thus be many worse things to be than outdated. The claim that conservatism is destined to remain a major ideological force is most commonly linked to the relationship between conservatism and pragmatism. Unlike rationalist ideologies such as liberalism and socialism, conservatism is unwilling to be tied down to a fixed system of ideas. The most intellectually modest of political ideologies, conservatism enjoys an unusual degree of flexibility, allowing conservative thinking to adapt to new and challenging historical circumstances. This chameleon-like capacity for ideological reinvention has been demonstrated throughout its history. For instance, during the 19th century, the UK Conservative Party, then the Tory Party, initially aligned to the interests of the landed gentry, responded to the pressures generated by industrialization by taking up the cause of social welfare, becoming more socially progressive than the Liberal Party of the day. Further examples include the swift conversion of the UK Conservative Party after 1945 to the central principles of social democracy, and its equally quick repudiation of post-war social democracy under Thatcher in the 1980s. However, this latter development arguably had wider implications for the future of UK conservatism. Not only did Thatcher's neoliberal revolution bring about a radical shift in economic priorities in the UK, but it also witnessed the switch to a markedly more ideological style of Not only did Thatcher's neoliberal revolution bring about a radical shift in economic priorities in the UK, but it also witnessed the switch to a markedly more ideological style of policymaking. In so doing, it may have entrenched free market principles more deeply than ever before within the party, narrowing the scope for future pragmatic adjustments. This, nevertheless, did not stop the Conservative government under Boris Johnson from pushing up spending and borrowing in 2020 to levels that were unprecedented in the UK in peacetime, as it attempted to stimulate economic recovery in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Although conservatism seems destined to remain a political ideology of major significance, it is less clear what form of conservatism will predominate in the future. In particular, it is possible to envisage two sharply different conservative futures. In the first, conservatism is defined by its close alignment with accelerated globalization. This form of conservatism is primarily concerned with economic issues and places a priority on the principles of individualism and market. Libertarian and anti-status tendencies within conservatism therefore flourish at the expense of paternalistic ones. This neoliberal conservatism came to prominence in the final decades of the 20th century. It gained impetus from the fact that conservative parties were often able to respond more quickly and more successfully to globalizing tendencies than their socialist and liberal counterparts, in part because they were less deeply wedded to Keynesian welfarist orthodoxies. The second possible conservative future nevertheless emerged from the turn of the 21st century onwards, precipitated by the rise of right-wing populism and by the impact this often had on mainstream conservatism. Instead of operating hand in hand with globalism, this form of conservatism is decidedly anti-globalist in character. Defined by its alignment with illiberal nationalism, this form of conservatism places a particular emphasis on opposing immigration and rejecting multiculturalism and, in some cases, introducing economic protectionism. Questions for discussion. Why and to what extent have conservatives supported tradition? Is conservatism a disposition rather than a political ideology? Why has conservatism been described as a philosophy of imperfection? What are the implications of the belief that society is an organic entity? How does the conservative view of property differ from the liberal view? How far do conservatives go in endorsing authority? Is conservatism merely ruling class ideology? To what extent do conservatives favor pragmatism over principle? What are the similarities and differences between traditional conservatism and Christian democracy? How and why have neoliberals criticized welfare? To what extent are neoliberalism and neoconservatism compatible? What form of conservatism is most likely to predominate in the future? Further reading. Fawcett, E. Conservatism, The Fight for a Tradition, 2020. A Comprehensive History of Conservative Thought from the 19th Century to the Present. Muller, J. Edition, Conservatism, An Anthology of Social and Political Thought from David Hume to the Present, 1997. The Best General Reader of Traditional Conservative Political Writings. Scruton, R. Conservatism, An Invitation to the Great Tradition, 2018. An erudite exploration of the development of conservative thought and an even-handed defense of traditional conservatism in the modern political discourse. Sedgwick, M. Key Thinkers of the Radical Right, Behind the New Threat to Liberal Democracy, 2019. A timely anthology exploring the intellectual foundations of far-right and alt-right conservative ideology that has gained increasing prominence in 21st century politics. The Hoover Institute. The Hoover Institution is a leading conservative think tank and is a prolific producer of media from a traditional conservative perspective. Especially notable is its interview series, Uncommon Knowledge, and its policy primer channel, Policy Ed. Chapter 4. Socialism. Preview Historical Overview Core Themes Types of Socialism The Future of Socialism Questions for Discussion Further Reading. Preview. The term socialist derives from the Latin sociare, meaning to combine or to share. Its earliest known usage was in 1827 in the UK in an issue of the Cooperative magazine. By the early 1830s, the followers of Robert Owen in the UK and Henri de Saint-Simon in France had started to refer to their beliefs as socialism, and by the 1840s, the term was familiar in a range of industrialized countries, notably France, Belgium, and the German states. Socialism as an ideology has traditionally been defined by its opposition to capitalism and the attempt to provide a more humane and socially worthwhile alternative. At the core of socialism is a vision of human beings as social creatures united by their common humanity. This highlights the degree to which individual identity is fashioned by social interaction and the membership of social groups and collective bodies. Socialists therefore prefer cooperation to competition. The central and some would say defining value of socialism is equality, especially social equality. Socialists believe that social equality is the essential guarantee of social stability and cohesion, and that it promotes freedom in the sense that it satisfies material needs and provides the basis for personal development. Socialism, however, contains a bewildering variety of divisions and rival traditions. These divisions have been about both means how socialism should be achieved and ends the nature of the future socialist society. For example, communists or Marxists traditionally supported revolution and sought to abolish capitalism through the creation of a classless society based on the common ownership of wealth. In contrast, social democrats have embraced gradualism and aimed to reform or humanize the capitalist system through a narrowing of material inequalities and the abolition of poverty. During much of the 20th century, the socialist movement was thus divided into two rival camps. Both forms of socialism, however, experienced crises in the late 20th century, the most dramatic of which involved the collapse of orthodox communism. Historical overview. Although socialists have sometimes claimed an intellectual heritage that goes back to Plato's Republic or Thomas More's Utopia, 1516, 1965, as with liberalism and conservatism, the origins of socialism lie in the 19th century. Socialism arose as a reaction against the social and economic conditions generated in Europe by the growth of industrial capitalism, see page 77. Socialist ideas were quickly linked to the development of a new but growing class of industrial workers who suffered the poverty and degradation that are so often features of early industrialization. Although socialism and liberalism have common roots in the Enlightenment and share a faith in principles such as reason and progress, socialism emerged as a critique of liberal market society and was defined by its attempt to offer an alternative to industrial capitalism. The character of early socialism was influenced by the harsh and often inhuman conditions in which the industrial working class lived and worked. Wages were typically low, child and female labor were commonplace, the working day often lasted up to 12 hours, and the threat of unemployment was ever present. In addition, the new working class was disorientated, being largely composed of first-generation urban dwellers unfamiliar with the conditions of industrial life and work, and possessing few of the social institutions that could give their lives stability or meaning. As a result, early socialists often sought a radical, even revolutionary alternative to industrial capitalism. For instance, Charles Fourier (1772–1837) in France and Robert Owen, see page 80, in the UK subscribed to utopianism in founding experimental communities based on sharing and cooperation. The Germans Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels (1820–95) developed more complex and systematic theories which claimed to uncover the laws of history and proclaimed that the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism was inevitable. Utopianism, a belief in the unlimited possibilities of human development typically embodied in the vision of a perfect or ideal society, a utopia, see page 110. Key figure. Bettman/Getty Images. Karl Marx, 1818–83. A German philosopher, economist, and lifelong revolutionary, Marx is usually portrayed as the father of 20th-century communism. The centerpiece of Marx's thought is a scientific critique of capitalism that highlights, in keeping with previous class society, systemic inequality and therefore fundamental instability. Marx's materialist theory of history holds that social development will inevitably culminate in the establishment of a classless communist society. His vast works include the Communist Manifesto, 1848, written with Friedrich Engels, 1820–95, and the three-volume Capital, 1867, 1885, and 1894. In the late 19th century, the character of socialism was transformed by a gradual improvement in working-class living conditions and the advance of political democracy. The growth of trade unions, working-class political parties, and sports and social clubs served to provide greater economic security and to integrate the working class into industrial society. In the advanced industrial societies of Western Europe, it became increasingly difficult to continue to see the working class as a revolutionary force. Socialist political parties progressively adopted legal and constitutional tactics, encouraged by the gradual extension of the vote to working-class men. By World War I, the socialist world was clearly divided between those socialist parties that had sought power through the ballot box and preached reform and those that proclaimed a continuing need for revolution. The Russian Revolution of 1917 entrenched this split. Revolutionary socialists, following the example of V.I. Lenin, see page 91, and the Bolsheviks usually adopted the term communism, while reformist socialists described their ideas as either socialism or social democracy. Communism, the principle of the common ownership of wealth or a system of comprehensive collectivization. Communism is often viewed as Marxism in practice, see page 87. Social democracy, a moderate or reformist brand of socialism that favors a balance between the market and the state, rather than the abolition of capitalism, see page 95. Key concept. Capitalism. Capitalism is an economic system as well as a form of property ownership. It has a number of key features. First, it is based on generalized commodity production, a commodity being a good or service produced for exchange. It has market value rather than use value. Second, productive wealth in a capitalist economy is predominantly held in private hands. Third, economic life is organized according to impersonal market forces, in particular the forces of demand, what consumers are willing and able to consume, and supply, what producers are willing and able to produce. Fourth, in a capitalist economy, material self-interest and maximization provide the main motivations for enterprise and hard work. Some degree of state regulation is nevertheless found in all capitalist systems. The 20th century witnessed the spread of socialism across Eastern Europe and into parts of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Eastern Europe was incorporated into the Soviet bloc through the westward expansion of the Red Army in the final phase of World War II, a process that was consolidated by the formation of the Warsaw Pact in 1949. Socialism in African, Asian, and Latin American countries often developed out of the post-1945 anti-colonial struggle rather than a class struggle. The idea of class exploitation was replaced by that of colonial oppression, creating a potent fusion of socialism and nationalism, which is examined more fully in Chapter 5. The Chinese Communist Party, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, seized power in 1949 through the Chinese Communist Revolution, with communism subsequently spreading to North Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and elsewhere. More moderate forms of socialism were practiced elsewhere in the developing world, for example, by the Congress Party in India. Distinctive forms of African and Arab socialism also developed, being influenced respectively by the communal values of traditional tribal life and the moral principles of Islam. In Latin America in the 1960s and 1970s, socialist revolutionaries waged war against military dictatorships often seen to be operating in the interests of U.S. imperialism. Key figure. Bettman/Getty Images. Mao Zedong, Mao Tse-tung, 1893–1976. a Chinese Marxist theorist and leader of the People's Republic of China, 1949–76. Mao helped to found the Chinese Communist Party and, in 1935, became its leader. As a political theorist, Mao adapted Marxism-Leninism to the needs of an overwhelmingly agricultural and still traditional society. His legacy is often associated with the Cultural Revolution, 1966–70, a radical egalitarian movement that denounced elitism and capitalist roaders, those inclined to bow to pressure from bourgeois forces, and that resulted in widespread social disruption, repression, and death. During the late 20th century, socialism suffered a number of major setbacks. The most dramatic of these was the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe through a series of largely peaceful revolutions that culminated in the fall of the Berlin Wall in November 1989. By the end of 1991, the Soviet Union had collapsed and elsewhere, notably in China, a process of economic reform had been initiated. Significant developments also took place within Western social democracy. Confronted by both the end of the post-1945 economic boom, which had helped to sustain the politics of redistribution, and the shrinking size of the working class, socialist parties in many parts of the world went into ideological retreat during the 1980s and 1990s. In countries such as the UK, Germany, Netherlands, Australia, and New Zealand, this meant reaching an accommodation with globalization and accepting a wider role for the market in economic affairs. Nevertheless, the early 21st century brought indications of a revival of socialism. This was evident in, among other things, Jeremy Corbyn's surprise victory in the UK Labour Party's 2015 leadership election, the impact of Bernie Sanders on the race to become the Democratic Party nominee in the 2016 and 2020 US presidential elections, and the emergence of left-wing populist movements such as Syriza in Greece and Podemos in Spain. Two explanations have been advanced for these developments. In the first, they have been a backlash against the politics of austerity, which was widely adopted as economies fell into recession and tax revenues plummeted in the aftermath of the 2007-09 global financial crisis. In the second, far-left parties and movements have tapped into a growing mood of anti-establishment radicalism, sometimes called anti-politics, see page 171, that stems, in part, from a narrowing of the ideological divide between left and right-wing parties. Austerity, sternness or severity. As an economic strategy, austerity refers to public spending cuts designed to eradicate a budget deficit underpinned by faith in market forces. Core themes. One of the difficulties of analyzing socialism is that the term has been understood in at least three distinctive ways. From one point of view, socialism is seen as an economic model usually linked to some form of collectivization and planning. Socialism, in this sense, stands as an alternative to capitalism, the choice between these two qualitatively different productive systems traditionally being seen as the most crucial of all economic questions. However, the choice between pure socialism and pure capitalism was always an illusion, as all economic forms have, in different ways, blended features of both systems. Indeed, modern socialists tend to view socialism not so much as an alternative to capitalism, but as a means of harnessing capitalism to broader social ends. The second approach treats socialism as an instrument of the labor movement. Socialism, in this view, represents the interests of the working class, and offers a program through which the workers can acquire political or economic power. Socialism is thus really a form of labourism, a vehicle for advancing the interest of organized labor. From this perspective, the significance of socialism fluctuates with the fortunes of the working class movement worldwide. Nevertheless, though the historical link between socialism and organized labor cannot be doubted, socialist ideas have also been associated with artisans, the peasantry, and, for that matter, with political and bureaucratic elites. That is why, in this book, socialism is understood in a third and broader sense as a political creed or ideology characterized by a particular cluster of ideas, values, and theories. The most significant of these are labourism, a tendency exhibited by socialist parties to serve the interests of the organized labor movement rather than pursue broader ideological goals. Community, cooperation, equality, class politics, common ownership. Community. At its heart, socialism offers a unifying vision of human beings as social creatures capable of overcoming social and economic problems by drawing on the power of the community rather than simply individual effort. This is a collectivist vision because it stresses the capacity of human beings for collective action, their willingness and ability to pursue goals by working together as opposed to striving for personal self-interest. Most socialists, for instance, would be prepared to echo the words of the English metaphysical poet, John Donne, 1571–1631. No man is an island entire of itself, every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Human beings are therefore comrades, brothers, or sisters tied to one another. Human beings are therefore comrades, brothers, or sisters tied to one another by the bonds of a common humanity. This is expressed in the principle of fraternity. Fraternity, literally brotherhood, bonds of sympathy and comradeship between and among human beings. Socialists are far less willing than either liberals or conservatives to assume that human nature is unchanging and fixed at birth. Rather, they believe that human nature is malleable or plastic, shaped by the experiences and circumstances of social life. In the long-standing philosophical debate about whether nurture or nature determines human behavior, socialists side resolutely with nurture. From birth, perhaps even while in the womb, each individual is subjected to experiences that mold and condition his or her personality. All human skills and attributes are learned from society, from the fact that we stand upright to the language we speak. Whereas liberals draw a clear distinction between the individual and society, socialists believe that the individual is inseparable from society. Human beings are neither self-sufficient nor self-contained. To think of them as separate or atomized individuals is absurd. Individuals can only be understood and understand themselves through the social groups to which they belong. The behavior of human beings therefore tells us more about the society in which they live and have been brought up than it does about any abiding or immutable human nature. The radical edge of socialism derives not from its concern with what people are like, but with what they have the capacity to become. This has led socialists to develop utopian visions of a better society in which human beings can achieve genuine emancipation and fulfillment as members of a community. African and Asian socialists have often stressed that their traditional, pre-industrial societies already emphasize the importance of social life and the value of community. In these circumstances, socialism has sought to preserve traditional social values in the face of the challenge from Western individualism, see page 24. As Julius Nyerere, president of Tanzania 1964-85, pointed out, we, in Africa, have no more real need to be converted to socialism than we have of being taught democracy. He therefore described his own views as tribal socialism. Key concept: collectivism. Collectivism is, broadly, the belief that collective human endeavor is of greater practical and moral value than individual self-striving. It thus reflects the idea that human nature has a social core and implies that social groups, whether classes, nations, races, or whatever, are meaningful political entities. However, the term is used with little consistency. Mikhail Bakunin, see page 111, and other anarchists used collectivism to refer to self-governing associations of free individuals. Others have treated collectivism as strictly the opposite of individualism, see page 24, holding that it implies that collective interests should prevail over individual ones. It is also sometimes linked to the state as the mechanism through which collective interests are upheld, suggesting that the growth of state responsibilities marks the advance of collectivism. In the West, however, the social dimension of life has had to be reclaimed after generations of industrial capitalism. This was the goal of 19th century utopian socialists such as Charles Fourier and Robert Owen, who organized experiments in communal living. Fourier encouraged the founding of model communities, each containing about 1,800 members, which he called phalansteries. Owen also set up a number of experimental communities, the best known being New Harmony in Indiana, 1824-9. The most enduring communitarian experiment has been the kibbutz system in Israel, which consists of a system of cooperative, usually rural, settlements that are collectively owned and run by their members. However, the communitarian emphasis of the kibbutz system has been substantially diluted since the 1960s by, for instance, the abandonment of collective child rearing. Key figure: Photo 12/Universal Images Group /Getty Images. Robert Owen, 1771-1858. A British socialist, industrialist, and pioneer of the cooperative movement, Owen's A New View of Society, 1816, envisaged a transformation in human nature consequent on a change in its environment, suggesting that progress requires the construction of a rational system of society. Owen advanced a moral indictment of market capitalism, which he proposed should be replaced with a society based on small-scale cooperative communities in which property would be communally owned and essential goods freely distributed. Cooperation. If human beings are social animals, socialists believe that the natural relationship among them is one of cooperation rather than competition. Socialists believe that competition pits one individual against another, encouraging each of them to deny or ignore their social nature rather than embrace it. As a result, competition fosters only a limited range of social attributes and, instead, promotes selfishness and aggression. Cooperation, on the other hand, makes moral and economic sense. Individuals who work together rather than against each other develop bonds of sympathy, caring, and affection. Furthermore, the energies of the community rather than those of the single individual can be harnessed. Peter Kropotkin, see page 113, for example, suggested that the principal reason why the human species had survived and prospered was because of its capacity for mutual aid. Cooperation, working together, collective effort intended to achieve mutual benefit. Socialists believe that human beings can be motivated by moral incentives and not merely by material incentives. In theory, capitalism rewards individuals for the work they do. The harder they work, or the more abundant their skills, the greater their rewards will be. The moral incentive to work hard, however, is the desire to contribute to the common good, which develops out of a sympathy or sense of responsibility for fellow human beings, especially those in need. While few modern social democrats would contemplate the outright abolition of material incentives, they nevertheless insist on the need for a balance of some kind between material and moral incentives. For instance, socialists would argue that an important incentive for achieving economic growth is that it helps to finance the provision of welfare support for the poorest and most vulnerable elements in society. The socialist commitment to cooperation has stimulated the growth of cooperative enterprises designed to replace the competitive and hierarchic businesses that have proliferated under capitalism. Both producers and consumers' cooperatives have attempted to harness the energies of groups of people working for mutual benefit. In the UK, cooperative societies sprang up in the early 19th century. These societies bought goods in bulk and sold them cheaply to their working-class members. The Rochdale pioneers set up a grocery shop in 1844, and their example was soon taken up throughout industrial England and Scotland. Producer cooperatives owned and run by their workforce are common in parts of northern Spain and the former Yugoslavia, where industry is organized according to the principle of workers' self-management. Collective farms in the Soviet Union were also designed to be cooperative and self-managing, though in practice they operated within a rigid planning system and were usually controlled by local party bosses. Equality. A commitment to equality is in many respects the defining feature of socialist ideology, equality being the political value that most clearly distinguishes socialism from its rivals, notably liberalism and conservatism. Socialist egalitarianism is characterized by a belief in social equality or equality of outcome. Socialists have advanced at least three arguments in favor of this form of equality. First, social equality upholds justice or fairness. Socialists are reluctant to explain the inequality of wealth simply in terms of innate differences of ability among individuals. Socialists believe that just as capitalism has fostered competitive and selfish behavior, human inequality very largely reflects the unequal structure of society. They do not hold the naive belief that all people are born identical, possessing precisely the same capacities and skills. An egalitarian society would not, for instance, be one in which all students gained the same mark in their mathematics examinations. Nevertheless, socialists believe that the most significant forms of human inequality are a result of unequal treatment by society rather than unequal endowment by nature. Justice, from a socialist perspective, therefore demands that people are treated equally, or at least more equally, by society in terms of their rewards and material circumstances. Formal equality, in its legal and political senses, is clearly inadequate in itself because it disregards the structural inequalities of the capitalist system. Equality of opportunity, for its part, legitimizes inequality by perpetuating the myth of innate inequality. Egalitarianism, a theory or practice based on the desire to promote equality, egalitarianism is sometimes seen as the belief that equality is the primary political value. Perspectives on equality. Liberals believe that people are born equal in the sense that they are of equal moral worth. This implies formal equality, notably legal and political equality, as well as equality of opportunity, but social equality is likely to threaten freedom and penalize talent. Whereas classical liberals emphasize the need for strict meritocracy and economic incentives, modern liberals argue that genuine equal opportunities require relative social equality. Conservatives have traditionally viewed society as naturally hierarchical and have thus dismissed equality as an abstract and unachievable goal. Nevertheless, the new right evinces a strongly individualist belief in equality of opportunity while emphasizing the economic benefits of material inequality. Socialists regard equality as a fundamental value and, in particular, endorse social equality. Despite shifts within social democracy towards a liberal belief in equality of opportunity, social equality, whether in its relative social democratic or absolute communist sense, has been seen as essential to ensuring social cohesion and fraternity, establishing justice or equity, and enlarging freedom in a positive sense. Anarchists place a particular stress on political equality, understood as an equal and absolute right to personal autonomy, implying that all forms of political inequality amount to oppression. Anarcho-communists believe in absolute social equality achieved through the collective ownership of productive wealth. Fascists believe that humankind is marked by radical inequality both between leaders and followers and between the various nations or races of the world. Nevertheless, the emphasis on the nation or race implies that all members are equal, at least in terms of their core social identity. Feminists take equality to mean sexual equality in the sense of equal rights and equal opportunities, liberal feminism, or equal social or economic power, socialist feminism, irrespective of gender. However, some radical feminists have argued that the demand for equality may simply lead to women being male-identified. Ecologists advance the notion of biocentric equality, which emphasizes that all life forms have an equal right to live and blossom. Conventional notions of equality are therefore seen as anthropocentric in that they exclude the interests of all organisms and entities other than humankind. Second, social equality underpins community and cooperation. If people live in equal social circumstances, they will be more likely to identify with one another and work together for common benefit. Equal outcomes therefore strengthen social solidarity. Social inequality, by the same token, leads to conflict and instability. This also explains why socialists have criticized equality of opportunity for breeding a survival of the fittest mentality. For example, the British and social philosopher and historian R. H. Tawney, 1880–1962, dismissed the idea of equal opportunities as a tadpole philosophy, emphasizing the tiny proportion of tadpoles that develop into frogs. Solidarity, a unity based on shared interests or common standards. Third, socialists support social equality because they hold that need satisfaction is the basis for human fulfillment and self-realization. A need is a necessity, it demands satisfaction, it is not simply a frivolous wish or a passing fancy. Basic needs, such as the need for food, water, shelter, companionship, and so on, are fundamental to the human condition, which means that, for socialists, their satisfaction is the very stuff of freedom. Marx expressed this in his communist theory of distribution, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. Since all people have broadly similar needs, distributing wealth on the basis of need satisfaction clearly has egalitarian implications. Nevertheless, need satisfaction can also have inegalitarian implications, as in the case of so-called special needs arising, for instance, from physical or mental disability. While socialists agree about the virtue of social and economic equality, they disagree about the extent to which this can and should be brought about. Marxists and communists believe in absolute social equality brought about by the abolition of private property and collectivization of productive wealth. Perhaps the most famous experiment in such radical egalitarianism took place in China under the Cultural Revolution, 1966–76. Social democrats, however, believe in relative social equality usually achieved by the redistribution of wealth through the welfare state and a system of progressive taxation, although other mechanisms have also been proposed, such as universal basic income, see page 84. The social democratic desire to tame capitalism rather than abolish it reflects an acceptance of a continuing role for material incentives, and the fact that the significance of need satisfaction is largely confined to the eradication of poverty. This, in turn, blurs the distinction between social equality and equality of opportunity. Collectivization, the abolition of private property and the establishment of a comprehensive system of common or public ownership, usually through the mechanisms of the state. Progressive taxation, a system of taxation in which the rich pay a higher proportion of their income in tax than the poor. Class politics. Socialists have traditionally viewed social class as the deepest and most politically significant of social divisions. Socialist class politics have been expressed in two ways, however. In the first, social class is an analytical tool. In pre-socialist societies at least, socialists have believed that human beings tend to think and act together with others with whom they share a common economic position or interest. In other words, social classes rather than individuals are the principal actors in history and therefore provide the key to understanding social and political change. This is demonstrated most clearly in the Marxist belief that historical change is the product of class conflict. The second form of socialist class politics focuses specifically on the working class and is concerned with political struggle and emancipation. Socialism has often been viewed as an expression of the interests of the working class, and the working class has been seen as the vehicle through which socialism will be achieved. Nevertheless, social class has not been accepted as a necessary or permanent feature of society. Socialist societies have either been seen as classless or as societies in which class inequalities have been substantially reduced. In emancipating itself from capitalist exploitation, the working class thus also emancipates itself from its own class identity, becoming, in the process, fully developed human beings. Social class, a social division based on economic or social factors. A social class is a group of people who share a similar socio-economic position. Socialists have nevertheless been divided about the nature and importance of social class. In the Marxist tradition, class is linked to economic power as defined by the individual's relationship to the means of production. From this perspective, class divisions are divisions between capital and labor, that is, between the owners of productive wealth, the bourgeoisie, and those who live off the sale of their labor power, the proletariat. This Marxist two-class model is characterized by irreconcilable conflict between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, leading, inevitably, to the overthrow of capitalism through a proletarian revolution. Social democrats, on the other hand, have tended to define social class in terms of income and status differences between white-collar or non-manual workers, the middle class, and blue-collar or manual workers, the working class. From this perspective, the advance of socialism is associated with the narrowing of divisions between the middle class and the working class brought about through economic and social intervention. Social democrats have therefore believed in social amelioration and class harmony rather than social polarization and class war. Bourgeoisie, a Marxist term denoting the ruling class of a capitalist society, the owners of productive wealth. Proletariat, a Marxist term denoting a class that subsists through the sale of its labor power. Strictly speaking, the proletariat is not equivalent to the manual working class. Political ideologies in action. Universal basic income. Events. In 1981, the Alaska Permanent Fund was launched. It has since become the world's only enduring attempt to put the idea of universal basic income (UBI) into practice. The Permanent Fund, financed by Alaska's oil and gas resources, pays all adults and children a dividend each year. In 2019, it was $1,606. The only condition for which is they must be full-time Alaskan residents. In effect, this is free money. However, unlike most versions of UBI, Permanent Fund dividends are not fixed, guaranteed amounts, and they are not high enough to cover basic expenses. Among other prominent experiments with UBI is the scheme in Finland, under which 2,000 people randomly chosen from the ranks of the unemployed were given a monthly sum of €560. From January 2017 to December 2018, no strings attached. Significance. Public debate about UBI has grown as socialists and leftists, in particular, have seen it as a possible solution to both growing inequality and economic insecurity in an age of neoliberal globalization and the increasing effect of automation on jobs and income. The key argument in favor of UBI is that, as payments are made at a flat rate, it promotes social justice. Monthly stipends have a greater relative impact on the poor than on the rich and reduces, or, if payments are generous enough, eradicates poverty. Such thinking is underpinned by the belief that, in boosting spending power, UBI stimulates economic growth, so helping to pay for itself through increased tax revenues. Moreover, UBI may redress the relationship between employers and workers to the benefit of the latter, whose greater economic freedom serves to alleviate wage slavery. UBI, nevertheless, also attracts criticism. First, it may serve ideological purposes quite opposed to those of socialist egalitarianism. For example, the U.S. free market economist Milton Friedman defended the related idea of a negative income tax in which the state pays citizens rather than the other way around, on the grounds that it would allow for the dismantlement of the welfare state while, at the same time, strengthening self-sufficiency. Second, even if its purpose is to reduce inequality, UBI may be an ineffective tool. Among the reasons for this is that it threatens to draw funding away from public services like health and education that may be more reliable in meeting the needs of the less well-off. Finally, not only may UBI undermine the incentive to work and, in the process, turn people into passive consumers, but there is also no guarantee that income from UBI schemes is used wisely. However, the link between socialism and class politics has declined significantly since the mid-20th century. This has largely been a consequence of declining levels of class solidarity and, in particular, the shrinkage of the traditional working class or urban proletariat. The waning in class politics is a consequence of deindustrialization, reflected in the decline of traditional labor-intensive industries such as coal, steel, shipbuilding, and so on. Not only has this forced traditional socialist parties to revise their policies in order to appeal to middle-class voters, but it has also encouraged them to define their radicalism less in terms of class emancipation and more in relation to issues such as gender equality, ecological sustainability, or peace and international development. Common ownership. Socialists have often traced the origins of competition and inequality to the institution of private property, by which they usually mean productive wealth or capital, rather than personal belongings such as clothes, furniture, or houses. This attitude to property sets socialism apart from liberalism and conservatism, which both regard property ownership as natural and proper. Socialists criticize private property for a number of reasons. A property is unjust. Wealth is produced by the collective effort of human labor and should therefore be owned by the community, not by private individuals. It breeds acquisitiveness and so is morally corrupting. Private property encourages people to be materialistic, to believe that human happiness or fulfillment can be gained through the pursuit of wealth. Those who own property wish to accumulate more, while those who have little or no wealth long to acquire it. Perspectives on the economy. Liberals see the economy as a vital part of civil society and have a strong preference for a market or capitalist economic order based on property, competition, and material incentives. However, while classical liberals favor laissez-faire capitalism, modern liberals recognize the limitations of the market and accept limited economic management. Conservatives show clear support for private enterprise but have traditionally favored pragmatic, if limited, intervention, fearing the free-for-all of laissez-faire and the attendant risks of social instability. Neoliberal conservatives nevertheless endorse unregulated capitalism. Socialists in the Marxist tradition have expressed a preference for common ownership and absolute social equality, which in orthodox communism was expressed in state collectivization and central planning. Social democrats, though, support welfare or regulated capitalism, believing that the market is a good servant but a bad master. Anarchists reject any form of economic control or management. However, while anarcho-communists endorse common ownership and small-scale self-management, anarcho-capitalists advocate an entirely unregulated market economy. Fascists have sought to find an alternative to both capitalism and communism, often linked to corporatism and its supposed ability to draw labor and capital together into an organic whole. Planning and nationalization are supported as attempts to subordinate profit to the alleged needs of the nation or race. Ecologists condemn both market capitalism and state collectivism for being growth-obsessed and environmentally unsustainable. Economics must therefore be subordinate to ecology, and the drive for profit at any cost must be replaced by a concern with long-term sustainability and harmony between humankind and nature. It is divisive. It fosters conflict in society, for example, between owners and workers, employers and employees, or simply the rich and the poor. Socialists have therefore proposed that the institution of private property either be abolished and replaced by the common ownership of productive wealth, or, more modestly, that the right to property be balanced against the interests of the community. Fundamentalist socialists, such as Marx and Engels, envisaged the abolition of private property, and hence the creation of a classless, communist society in place of capitalism. Their clear preference was that property be owned collectively and used for the benefit of humanity. However, they said little about how this goal could be achieved in practice. When Lenin and the Bolsheviks seized power in Russia in 1917, they believed that socialism could be built through nationalization. This process was not completed until the 1930s, when Stalin's Second Revolution witnessed the construction of a centrally planned economy, a system of state collectivization. Common ownership came to mean state ownership, or what the Soviet Constitution described as socialist state property. The Soviet Union thus developed a form of state socialism. Fundamentalist socialism, a form of socialism that seeks to abolish capitalism and replace it with a qualitatively different kind of society. Nationalization, the extension of state or public ownership over private assets or industries, either individual enterprises or the entire economy, often called collectivization. State socialism, a form of socialism in which the state controls and directs economic life, acting, in theory, in the interests of the people. Social democrats have also been attracted to the state as an instrument through which wealth can be collectively owned and the economy rationally planned. However, in the West, nationalization has been applied more selectively, its objective being not full state collectivization but the construction of a mixed economy. In the UK, for example, the Attlee Labour government, 1945-51, nationalized what it called the commanding heights of the economy, major industries such as coal, steel, electricity, and gas. Through these industries, the government hoped to regulate the entire economy without the need for comprehensive collectivization. However, since the 1950s, parliamentary socialist parties have gradually distanced themselves from the politics of ownership, preferring to define socialism in terms of the pursuit of equality and social justice rather than the advance of public ownership. Nevertheless, in the aftermath of the 2007-09 global financial crisis, there was evidence of a reappraisal of the importance of capital in socialist thought, as, for example, in the writings of Thomas Piketty. Mixed economy. An economy in which there is a mixture of publicly owned and privately owned industries. Key figure. Eric Piermont/AFP, Getty Images. Thomas Piketty, born 1971. A French economist, Piketty's work focuses primarily on the issues of wealth and income distribution. In his best-selling Capital in the 21st Century, 2014, Piketty advanced the central theory that the return on capital grows more quickly than the economy, meaning that inequality will widen remorselessly unless bold action is taken to cut the rich down to size. In this light, he proposed a progressive, global tax on wealth. Such thinking was further developed in Capital and Ideology, 2020, which analyzed the history of what Piketty called the inequality regime, and urged the introduction of a triptych of progressive taxes: income tax, an annual property tax, and inheritance tax, each having a maximum rate of 90%. Types of socialism. The two major subtraditions of socialism are as follows. Communism, a social democracy. Communism. The communist tradition within socialism is defined by a rejection of private property and a clear preference for common or collective ownership. It is a tradition that has a variety of manifestations, even overlapping with anarchism, as in the case of anarcho-communism, discussed in Chapter 5. However, historically its most significant association has undoubtedly been with Marxism. Strictly speaking, Marxism as a codified body of thought only came into existence after Marx's death in 1883. It was the product of the attempt, notably by Marx's lifelong collaborator, Friedrich Engels, the SPD leader Karl Kautsky, 1854 to 1938, and the Russian theoretician Georgy Plekhanov, 1857 to 1918, to condense Marx's ideas and theories into a systematic and comprehensive worldview that suited the needs of the growing socialist movement. This orthodox Marxism later formed the basis of Soviet communism. Some see Marx as an economic determinist, while others proclaim him to be a humanist socialist. Moreover, distinctions have also been drawn between his early and later writings, sometimes presented as the distinction between the young Marx and the mature Marx. It is nevertheless clear that Marx himself believed he had developed a new brand of socialism that was scientific, in the sense that it was primarily concerned with disclosing the nature of social and historical development, rather than with advancing an essentially ethical critique of capitalism. Key concept: communism. Communism, in its simplest sense, refers to the communal organization of social existence, especially through the collective ownership of property. For Marxists, communism is a theoretical ideal. In this sense, communism is characterized by classlessness, wealth is owned in common, rational economic organization, production for use replaces production for exchange, and statelessness. In the absence of class conflict, the state withers away. Orthodox communism refers to the societies founded in the 20th century supposedly on the basis of Marxist principles. In such societies, 1. Marxism-Leninism was used as an official ideology. 2. The Communist Party had a monopoly of power based on its leading and guiding role in society. And 3. Economic life was collectivized and organized through a system of central planning. At least 3 forms of Marxism can be identified. These are classical Marxism, orthodox communism, neo-Marxism. Classical Marxism. Philosophy. The core of classical Marxism, the Marxism of Marx, is a philosophy of history that outlines why capitalism is doomed and why socialism is destined to replace it, based on supposedly scientific analysis. But in what sense did Marx believe his work to be scientific? Marx criticized earlier socialist thinkers such as the French social reformer Saint-Simon, 1760 to 1825, Fourier and Owen as utopians, on the basis that their socialism was grounded in a desire for total social transformation unconnected with the necessity of class struggle and revolution. Marx, in contrast, undertook a laborious empirical analysis of history and society, hoping thereby to gain insight into the nature of future developments. However, whether with Marx's help or not, Marxism as the attempt to gain historical understanding through the application of scientific methods, later developed into Marxism as a body of scientific truths, gaining a status more akin to that of a religion. Engels' declaration that Marx had uncovered the laws of historical and social development was a clear indication of this transition. What made Marx's approach different from that of other socialist thinkers was that he subscribed to what Engels called the materialist conception of history, or historical materialism, see Figure 4.1. Rejecting the idealism of the German philosopher G. W. F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, who believed that history amounted to the unfolding of the so-called historical materialism, a Marxist theory that holds that material or economic conditions ultimately structure law, politics, culture, and other aspects of social existence. Figure 4.1. Historical materialism. World spirit. Marx held material circumstances to be fundamental to all forms of social and historical development. This reflected the belief that the production of the means of subsistence is the most crucial of all human activities. Since humans cannot survive without food, water, shelter, and so on, the way in which these are produced conditions all other aspects of life. In short, social being determines consciousness. In the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, written in 1859, Marx gave this theory its most succinct expression by suggesting that social consciousness and the legal and political superstructure arise from the economic base, the real foundation of society. This base consists essentially of the mode of production or economic system, feudalism, capitalism, socialism, and so on. This led Marx to conclude that political, legal, cultural, religious, artistic, and other aspects of life could be explained primarily by reference to economic factors. See pp. 3-5 for an account of how this applies to Marx's theory of ideology. While in other respects a critic of Hegel, Marx nevertheless embraced his belief that the driving force of historical change was the dialectic. In effect, progress is the consequence of internal conflict. For Hegel, this explained the movement of the world spirit towards self-realization through conflict between a thesis and its opposing force, an antithesis producing a higher level, a synthesis which in turn constitutes a new thesis. Marx, as Engels put it, turned Hegel on his head by investing this Hegelian dialectic with a materialistic interpretation. Marx thus explained historical change by reference to internal contradictions within each mode of production, arising from the existence of private property. Capitalism is thus doomed because it embodies its own antithesis, the proletariat, seen by Marx as the grave digger of capitalism. Conflict between capitalism and the proletariat will therefore lead to a higher stage of development in the establishment of a socialist, and eventually a communist society. Dialectic, a process of development in which interaction between two opposing forces, thesis and antithesis, leads to a further or higher stage, synthesis. Historical change resulting from internal contradictions within a society. Marx's theory of history is therefore teleological, in the sense that it invests history with meaning or a purpose, reflected in its goal, classless communism. This goal would nevertheless only be achieved once history had developed through a series of stages or epochs, each characterized by its own economic structure and class system. In the German ideology, 1846-1970, Marx identified 4 such stages: a primitive communism or tribal society, in which material scarcity provided the principal source of conflict; a slavery, covering classical or ancient societies and characterized by conflict between masters and slaves; feudalism, marked by antagonism between landowners and serfs; a capitalism, dominated by the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Human history has therefore been a long struggle between the oppressed and the oppressor, the exploited and the exploiter. However, following Hegel, Marx envisaged an end of history, which would occur when a society was constructed that embodied no internal contradictions or antagonisms. This, for Marx, meant communism, a classless society based on the common ownership of productive wealth. With the establishment of communism, what Marx called the prehistory of mankind would come to an end. Economics. In Marx's early writings, much of his critique of capitalism rests on the notion of alienation, which applies in 4 senses. Since capitalism is a system of production for exchange, it alienates humans from the product of their labor. They work to produce not what they need or what is useful, but commodities to be sold for profit. They are also alienated from the process of labor, because most are forced to work under the supervision of foremen or managers. In addition, work is not social. Individuals are encouraged to be self-interested and are therefore alienated from fellow workers. Finally, workers are alienated from themselves. Labor itself is reduced to a mere commodity and work becomes a depersonalized activity instead of a creative and fulfilling one. Alienation, to be separated from one's genuine or essential nature. Used by Marxists to describe the process whereby, under capitalism, labor is reduced to being a mere commodity. However, in his later work, Marx analyzed capitalism more in terms of class conflict and exploitation. Marx defined class in terms of economic power, specifically where people stand in relation to the ownership of the means of production or productive wealth. He believed that capitalist society was being divided increasingly into 2 great classes facing one another, bourgeoisie and proletariat. For Marx and later Marxists, the analysis of the class system provides the key to historical understanding and enables predictions to be made about the future development of capitalism. In the words of the Communist Manifesto, 1848-1967, the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. Classes rather than individuals, parties, or other movements are the chief agents of historical change. Crucially, Marx believed that the relationship between classes is one of irreconcilable antagonism, the subordinate class being necessarily and systematically exploited by the ruling class. This he explained by reference to the idea of surplus value. Capitalism's quest for profit can only be satisfied through the extraction of surplus value from its workers by paying them less than the value their labor generates. Economic exploitation is therefore an essential feature of the capitalist mode of production, and it operates regardless of the meanness or generosity of particular employers. Marx was concerned not only to highlight the inherent instability of capitalism based on irreconcilable class conflict, but also to analyze the nature of capitalist development. In particular, he drew attention to its tendency to experience deepening economic crises. These stemmed, in the main, from cyclical crises of overproduction, plunging the economy into stagnation and bringing unemployment and immiseration to the working class. Each crisis would be more severe than the last because, Marx calculated, in the long term the rate of profit would fall. This would eventually and inevitably produce conditions in which the proletariat, the vast majority of society, would rise up in revolution. Ruling class, a Marxist term denoting the class that owns the means of production and so wields economic and political power. Surplus value, a Marxist term denoting the value that is extracted from the labor of the proletariat by the mechanism of capitalist exploitation. Politics. Marx's most important prediction was that capitalism was destined to be overthrown by a proletarian revolution. This would be not merely a political revolution that would remove the governing elite or overthrow the state machine, but a social revolution that would establish a new mode of production and culminate in the achievement of full communism. Such a revolution, he anticipated, would occur in the most mature capitalist countries, for example, Germany, Belgium, France, or the UK, where the forces of production had expanded to their limit within the constraints of the capitalist system. Nevertheless, revolution would not simply be determined by objective conditions alone. The subjective element would be supplied by a class-conscious proletariat, meaning that revolution would occur when both objective and subjective conditions were right. As class antagonisms intensified, the proletariat would recognize the fact of its own exploitation and become a revolutionary force, a class for itself and not merely a class in itself. In this sense, revolution would be a spontaneous act carried out by a proletarian class that would, in effect, lead or guide itself. Social revolution, a qualitative change in the structure of society. For Marxists, a social revolution involves a change in the mode of production and the system of ownership. The initial target of this revolution was to be the bourgeois state. The state, in this view, is an instrument of oppression wielded by the economically dominant class. However, Marx recognized that there could be no immediate transition from capitalism to communism. A transitional, socialist stage of development would last as long as class antagonisms persisted. This would be characterized by what Marx called the dictatorship of the proletariat. The purpose of this proletarian state was to safeguard the gains of the revolution by preventing counter-revolution carried out by the dispossessed bourgeoisie. However, as class antagonisms began to fade with the emergence of full communism, the state would wither away. Once the class system had been abolished, the state would lose its reason for existence. The resulting communist society would therefore be stateless as well as classless and would allow a system of commodity production to give way to one geared to the satisfaction of human needs. Dictatorship of the proletariat, a Marxist term denoting the transitional phase between the collapse of capitalism and the establishment of full communism, characterized by the establishment of a proletarian state. Orthodox communism. The Russian Revolution and its consequences dominated the image of communism in the 20th century. The Bolshevik Party, led by V.I. Lenin, seized power in a coup d'état in October 1917 and the following year adopted the name Communist Party. As the first successful communist revolutionaries, the Bolshevik leaders enjoyed unquestionable authority within the communist world at least until the 1950s. Communist parties set up elsewhere accepted the ideological leadership of Moscow and joined the Communist International, or Comintern, founded in 1919. The communist regimes established in Eastern Europe after 1945, in China in 1949, in Cuba in 1959 and elsewhere, were consciously modeled on the structure of the Soviet Union. Thus, Soviet communism became the dominant model of communist rule and the ideas of Marxism-Leninism became the ruling ideology of the communist world. However, 20th century communism differed significantly from the ideas and expectations of Marx and Engels. In the first place, although the communist parties that developed in the 20th century were founded on the theories of classical Marxism, they were forced to adapt these to the tasks of winning and retaining political power. 20th century communist leaders had, in particular, to give greater attention to issues such as leadership, political organization, and economic management than Marx had done. Second, the communist regimes were shaped by the historical circumstances in which they developed. Communist parties did not achieve power as Marx had anticipated in the developed capitalist states of Western Europe, but in backward, largely rural countries such as Russia and China. In consequence, the urban proletariat was invariably small and unsophisticated, quite incapable of carrying out a genuine class revolution. Communist rule thus became the rule of a communist elite and of communist leaders. Soviet communism, furthermore, was crucially shaped by the decisive personal contribution of the first two Bolshevik leaders, V.I. Lenin and Joseph Stalin, 1879 to 1953. Key figure. Hulton Deutsch/Corbis Historical/Getty Images. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, 1870 to 1924. A Russian Marxist revolutionary and theorist, Lenin was the first leader of the Soviet state, 1917 to 21. In What is to be Done? 1902, he emphasized the central importance of a tightly organized vanguard party to lead and guide the proletarian class. In Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1916, he developed an economic analysis of colonialism, highlighting the possibility of turning world war into class war. The State and Revolution, 1917, outlined Lenin's firm commitment to the insurrectionary road and rejected bourgeois parliamentarism. Lenin's theoretical contributions to Marxism were shaped by his overriding concern with the problems of winning power and establishing communist rule. The central feature of Leninism was a belief in the need for a new kind of political party, a revolutionary party or vanguard party. Unlike Marx, Lenin did not believe that the proletariat would spontaneously develop revolutionary class consciousness as the working class was diluted by bourgeois ideas and beliefs. He suggested that only a revolutionary party could lead the working class from trade union consciousness to revolutionary class consciousness. Such a party should be composed of professional and dedicated revolutionaries. Its claim to leadership would lie in its ideological wisdom, specifically its understanding of Marxist theory. This party could therefore act as the vanguard of the proletariat because, armed with Marxism, it would perceive the genuine interests of the proletariat and would act to awaken the proletarian class to its revolutionary potential. Lenin further proposed that the vanguard party should be organized according to the principles of democratic centralism. Lenin's theory of the party nevertheless attracted criticism from fellow Marxists. In particular, Rosa Luxemburg associated the notion of the vanguard party with the problem of substitutionism, in which a ruling party would substitute itself for the proletariat and, eventually, a supreme leader would substitute himself for the party. Leninism, Lenin's theoretical contributions to Marxism, notably his belief in the need for a revolutionary or vanguard party to raise the proletariat to class consciousness. Vanguard party, a Leninist term denoting a party whose purpose is to lead and guide the proletariat to the achievement of revolutionary class consciousness. Class consciousness, a Marxist term denoting ideas and theories that serve the interests of the bourgeoisie by disguising the contradictions of capitalist society. Democratic centralism, the Leninist principle of party organization based on a supposed balance between freedom of discussion and strict unity of action. Key figure. Ullstein Bild/Getty. Rosa Luxemburg, 1871–1919. A Polish-born socialist and exponent of revolutionary Marxism, Luxemburg advanced the first Marxist critique of the Bolshevik tradition from the point of view of democracy. Emphasizing the benefits of a broadly based democratic organization, she condemned Lenin's conception of a tightly centralized vanguard party as an attempt to exert political control over the working class. By associating vanguardism with the rise of despotism, she predicted the subsequent course of Russian communism. In also condemning the revisionism of Bernstein and others, Luxemburg steered a course between the two major traditions of 20th-century socialism, orthodox communism and social democracy. With Karl Liebknecht, she formed the Spartacus League, which later became the German Communist Party. Luxemburg was arrested and murdered during the Spartacist uprising in Berlin. When the Bolsheviks seized power in 1917, they did so as a vanguard party and therefore in the name of the proletariat. If the Bolshevik Party was acting in the interests of the working class, it followed that opposition parties must represent the interests of classes hostile to the proletariat, in particular the bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat required that the revolution be protected against its class enemies, which effectively meant the suppression of all parties other than the Communist Party. By 1920, Russia had become a one-party state. Leninist theory therefore implied the existence of a monopolistic party which enjoys sole responsibility for articulating the interests of the proletariat and guiding the revolution toward its ultimate goal, that of building communism. Soviet communism was no less deeply influenced by the rule of Joseph Stalin, 1924–53, than that of Lenin. Indeed more so, as the Soviet Union was affected more profoundly by Stalin's Second Revolution in the 1930s than it had been by the October Revolution. Stalin's most important ideological shift was to embrace the doctrine of socialism in one country, initially developed by Nikolai Bukharin. Announced in 1924, this proclaimed that the Soviet Union could succeed in building socialism without the need for international revolution. After consolidating himself in power, however, Stalin oversaw a dramatic economic and political upheaval, beginning with the announcement of the first five-year plan in 1928. Stalin's five-year plans brought about rapid industrialization as well as the swift and total eradication of private enterprise. From 1929, agriculture was collectivized and Soviet peasants were forced at the cost of literally millions of lives to give up their land and join state or collective farms. Economic Stalinism therefore took the form of state collectivization or state socialism. The capitalist market was entirely removed and replaced by a system of central planning dominated by the State Planning Committee, Gosplan, and administered by a collection of powerful economic ministries based in Moscow. Stalinism, a centrally planned economy supported by systematic and brutal political oppression based on the structures of Stalin's Russia. Major political changes accompanied this second revolution. During the 1930s, Stalin used his power to brutal effect, removing anyone suspected of disloyalty or criticism in an increasingly violent series of purges carried out by the secret police, the NKVD. The membership of the Communist Party was almost halved, over 1 million people lost their lives, including all the surviving members of Lenin's Politburo, and many millions were imprisoned in labor camps or gulags. Political Stalinism was therefore a form of totalitarian dictatorship operating through a monolithic ruling party, in which all forms of debate or criticism were eradicated by terror in what amounted to a civil war conducted against the party itself. Neo-Marxism. While Marxism, or more usually Marxism-Leninism, was turned into a secular religion by the orthodox communist regimes of Eastern Europe and elsewhere, a more subtle and complex form of Marxism developed in Western Europe. Referred to as modern Marxism, Western Marxism, or neo-Marxism, this amounted to an attempt to revise or recast the classical ideas of Marx while remaining faithful to certain Marxist principles or aspects of Marxist methodology. Neo-Marxism, an updated and revised form of Marxism that rejects determinism, the primacy of economics, and the privileged status of the proletariat. Two principal factors shaped the character of neo-Marxism. First, when Marx's prediction about the imminent collapse of capitalism failed to materialize, neo-Marxists were forced to re-examine conventional class analysis. In particular, they took a greater interest in Hegelian ideas and in the stress on man the creator found in Marx's early writings. Neo-Marxists were thus able to break free from the rigid base/superstructure straitjacket. In short, the class struggle was no longer treated as the beginning and end of social analysis. Second, neo-Marxists were usually at odds with, and sometimes profoundly repelled by, the Bolshevik model of orthodox communism. The Hungarian Marxist George Lukács, 1885–1971, was one of the first to present Marxism as a humanistic philosophy emphasizing the process of reification, through which capitalism dehumanizes workers by reducing them to passive objects or marketable commodities. Antonio Gramsci drew attention to the degree to which the class system is upheld not simply by unequal economic and political power but also by bourgeois hegemony, the spiritual and cultural supremacy of the ruling class, brought about through the spread of bourgeois values and beliefs via civil society, the media, churches, youth movements, trade unions, and so on. A more overtly Hegelian brand of Marxism was developed by the so-called Frankfurt School, whose leading early figures were Theodor Adorno (1903–69), Max Horkheimer (1895–1973), and Herbert Marcuse. Frankfurt theorists developed what was called critical theory, a blend of Marxist political economy, Hegelian philosophy, and Freudian psychology that came to have a considerable impact on the so-called New Left. The leading exponent of the second generation of the Frankfurt School is the German philosopher and social theorist Jürgen Habermas, born 1929. His wide-ranging work includes an analysis of crisis tendencies in capitalist society that arise from tensions between capital accumulation and democracy. Key figure: Ullstein Bild DTL/Ullstein Bild/Getty Images. Herbert Marcuse, 1898–1979. A German political philosopher and social theorist, Marcuse portrayed advanced industrial society as an all-encompassing system of repression that subdues argument and debate and absorbs all forms of opposition. Drawing on Marxist, Hegelian, and Freudian ideas, Marcuse held up the unashamedly utopian prospect of personal and sexual liberation, looking not to the conventional working class as a revolutionary force but to groups such as students, ethnic minorities, women, and workers in the developing world. His key works include Eros and Civilization, 1958, and One-Dimensional Man, 1964. Key concept: New Left. The New Left comprises thinkers and intellectual movements that emerged in the 1960s and early 1970s, seeking to revitalize socialist thought by developing a radical critique of advanced industrial society. The New Left rejected both old left alternatives, Soviet-style state socialism, and radicalized Western social democracy. Influenced by the humanist writings of the young Marx and by anarchism and radical forms of phenomenology and existentialism, New Left theories are often diffuse. Common themes nevertheless include a fundamental rejection of conventional society, the system as oppressive, a commitment to personal autonomy and self-fulfillment in the form of liberation, disillusionment with the role of the working class as the revolutionary agent, sympathy for identity politics, see page 232, and a preference for decentralization and participatory democracy. Social democracy. As an ideological stance, social democracy took shape around the mid-20th century, resulting from the tendency among Western socialist parties not only to adopt parliamentary strategies, but also to revise their socialist goals. In particular, they abandoned the goal of abolishing capitalism and sought instead to reform or humanize it. Social democracy therefore came to stand for a broad balance between the market economy on the one hand and state intervention on the other. Social democracy was most fully developed in the early post-1945 period, during which enthusiasm for social democratic ideas and theories extended well beyond its socialist homeland, creating, in many Western states, a social democratic consensus. However, since the 1970s and 1980s, social democracy has struggled to retain its electoral and political relevance in the face of the advance of neoliberalism, see page 63, and changed economic and social circumstances. The final decades of the 20th century therefore witnessed a process of ideological retreat on the part of reformist socialist parties across the globe. Key concept: social democracy. Social democracy is an ideological stance that supports a broad balance between market capitalism on the one hand and state intervention on the other. Being based on a compromise between the market and the state, social democracy lacks a systematic underlying theory and is, arguably, inherently vague. It is nevertheless associated with the following views. 1. Capitalism is the only reliable means of generating wealth, but it is a morally defective means of distributing wealth because of its tendency towards poverty and inequality. 2. The defects of the capitalist system can be rectified through economic and social intervention, the state being the custodian of the public interest. 3. Social change can and should be brought about peacefully and constitutionally. Ethical socialism. The theoretical basis for social democracy has been provided more by moral. The theoretical basis for social democracy has been provided more by moral or religious beliefs than by scientific analysis. Social democrats have not accepted the materialist and highly systematic ideas of Marx and Engels, but rather advanced an essentially moral critique of capitalism. In short, socialism is portrayed as morally superior to capitalism because human beings are ethical creatures, bound to one another by the ties of love, sympathy, and compassion. The moral vision that underlies ethical socialism has been based on both humanistic and religious principles. Socialism in France, the UK, and other Commonwealth countries has been influenced more strongly by the humanist ideas of Fourier, Owen, and William Morris, 1854–96, than by the scientific creed of Karl Marx. However, ethical socialism has also drawn heavily on Christianity. For example, there is a long-established tradition of Christian socialism in the UK, reflected in the 20th century in the works of R. H. Tawney. The Christian ethic that has inspired UK socialism is that of universal brotherhood, the respect that should be accorded to all individuals as creations of God, a principle embodied in the commandment, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." In The Acquisitive Society, 1921, Tawney condemned unregulated capitalism because it is driven by the sin of avarice, rather than faith in a common humanity. In abandoning scientific analysis in favor of moral or religious principles, however, social democracy weakened the theoretical basis of socialism. Social democracy has been concerned primarily with the notion of a just or fair distribution of wealth in society. This is embodied in the overriding principle of social democracy: social justice. Social democracy consequently came to stand for a broad range of views, extending from a left-wing commitment to extending equality and expanding the collective ownership of wealth, to a more right-wing acceptance of the need for market efficiency and individual self-reliance that may be difficult to distinguish from certain forms of liberalism or conservatism. Attempts have nevertheless been made to give social democracy a theoretical basis, usually involving re-examining capitalism itself and redefining the goal of socialism. Social justice, a morally justifiable distribution of wealth, usually implying a commitment to greater equality. Reformist socialism. The original, fundamentalist goal of socialism was that productive wealth should be owned in common by all, and therefore used for the collective benefit. This required the abolition of private property and the transition from a capitalist mode of production to a socialist one, usually through a process of revolutionary change. Capitalism, in this view, is unredeemable. It is a system of class exploitation and oppression that deserves to be abolished altogether, not merely reformed. However, influenced by both the steady integration of the working class into society and the gradual advance of political democracy, from the late 19th century onwards a growing number of socialist groups and parties embraced reformism. At the heart of this was the goal of taming capitalism rather than abolishing it. A major influence on this process in the UK was the Fabian Society, formed in 1884. Led by Beatrice Webb, 1858–1943, and Sidney Webb, 1859–1947. And including noted intellectuals such as George Bernard Shaw and H. G. Wells, the Fabians took their name from the Roman general Fabius Maxim, who was noted for the patient and defensive tactics he had employed in defeating Hannibal's invading armies. In their view, socialism would develop naturally and peacefully out of liberal capitalism via a very similar process. Placing their faith in the belief that the spread of democracy guarantees the ultimate victory of socialism, the Fabians embraced the idea of the inevitability of gradualism. Reformism, the advocacy of improvement through reform, as opposed to fundamental revolutionary change. Gradualism, progress brought about by gradual, piecemeal improvements, rather than dramatic upheaval. Change through legal and peaceful reform. Fabian ideas also had an impact on the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, formed in 1875. While committed in theory to a Marxist strategy, in practice SPD adopted a reformist approach, influenced by the ideas of Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825–64. Lassalle had argued that the extension of political democracy could enable the state to respond to working-class interests, and he envisaged socialism being established through a gradual process of social reform, introduced by a benign state. Such ideas were developed more thoroughly by Edward Bernstein, whose Evolutionary Socialism, 1898-1962, was the first major work of Marxist revisionism. Bernstein suggested that capitalism was becoming increasingly complex and differentiated. In particular, the ownership of wealth had widened as a result of the introduction of joint stock companies, owned by a number of shareholders, instead of a single powerful industrialist. The ranks of the middle classes had also been swollen by the growing number of salaried employees, technicians, government officials, and professional workers, who were neither capitalists nor proletarians. In Bernstein's view, this meant that capitalism could be reformed by the nationalization of major industries and the extension of legal protection and welfare benefits to the working class, a process that could be achieved peacefully and democratically. Revisionism, the revision or reworking of a political theory that departs from earlier interpretations in an attempt to present a corrected view. Key figure: Ullstein-Bild/Getty. Edward Bernstein, 1850 to 1932. A German socialist politician and theorist, Bernstein attempted to revise and modernize orthodox Marxism in the light of changing circumstances. In Evolutionary Socialism, 1898, Bernstein argued that economic crises were becoming less, not more, acute and drew attention to the steady advance of the working class. On this basis, he drew attention to the possibility of a gradual and peaceful transition to socialism, and questioned the distinction between liberalism and socialism, later abandoning all semblance of Marxism. Western socialist parties have been reformist in practice, if not always in theory. In some cases they long retained a formal commitment to fundamentalist goals, as in the UK Labour Party's belief in the common ownership of the means of production, distribution and exchange, expressed in Clause 4 of its 1918 Constitution. Nevertheless, as the 20th century progressed, Social Democrats dropped their commitment to planning as they recognized the efficiency and vigor of the capitalist market. The Swedish Social Democratic Labour Party formally abandoned planning in the 1930s, as did the West. German Social Democrats at the Bad Godesberg Congress of 1959, which accepted the principle of competition when possible, planning when necessary. In the UK, a similar bid to embrace revisionism formally in the late 1950s ended in failure when the Labour Party conference rejected the then-leader Hugh Gaitskell's attempt to abolish Clause 4. Nevertheless, when in power, the Labour Party never revealed an appetite for wholesale nationalization. Tensions within. Socialism 1. Communism versus social democracy, scientific socialism, ethical socialism, fundamentalism, revisionism, utopianism, reformism, revolution, evolution/gradualism, abolish capitalism, humanize capitalism, common ownership, redistribution, classless society, ameliorate class, conflict, absolute equality, relative equality, state collectivization, mixed economy, central planning, economic management, vanguard party, parliamentary party, dictatorship of proletariat, political pluralism, proletarian/people, state, liberal, democratic state. The abandonment of planning and comprehensive nationalization left social democracy with three more modest objectives. Social Democrats support the mixed economy, a blend of public and private ownership that stands between free market capitalism and state collectivism. Nationalization, when advocated by Social Democrats, is invariably selective and reserved for the commanding heights of the economy or industries that are thought to be natural monopolies. The 1945-51 Attlee Labour government, for instance, nationalized the major utilities, electricity, gas, coal, steel, the railways, and so on, but left most of UK industry in private hands. Economic management, seeing the need for capitalism to be regulated in order to deliver sustainable growth. After 1945, most social democratic parties were converted to Keynesianism, see page 40, as a device for controlling the economy and delivering full employment. The welfare state viewing it as the principal means of reforming or humanizing capitalism. Its attraction is that it acts as a redistributive mechanism that helps to promote social equality and eradicate poverty. Capitalism no longer needs to be abolished, only modified through the establishment of reformed or welfare capitalism. An attempt to give theoretical substance to these developments and in effect update Bernstein was made by Anthony Crosland, 1918-77, in The Future of Socialism, 1956. He subscribed to managerialism in believing that modern capitalism bore little resemblance to the 19th century model that Marx had had in mind. Crosland suggested that a new class of managers, experts, and technocrats had supplanted the old capitalist class and come to dominate all advanced industrial societies, both capitalist and communist. Managerialism, the theory that a governing class of managers, technocrats, and state officials, those who possess technical and administrative skills, dominates both capitalist and communist societies. The ownership of wealth had therefore become divorced from its control. Whereas shareholders who own businesses were principally concerned with profit, salaried managers who make day-to-day business decisions have a broader range of goals, including maintaining industrial harmony and upholding the public image of the company. Such developments implied that Marxism had become irrelevant. If capitalism could no longer be viewed as a system of class exploitation, the fundamentalist goals of nationalization and planning were simply outdated. Crossland thus recast socialism in terms of politics of social justice rather than the politics of ownership. Wealth need not be owned in common because it could be redistributed through a welfare state that is financed by progressive taxation. However, Crossland recognized that economic growth plays a crucial role in the achievement of socialism. A growing economy is essential to generate the tax revenues needed to finance more generous social expenditure, and the prosperous will only be prepared to finance the needy if their own living standards are underwritten by economic growth. The crisis of social democracy. During the early post-1945 period, Keynesian social democracy, or traditional social democracy, appeared to have triumphed. Its strength was that it harnessed the dynamism of the market without succumbing to the levels of inequality and instability that Marx believed would doom capitalism. Nevertheless, Keynesian social democracy was based on an arguably inherently unstable compromise. On the one hand, there was a pragmatic acceptance of the market as the only reliable means of generating wealth. This reluctant conversion to the market meant that social democrats accepted that there was no viable socialist alternative to the market, meaning that the socialist project was reborn as an attempt to reform, not replace, capitalism. On the other hand, the socialist ethic survived in the form of a commitment to social justice. This, in turn, was linked to a weak notion of equality, distributive equality, the idea that poverty should be reduced and inequality narrowed through the redistribution of wealth from rich to poor. At the heart of Keynesian social democracy, there lay a conflict between its commitment to both economic efficiency and egalitarianism. During the long boom of the post-1945 period, social democrats were not forced to confront this conflict because sustained growth, low unemployment, and low inflation improved the living standards of all social groups and helped to finance more generous welfare provision. However, as Crossland had anticipated, recession in the 1970s and 1980s created strains within social democracy, polarizing socialist thought into more clearly defined left-wing and right-wing positions. Recession precipitated a fiscal crisis of the welfare state, simultaneously increasing demand for welfare support as unemployment reemerged, and squeezing the tax revenues that financed welfare spending, because fewer people were at work and businesses were less profitable. A difficult question had to be answered. Should social democrats attempt to restore efficiency to the market economy, which might mean cutting inflation and possibly taxes, or should they defend the poor and the lower paid by maintaining or even expanding welfare provision? This crisis of social democracy was intensified in the 1980s and 1990s by a combination of political, social, and international factors. In the first place, the electoral viability of social democracy was undermined by deindustrialization and the shrinkage of the traditional working class, the social base of Keynesian social democracy. Whereas in the early post-1945 period, the tide of democracy had flowed with progressive politics. Since the 1980s, it has been orientated increasingly around the interests of what J.K. Galbraith, 1992, called the contented majority. Social democratic parties paid a high price for these social and electoral shifts. For instance, the UK Labour Party lost 4 successive general elections between 1979 and 1992. The SPD in Germany was out of power between 1982 and 1998. And the French Socialist Party suffered crushing defeats, notably in 1993 and 2002. Furthermore, the intellectual credibility of social democracy was badly damaged by the collapse of communism. Not only did this create a world without any significant non-capitalist economic forms, but it also undermined faith in what Anthony Giddens, see page 15, called the cybernetic model of socialism, in which the state, acting as the brain within society, serves as the principal agent of economic and social reform. In this light, Keynesian social democracy could be viewed as only a more modest version of the top-down state socialism that had been discarded so abruptly in the revolutions of 1989 to 91. From the 1980s onwards, reformist socialist parties across the globe, but particularly in countries such as the UK, the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, Australia, and New Zealand, underwent a further bout of revisionism, sometimes termed neo-revisionism. In so doing, they distanced themselves to a greater or lesser extent from the principles and commitments of traditional social democracy. The resulting ideological stance has been described in various ways, including New Social Democracy, the Third Way, the Radical Center, the Active Center, and the New Middle. However, the ideological significance of neo-revisionism and its relationship to traditional social democracy in particular and to socialism in general have been shrouded in debate and confusion. Its central thrust is nevertheless encapsulated in the notion of the Third Way, highlighting the idea of an alternative, in a broad sense, to capitalism and socialism. In its modern form, the Third Way represents, more specifically, an alternative to old-style social democracy and neoliberalism. Third Way, the notion of an alternative form of economics to both state socialism and free market capitalism, sought at different times by conservatives, socialists, and fascists. Tensions within. Socialism 2. Social democracy v. Third way ideological pragmatic nation-state globalization industrial society information society class politics community mixed economy market economy full employability concern for underdog meritocracy social justice opportunity for all eradicate poverty promote inclusion social rights and responsibilities cradle to grave welfare to work social reformist state competition / market state. The future of socialism. For much of the 20th century it was widely accepted by its enemies as well as its friends that socialism and history marched hand in hand. The expansion of the franchise to include, over time, working-class voters gave a powerful impetus to the growth of democratic socialism. The 1917 Russian Revolution demonstrated the potency of revolutionary socialism by leading to the creation of the world's first socialist state. Socialism's influence spread yet more widely in the aftermath of World War II. As orthodox communism spread throughout Eastern Europe and into China, Cuba, and beyond, democratic socialist parties practicing Keynesian social democracy often dominated the policy agenda, even, sometimes, converting liberal and conservative parties to socialist-style thinking. However, the advance of socialism was reversed in the final decades of the 20th century most dramatically by the fall of communism but also by the retreat of social democratic parties in many parts of the world from traditional values. Since then, debate about the future of socialism has been dominated by the assumption that socialism is a spent force, a dead ideology. Those who argue that the difficult times socialism has experienced since the late 20th century signal the end of socialism as a meaningful ideological force usually claim that its demise simply reflects the manifest superiority of capitalism over socialism as an economic model. In this view, capitalism is a uniquely effective means of generating wealth and thereby delivering prosperity. This is because it is based on a market mechanism that ensures unrivaled efficiency by drawing resources to their most profitable use. In this light, socialism's key flaw is that, by relying on the state to manage economic life, whether through a system of comprehensive planning or a mixed economy, it constrains the workings of the market. Any group of planners or officials, however dedicated and well-trained, are certain to be overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of a modern economy. These drawbacks have always been the case, but they became particularly apparent with the advent of globalization from the 1980s onwards. Time, in a sense, had caught up with socialism. Globalization widened the gulf between capitalism and socialism. While capitalism benefited from freer trade, new investment opportunities, and sharpened competition in a globalized economy, socialism suffered from the fact that globalization further restricted the scope for economic management at a national level. Socialism's prospects may not be so gloomy, however. Hopes for the survival of socialism rest largely on the enduring, and perhaps intrinsic, imperfections of the capitalist system. As Ralph Miliband, 1995, put it, the notion that capitalism has been thoroughly transformed and represents the best that humankind can ever hope to achieve is a dreadful slur on the human race. In that sense, socialism is destined to survive, if only because it serves as a reminder that human development extends beyond market individualism. Moreover, globalization may bring opportunities for socialism as well as challenges. Just as capitalism has been transformed by the growing significance of the supranational dimension of economic life, socialism may be in the process of being transformed into a critique of global exploitation and inequality. Lastly, urgency has been injected into the revival of socialism by the steady growth, over at least 4 decades, of within-country inequality. Unless this trend can be effectively challenged, it creates the prospect of deepening social divisions and increasingly acute political dysfunction. Questions for discussion. What is distinctive about the socialist view of equality? Why do socialists favor collectivism and how have they tried to promote it? Is class politics an essential feature of socialism? What are the implications of trying to achieve socialism through revolutionary means? How persuasive is the socialist critique of private property? What are the implications of trying to achieve socialism through democratic means? On what grounds have Marxists predicted the inevitable collapse of capitalism? How closely did orthodox communism reflect the classical idea of Marx? To what extent is socialism defined by a rejection of capitalism? Is social democracy really a form of socialism? Is the social democratic compromise inherently unstable? Can there be a third way between capitalism and socialism? Further reading. Hanath A. The Idea of Socialism Towards a Renewal, 2016. An ambitious but important work that attempts to reconcile socialist thought with modern post-industrial societies. Lamb, P. Socialism, 2019. A clear and concise introduction to socialism both as a philosophical and as an ideological and political platform. McClellan, D. Marxism After Marx, 2007. An authoritative and comprehensive account of 20th century Marxism and more recent developments that also contains useful biographical information. Masconas, G. In the Name of Social Democracy, The Great Transformation, 1945 to the Present, 2002. An impressive and thorough account of the nature, history, and impact of social democracy that focuses on the emergence of new social democracy. Socialist Appeal. A long-running British Marxist newspaper that has an extensive archive and YouTube channel of videos, writing, and guides designed to explain all aspects of socialist and Marxist theory. Chapter 5. Anarchism. Preview historical overview core themes types of anarchism the future of anarchism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. The word anarchy comes from the Greek anarchos and literally means without rule. The term anarchism has been in use since the French Revolution and was initially employed in a critical or negative sense to imply a breakdown of civilized or predictable order. In everyday language, anarchy implies chaos and disorder. Needless to say, anarchists themselves fiercely reject such associations. It was not until Pierre-Joseph Proudhon proudly declared in What is Property? 1840-1970, I am an anarchist, that the word was clearly associated with a positive and systematic set of political ideas. Anarchist ideology is defined by the central belief that political authority in all its forms, and especially in the form of the state, is both evil and unnecessary. Anarchists therefore look to the creation of a stateless society through the abolition of law and government. In their view, the state is evil because, as a repository of sovereign, compulsory, and coercive authority, it is an offense against the principles of freedom and equality. Anarchism is thus characterized by principled opposition to certain forms of social hierarchy. Anarchists believe that the state is unnecessary because order and social harmony do not have to be imposed from above through government. Central to anarchism is the belief that people can manage their affairs through voluntary agreement without the need for top-down hierarchies or a system of rewards and punishments. However, anarchism draws from two quite different ideological traditions, liberalism and socialism. This has resulted in rival individualist and collectivist forms of anarchism. While both accept the goal of statelessness, they advance very different models of the future anarchist society. Historical overview. Anarchist ideas have sometimes been traced back to Taoist or Buddhist ideas, to the Stoics and Cynics of ancient Greece, or to the diggers of the English Civil War. However, the first, and in a sense classic, statement of anarchist principles was produced by William Godwin, see page 117, in his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793-1971, although Godwin never described himself as an anarchist. During the 19th century, anarchism was a significant component of a broad but growing socialist movement. In 1864, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's, see page 115, followers joined with Karl Marx's, see page 76, to set up the International Workingmen's Association, or First International. The International collapsed in 1871 because of growing antagonism between Marxists and anarchists, led by Mikhail Bakunin, see page 111. In the late 19th century, anarchists sought mass support among the landless peasants of Russia and Southern Europe and, more successfully, through anarcho-syndicalism, among the industrial working classes. Syndicalism was popular in France, Italy, and Spain, and helped to make anarchism a genuine mass movement in the early 20th century. The powerful CGT Union in France was dominated by anarchists before 1914, as was the CNT in Spain, which claimed a membership of over 2 million during the Spanish Civil War, 1936-9. Anarcho-syndicalist movements also emerged in Latin America in the early 20th century, especially in Argentina and Uruguay, and syndicalist ideas influenced the Mexican Revolution, led by Emiliano Zapata. However, the spread of authoritarianism and political repression gradually undermined anarchism in both Europe and Latin America. The victory of General Franco in the Spanish Civil War brought an end to anarchism as a mass movement. The CNT was suppressed, and anarchists, along with left-wingers in general, were persecuted. The influence of anarchism was also undermined by the success of Lenin and the Bolsheviks in 1917, and thus by the growing prestige of communism within the socialist and revolutionary movements. Syndicalism, a form of revolutionary trade unionism that focuses on labor syndicates as free associations of workers and emphasizes the use of direct action and the general strike. Despite these setbacks, anarchism has stubbornly refused to die. Early signs of an anarchist revival came with the emergence in the 1960s and 1970s, respectively, of the New Left, see page 94, and the New Right, see page 62. Encompassing neo-Marxists, radical Democrats, social anarchists, and others, the New Left endorsed an activist style of politics based on popular protest and direct action. The New Right revived interest in free market economics, most radically through anarcho-capitalism. Anarchism subsequently gained greater prominence due to the upsurge in anti-capitalist protest from the late 1990s onwards. The clearest manifestation of this new anarchism has been the activist-based theatrical politics that was first employed during the so-called Battle of Seattle in 1999, when some 50,000 activists forced the cancellation of the opening ceremony of a World Trade Organization meeting, and has been used in most subsequent anti-capitalist protests, including those organized by the Occupy movement. Finally, it has also been argued that widening anarchist influence is linked to the growth of cyberspace and the upsurge in the use of digital technologies generally. See page 106. Social anarchism, a form of anarchism that combines socialist collectivism and antistatism, its central theme being social solidarity. Direct action, political action taken outside the constitutional and legal framework. Direct action may range from passive resistance to terrorism. Anarcho-capitalism, a form of anarchism that seeks to replace government with a system of unregulated market competition. Key concept: anti-globalization. The term anti-globalization has been associated since the late 1990s with the so-called anti-globalization or anti-capitalist, anti-corporate, anti-neoliberal, alternative globalization, or global justice movement. Anti-globalization refers to an ideological stance that seeks to expose and contest the discourses and practices of neoliberal globalization, thereby giving a political voice to the disparate range of peoples and groups who have been marginalized or disenfranchised through the rise of global capitalism. However, there is no systematic and coherent anti-globalization critique of neoliberal globalization, still less a unified vision of an anti-global future. While some in the movement adopt a Marxist-style critique of global capitalism, many others seek merely to remove the worst excesses of global capitalism, and some simply strive to create a better world. Core themes. The defining feature of anarchism is its opposition to hierarchy and domination, with the state often being seen as the paradigmatic form of hierarchy and domination. Anarchists have a preference for a stateless society in which free individuals manage their affairs by voluntary agreement, without compulsion or coercion. However, anarchism has been bedeviled by misleading stereotypes and distortions of various kinds. The most common of these is the idea that anarchism rests on little more than a faith in natural goodness, the belief that human beings are, at heart, moral creatures. Anarchists certainly believe that people are capable of leading productive and peaceful lives without the need for rulers or leaders, but this view is rarely sustained simply by optimistic assumptions about human nature. Marshall, 2007. In the first place, anarchists do not share a common view of human nature. For example, despite sharing common individualist assumptions, Godwin stressed rational benevolence, while Max Stirner, see page 118, emphasized conscious egoism. Second, rather than seeing human nature as fixed or determined, the majority of anarchists believe that human beings are products of their environment, even though they are also capable of changing it. In that sense, anarchists believe that human nature develops through creative and voluntary interaction with others. Third, to the extent that anarchists have a theory of human nature, it can be said to be viewed as realistic, even pessimistic. This is because anarchists are profoundly aware of the corruption inherent in the exercise of power. Indeed, if human nature were naturally good, it is difficult to see how hierarchy and domination, and for that matter the state, could have emerged in the first place. Figure 5.1 The nature of anarchism. Political ideologies in action. Anarchism and cyberspace. Events. The period between 1969 and 1989 witnessed the birth of the digital revolution in information and communication technologies, also known as the Third Industrial Revolution, through, among other things, the invention of the Internet and the rise of home computers. This marked the beginning of the information age. In 1991, the earliest version of the World Wide Web, often simply called WWW or the web, became publicly available as a global information medium, popularly termed cyberspace, through which users can read and write via computers connected to the Internet. Other products of the digital revolution include smartphones, satellite and cable television, websites, and blogs and social media. By 2020, 67% of the world's population were connected to other people via digital technologies. Significance. Cyberspace has widely been viewed as an experiment in anarchy, with digital technology promising to make many anarchists' dreams a reality. This certainly reflects the expectations and high optimism of many of the Internet's early exponents, especially those influenced by the hackerpunk culture that reigned in Silicon Valley in the 1990s. Practicing what has been called cyber-libertarianism or techno-libertarianism, they were inspired by the goal of reallocating concentrations of power away from states and institutions and transferring them to individuals on an equal basis. Cyberspace is therefore characterized by absolute freedom of expression, made possible, above all, by the absence of government interference. Libertarian dreams have, moreover, been given practical expression through so-called crypto-anarchism. This is a form of anarchism that operates through market arrangements sustained by computer networks, while also preserving confidentiality and security. Examples of crypto-anarchism include Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies and online marketplace companies such as Uber and Airbnb. Examples of crypto-anarchism include Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies and online marketplace companies such as Uber and Airbnb. However, the notion of an intrinsic link between hyperspace and anarchism has become increasingly difficult to uphold. For one thing, big tech, which has come about through the emergence of tech giants such as Amazon, Apple, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft, has meant that cyberspace came to be dominated by a few large companies. Among the consequences of this is that internet technologies and platforms routinely suppress competition and abuse their market influence by sharing sensitive information about users' relationships, tastes, and preferences, and, in the process, stoking demands for government regulation and frameworks accountability. For another thing, rather than operating beyond the control of the state and public authorities, cyberspace has in many cases become an instrument of state power. This is evident not only in the growth of internet-based systems of state security but also in the rising phenomenon of cyber wars, in which digital technologies are used to disrupt the activities of other states for strategic or military purposes. An additional feature of anarchism is that it is less a unified and coherent ideology in its own right and more a point of overlap between two rival ideologies, liberalism and socialism, the point at which both ideologies reach anti-statist conclusions. This is illustrated in Figure 5.1. Anarchism thus has a dual character. It can be interpreted as either a form of ultraliberalism, which resembles extreme liberal individualism, see page 24, or as a form of ultrasocialism, which resembles extreme socialist collectivism, see page 80. Nevertheless, anarchism is justified in being treated as a separate ideology in that its supporters, despite drawing on very different political traditions, are united by a series of broader principles and positions. The most significant of these are anti-statism, natural order, anti-clericalism, economic freedom. Anti-statism. Sebastian Faure, in his 4-volume Encyclopédie Anarchiste, published between 1925 and 1934, defined anarchism as the negation of the principle of authority. The anarchist case against authority is simple and clear. Authority is an offense against the principles of freedom and equality. Authority, based as it is on political inequality and the alleged right of one person to influence the behavior of others, enslaves, oppresses, and limits human life. It damages and corrupts both those who are subject to authority and those who are in authority. Since human beings are free and autonomous creatures, to be subject to authority means to be diminished, to have one's essential nature suppressed and thereby succumb to debilitating dependency. To be an authority is to acquire an appetite for prestige, control, and eventually domination. Authority therefore gives rise to a psychology of power based on a pattern of dominance and submission, a society in which, according to the U.S. anarchist and social critic Paul Goodman, 1911-72, many are ruthless and most live in fear, 1977. Perspectives on state. Liberals see the state as a neutral arbiter among the competing interests and groups in society, a vital guarantee of social order. While classical liberals treat the state as a necessary evil and extol the virtues of a minimal or night watchman state, modern liberals recognize the state's positive role in widening freedom and promoting equal opportunities. Conservatives link the state to the need to provide authority and discipline and to protect society from chaos and disorder, hence their traditional preference for a strong state. However, whereas traditional conservatives support a pragmatic balance between the state and civil society, neoliberals have called for the state to be rolled back as it threatens economic prosperity and is driven essentially by bureaucratic self-interest. Socialists have adopted contrasting views of the state. Marxists have stressed the link between the state and the class system, seeing it as either an instrument of class rule or as a means of ameliorating class tensions. Other socialists, however, regard the state as an embodiment of the common good and thus approve of interventionism in either its social democratic or state collectivist form. Anarchists reject the state outright, believing it to be an unnecessary evil. The sovereign, compulsory, and coercive authority of the state is seen as nothing less than legalized oppression operating in the interests of the powerful, propertied, and privileged. As the state is inherently evil and oppressive, all states have the same essential character. Fascists, particularly in the Italian tradition, see the state as a supreme ethical ideal reflecting the undifferentiated interests of the national community, hence their belief in totalitarianism. The Nazis, however, saw the state more as a vessel that contains or tool that serves the race or nation. Feminists have viewed the state as an instrument of male power, the patriarchal state serving to exclude women from or subordinate them within the public or political sphere of life. Liberal feminists nevertheless regard the state as an instrument of reform that is susceptible to electoral and other pressures. Fundamentalists view the state as an instrument of social and political regeneration carried out in line with religious principles. For example, the Islamic State is a means of purifying Islam by both returning it to its supposed original values and practices and countering Western influence generally. In practice, the anarchist critique of authority usually focuses on political authority, especially when it is backed up by the machinery of the modern state. Anarchism is defined by its radical rejection of state power, a stance that sets anarchism apart from all other political ideologies with the exception of Marxism. The flavor of this anarchist critique of law and government is conveyed by one of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's 1851-1923 famous diatribes. To be governed is to be watched over, inspected, spied on, directed, legislated, regimented, closed in, indoctrinated, preached at, controlled, assessed, evaluated, censored, commanded, all by creatures that have neither the right, nor the wisdom, nor the virtue. The state is a sovereign body that exercises supreme authority over all individuals and associations living within a defined geographical area. Anarchists emphasize that the authority of the state is absolute and unlimited. Law can restrict public behavior, limit political activity, regulate economic life, interfere with private morality and thinking, and so on. The authority of the state is also compulsory. Anarchists reject the liberal notion that political authority arises from voluntary agreement through some form of social contract, and argue instead that individuals become subject to state authority either by being born in a particular country or through conquest. Furthermore, the state is a coercive body whose laws must be obeyed because they are backed up by the threat of punishment. For Emma Goldman, see page 109, government was symbolized by the club, the gun, the handcuff, or the prison. Goldman, 1969. The state can deprive individuals of their property, their liberty, and ultimately, through capital punishment, their lives. The state is also exploitative in that it robs individuals of their property through a system of taxation, once again backed up by the force of law and the possibility of punishment. Anarchists often argue that the state acts in alliance with the wealthy and privileged and therefore serves to oppress the poor and weak. Finally, the state is destructive. War, as the U.S. anarchist Randolph Bourne, 1886–1918, suggested, is the health of the state, 1977. Individuals are required to fight, kill, and die in wars that are invariably precipitated by a quest for territorial expansion, plunder, or national glory by one state at the expense of others. Key figure. Photo 12/Universal Images Group/Getty Images. Emma Goldman, 1869–1940. A Russian-born propagandist, political agitator, and revolutionary, Goldman was a prominent figure in U.S. anarchist circles between 1890 and her deportation to the Soviet Union in 1919. She defined anarchism as the theory that all forms of government rest on violence and are therefore wrong and harmful as well as unnecessary. Goldman developed an iconoclastic anarchist vision that drew from both the communist anarchism of Kropotkin, see page 113, and the individualism of Stirner, see page 118. She was also one of the first thinkers to blend anarchism with feminism. Seeing political and economic freedom as incomplete without sexual and social freedom, she not only attacked the state as immoral and intrinsically corrupting but also condemned the patriarchal family as the source of female dependency and gender inequality. The basis of this critique of the state lies in the anarchist thinking about human nature. While anarchists emphasize that humanity has a strong libertarian potential, they are also deeply pessimistic about the corrupting influence of political authority and economic inequality. Human beings can be either good or evil depending on the political and social circumstances in which they live. People who would otherwise be cooperative, sympathetic, and sociable become nothing less than oppressive tyrants when raised up above others by power, privilege, or wealth. In other words, anarchists replace the liberal warning that power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely, Acton, 1956, with the more radical and alarming warning that power in any shape or form will corrupt absolutely. The state, as a repository of sovereign, compulsory, and coercive authority, is therefore nothing less than a concentrated form of evil. The anarchist theory of the state has nevertheless also attracted criticism. Quite apart from concerns about the theory of human nature on which it is based, the assumption that state oppression stems from the corruption of individuals by their political and social circumstances is circular, in that it is unable to explain how political authority arose in the first place. Natural order. Anarchists regard the state not only as evil, but also as unnecessary. William Godwin sought to demonstrate this by, in effect, turning the most celebrated justification for the state social contract theory on its head. The social contract arguments of Thomas Hobbes, see page 54, and John Locke, see page 29, suggest that a stateless society, the state of nature, amounts to a civil war of each against all, making orderly and stable life impossible. The source of such strife lies in human nature, which according to Hobbes and Locke is essentially selfish, greedy, and potentially aggressive. Only a sovereign state can restrain such impulses and guarantee social order. In short, order is impossible without law. Godwin, in contrast, suggested that human beings are essentially rational creatures, inclined by education and enlightened judgment to live in accordance with truth and universal moral laws. He thus believed that people have a natural propensity to organize their own lives in a harmonious and peaceful fashion. Indeed, in his view, it is the corrupting influence of government and unnatural laws, rather than any original sin in human beings, that creates injustice, greed, and aggression. Government, in other words, is not the solution to the problem of order, but its cause. Anarchists have often sympathized with the famous opening words of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's, see page 133, Social Contract, 1762-1913. Man was born free, yet everywhere he is in chains. At the heart of anarchism lies a distinctive tendency towards utopianism, at least in the sense that utopian thought has the imagination to visualize a society quite different from our own. As pointed out earlier, anarchists believe that human beings are capable of living together peacefully without the need for imposed order. Anarchist thought has thus sought to explain how social order can arise and be sustained in the absence of the machinery of law and order. This has been done in two contrasting but usually interlocking ways. The first way in which anarchists have upheld the idea of natural, as opposed to political, order is through an analysis of human nature, or, more accurately, an analysis of the potentialities that reside in human nature. For example, collectivist anarchists have highlighted the human capacity for sociable and cooperative behavior, while individualist anarchists have drawn attention to the importance of enlightened human reason. Key concept: utopianism. A utopia, from the Greek utopia, meaning nowhere, or utopia, meaning good place, is usually taken to be perfect, or at least qualitatively better, society. Though utopias of various kinds can be envisaged, most are characterized by the abolition of want, the absence of conflict, and the avoidance of oppression and violence. Utopianism is a style of political theorizing that develops a critique of the existing order by constructing a model of an ideal or perfect alternative. Good examples are anarchism and Marxism. Utopian theories are usually based on assumptions about the unlimited possibilities of human self-development. However, utopianism is often used as a pejorative term to imply deluded or fanciful thinking, a belief in an unrealistic and unachievable goal. For some anarchists, this potential for spontaneous harmony within human nature is linked to the belief that nature itself, and indeed the universe, is biased in favor of natural order. Anarchists have therefore sometimes been drawn to the ideas of Eastern religions, such as Buddhism and Taoism, which emphasize interdependence and oneness. An alternative basis for natural order can be found in the notion of ecology, particularly the social ecology of thinkers such as Murray Bookchin, see page 120. Social ecology is discussed in Chapter 10 in relation to eco-anarchism. However, anarchism does not merely stress positive human potentialities. Anarchist theories of human nature are often complex and acknowledge that rival potentialities reside within the human soul. For instance, in their different ways, Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin, see page 113, accepted that human beings could be selfish and competitive as well as sociable and cooperative, Moreland, 1997. While the human core may be morally and intellectually enlightened, a capacity for corruption lurks within each and every individual. The second way in which anarchists have supported the idea of natural order is through a stress on the social institutions that foster positive human potential. In this view, human nature is plastic, in the sense that it is shaped by the social, political, and economic circumstances within which people live. Just as law, government, and the state breed a domination/subordination complex, other social institutions nurture respect, cooperation, and harmony. Collectivist anarchists thus endorse common ownership or mutualist institutions, while individualist anarchists have supported the market mechanism. Nevertheless, the belief in a stable and peaceful yet stateless society has often been viewed as the weakest and most contentious aspect of anarchist theory. Opponents of anarchism have argued that, however socially enlightened institutions may be, if selfish or negative impulses are basic to human nature and not merely evidence of corruption, the prospect of natural order is simply a delusion. This is why utopianism is most pronounced within the collectivist tradition of anarchism and least pronounced within the individualist tradition, with some anarcho-capitalists rejecting utopianism altogether. Friedman, 1973. Key figure: Heritage Images/Hulton Archive/Getty Images. Mikhail Bakunin, 1814–76. A Russian political agitator and revolutionary, Bakunin was one of the key proponents of collectivist anarchism and a leading figure within the 19th century anarchist movement. Arguing that political power is intrinsically oppressive and placing his faith in human sociability, Bakunin proposed that freedom could only be achieved through collectivism, by which he meant self-governing communities based on voluntary cooperation, the absence of private property, and with rewards reflecting contributions. Bakunin extolled the sacred instinct of revolt and was ferociously anti-theological. Anti-clericalism. Although the state has been the principal target of anarchist hostility, the same criticisms apply to any other form of compulsory authority. Indeed, Anarchists have sometimes expressed as much bitterness towards the church as they have towards the state, particularly in the 19th century. This perhaps explains why anarchism has prospered in countries with strong religious traditions, such as Catholic Spain, France, Italy, and the countries of Latin America, where it has helped to articulate anti-clerical sentiments. Anarchist objections to organized religion serve to highlight broader criticisms of authority in general. Religion, for example, has often been seen as the source of authority itself. The idea of God represents the notion of a supreme being who commands ultimate and unquestionable authority. For anarchists such as Proudhon and Bakunin, an anarchist political philosophy had to be based on the rejection of Christianity, because only then could human beings be regarded as free and independent. Moreover, anarchists have suspected that religious and political authority usually work hand in hand. Bakunin proclaimed that the abolition of the church and the state must be the first and indispensable condition of the true liberation of society. Anarchists view religion as one of the pillars of the state. It propagates an ideology of obedience and submission to both spiritual leaders and earthly rulers. As the Bible says, "Give unto Caesar that which is Caesar's." Earthly rulers have often looked to religion to legitimize their power, most obviously in the doctrine of the divine right of kings. Finally, religion seeks to impose a set of moral principles on the individual and to establish a code of acceptable behavior. Religious belief requires conformity to standards of good and evil, which are defined and policed by figures of religious authority such as priests. Religious belief requires conformity to standards of good and evil, which are defined and policed by figures of religious authority such as priests, imams, or rabbis. The individual is thus robbed of moral autonomy and the capacity to make ethical judgments. Nevertheless, anarchists do not reject the religious impulse altogether. There is a clear mystical strain within anarchism. Anarchists can be said to hold an essentially spiritual conception of human nature, a utopian belief in the virtually unlimited possibilities of human self-development and in the bonds that unite humanity and indeed all living things. Early anarchists were sometimes influenced by millenarianism. Indeed, anarchism has often been portrayed as a form of political millenarianism. Modern anarchists have often been attracted to religions such as Taoism and Zen Buddhism, which offer the prospect of personal insight and preach the values of toleration, respect, and natural harmony. Christoyanopoulos, 2011. Millenarianism, a belief in a 1,000-year period of divine rule. Political millenarianism offers the prospect of a sudden and complete emancipation from misery and oppression. Economic freedom. Anarchists have rarely seen the overthrow of the state as an end in itself, but have also been interested in challenging the structures of social and economic life. Bakunin, 1973, argued that political power and wealth are inseparable. In the 19th century, anarchists usually worked within the working class movement and subscribed to a broadly socialist philosophy. Capitalism, see page 77, was understood in class terms. A ruling class exploits and oppresses the masses. However, this ruling class was not, in line with Marxism, interpreted in narrow economic terms but was seen to encompass all those who command wealth, power, or privilege in society. It therefore included kings and princes, politicians and state officials, judges and police officers, and bishops and priests, as well as industrialists and bankers. Bakunin thus argued that, in every developed society, three social groups can be identified: a vast majority who are exploited, a minority who are exploited but also exploit others in equal measure, and the supreme governing estate, a small minority of exploiters and oppressors, pure and simple. Hence, 19th century anarchists identified themselves with the poor and oppressed and sought to carry out a social revolution in the name of the exploited masses, in which both capitalism and the state would be swept away. However, it is the economic structure of life that most keenly exposes tensions within anarchism. While many anarchists acknowledge a kinship with socialism based on a common distaste for property and inequality, others have defended property rights and even revered competitive capitalism. This highlights the distinction between the two major anarchist traditions, one of which is collectivist and the other individualist. Collectivist anarchists advocate an economy based on cooperation and collective ownership, while individualist anarchists support the market and private property. Despite such fundamental differences, anarchists nevertheless agree about their distaste for the economic systems that dominated much of the 20th century. All anarchists oppose the managed capitalism that flourished in Western countries in the aftermath of World War II. Collectivist anarchists argue that state intervention merely props up a system of class exploitation and gives capitalism a human face. Individualist anarchists suggest that intervention distorts the competitive market and creates economies dominated by both public and private monopolies. Anarchists have been even more united in their disapproval of Soviet-style state socialism. Individualist anarchists object to the violation of property rights and individual freedom that, they argue, occurs in a planned economy. Collectivist anarchists argue that state socialism is a contradiction in terms in that the state merely replaces the capitalist class as the main source of exploitation. Anarchists of all kinds have a preference for an economy in which free individuals manage their own affairs without the need for state ownership or regulation. However, this has allowed them to endorse a number of quite different economic systems ranging from anarcho-communism to anarcho-capitalism. Types of anarchism. Collectivist anarchism. The philosophical roots of collectivist anarchism, sometimes called anarcho-collectivism or social anarchism, lie in socialism rather than liberalism. Anarchist conclusions can be reached by pushing socialist collectivism to its limits. Collectivism is, in essence, the belief that human beings are social animals better suited to working together for the common good than striving for individual self-interest. Collectivist anarchism stresses the human capacity for social solidarity, or what Kropotkin termed mutual aid. As pointed out earlier, this does not amount to a naive belief in natural goodness, but rather highlights the potential for goodness that resides within all human beings. Human beings are, at heart, sociable, gregarious, and cooperative creatures. In this light, the natural and proper relationship between and among people is one of sympathy, affection, and harmony. When people are linked together by the recognition of a common humanity, they have no need to be regulated or controlled by government. As Bakunin, 1973, proclaimed, social solidarity is the first human law. Freedom is the second law. Not only is government unnecessary, but in replacing freedom with oppression, it also makes social solidarity impossible. Key figure. Hulton Archive/Hulton Royals Collection/Getty Images. Peter Kropotkin, 1842–1921. A Russian geographer and anarchist theorist, Kropotkin's work was imbued with a scientific spirit based on a theory of evolution that he proposed as an alternative to Darwin's. By seeing mutual aid as the principal means of human and animal development, he claimed to provide an empirical basis for both anarchism and communism, looking to reconstruct society on the basis of self-management and decentralization. Kropotkin's major works include Mutual Aid, 1902, The Conquest of Bread, 1892, and Fields, Factories and Workshops, 1898. Philosophical and ideological overlaps between anarchism and socialism, particularly Marxist socialism, are evident in the fact that anarchists have often worked within a broad revolutionary socialist movement. For example, the First International, 1864–72, was set up by supporters of Proudhon and Marx. A number of clear theoretical parallels can be identified between collectivist anarchism and Marxism. Both fundamentally reject capitalism, regarding it as a system of class exploitation and structural injustice. Have endorsed revolution as the preferred means of bringing about political change. Exhibit a preference for the collective ownership of wealth and the communal organization of social life. Believe that a fully communist society would be anarchic, expressed by Marx in the theory of the withering away of the state. Agree that human beings have the ultimate capacity to order their affairs without the need for political authority. Nevertheless, anarchism and socialism diverge at a number of points. This occurs most clearly in relation to parliamentary socialism. Anarchists dismiss parliamentary socialism as a contradiction in terms. Not only is it impossible to reform or humanize capitalism through the corrupt and corrupting mechanisms of government, but also any expansion in the role and responsibilities of the state can only serve to entrench oppression, albeit in the name of equality and social justice. The bitterest disagreement between collectivist anarchists and Marxists centers on their rival conceptions of the transition from capitalism to communism. Marxists have called for a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. They nevertheless argue that this proletarian state will wither away as capitalist class antagonisms abate. In this view, state power is nothing but a reflection of the class system, the state being, in essence, an instrument of class oppression. Anarchists, on the other hand, regard the state as evil and oppressive in its own right. It is, by its very nature, a corrupt and corrupting body. They therefore draw no distinction between bourgeois states and proletarian states. Genuine revolution, for an anarchist, requires not only the overthrow of capitalism but also the immediate and final overthrow of state power. The state cannot be allowed to wither away, it must be abolished. Nevertheless, anarcho-collectivism has taken a variety of forms. The most significant of these are mutualism, anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-communism. Mutualism. The anarchist belief in social solidarity has been used to justify various forms of cooperative behavior. At one extreme, it has led to a belief in pure communism, but it has also generated the more modest ideas of mutualism associated with Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. In a sense, Proudhon stood between the individualist and collectivist traditions of anarchism, Proudhon's ideas sharing much in common with those of U.S. individualists such as Josiah Warren, 1798–1874. In What is Property? 1840–1970, Proudhon came up with the famous statement that property is theft and condemned a system of economic exploitation based on the accumulation of capital. Mutualism, a system of fair and equitable exchange in which individuals or groups bargain with one another, trading goods and services without profiteering or exploitation. Nevertheless, unlike Marx, Proudhon was not opposed to all forms of private property, distinguishing between property and what he called possessions. In particular, he admired the independence and initiative of small communities of peasants, craftsmen, and artisans, especially the watchmakers of Switzerland, who had traditionally managed their. In particular, he admired the independence and initiative of small communities of peasants, craftsmen, and artisans, especially the watchmakers of Switzerland, who had traditionally managed their affairs on the basis of mutual cooperation. Proudhon therefore sought, through mutualism, to establish a system of property ownership that would avoid exploitation and promote social harmony. Social interaction in such a system would be voluntary, mutually beneficial and harmonious, thus requiring no regulation or interference by government. Proudhon's followers tried to put these ideas into practice by setting up mutual credit banks in France and Switzerland, which provided cheap loans for investors and charged a rate of interest only high enough to cover the cost of running the bank, but not so high that it made a profit. Key figure. Adoc photos/Corbis historical/Getty images. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–65. A French social theorist, political activist, and largely self-educated printer, Proudhon's writings influenced many 19th-century anarchists, socialists, and communists. His best-known work, What is Property? 1840, attacked both traditional property rights and collective ownership, and argued instead for mutualism, a cooperative productive system geared towards need rather than profit and organized within self-governing communities. In The Federal Principle, 1863, Proudhon proposed that such communities should interact on the basis of federal compacts, although this federal state would have minimal functions. Anarcho-syndicalism. Although mutualism and anarcho-communism exerted significant influence within the broader socialist movement in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, anarchism only developed into a mass movement in its own right in the form of anarcho-syndicalism. Syndicalism is a form of revolutionary trade unionism, drawing its name from the French word syndicate, meaning union or group. Syndicalism emerged first in France and was embraced by the powerful CGT Union in the period before 1914. Syndicalist ideas spread to Italy, Latin America, the USA, and, most significantly, Spain, where the country's largest union, the CNT, supported them. Syndicalism draws on socialist ideas and advances a theory of stark class war. Workers and peasants are seen to constitute an oppressed class, and industrialists, landlords, politicians, judges, and the police are portrayed as exploiters. Workers defend themselves by organizing syndicates or unions, based on particular crafts, industries, or professions. In the short term, these syndicates act as conventional trade unions, raising wages, shortening hours, and improving working conditions. However, syndicalists are also revolutionaries, who look forward to the overthrow of capitalism and the seizure of power by the workers. In Reflections on Violence, 1908–1950, Georges Sorel, 1847–1922, the influential French syndicalist theorist, argued that such a revolution would come about through a general strike, a revolution of empty hands. Sorel believed that the general strike was a political myth, a symbol of working-class power, capable of inspiring popular revolt. Political myth, a belief that has the capacity to provoke political action by virtue of its emotional power rather than through an appeal to reason. While syndicalist theory was at times unsystematic and confused, it nevertheless exerted a strong attraction for anarchists who wished to spread their ideas among the masses. As anarchists entered the syndicalist movement, they developed the distinctive ideas of anarcho-syndicalism. Two features of syndicalism inspired particular anarchist enthusiasm. First, syndicalists rejected conventional politics as corrupting and pointless. Working-class power, they believed, should be exerted through direct action, boycotts, sabotage, and strikes, and ultimately a general strike. Second, anarchists saw the syndicate as a model for the decentralized, non-hierarchic society of the future. Syndicates typically exhibited a high degree of grassroots democracy and formed federations with other syndicates, either in the same area or in the same industry. Although anarcho-syndicalism enjoyed genuine mass support, at least until the Spanish Civil War, it failed to achieve its revolutionary objectives. Beyond the rather vague idea of the general strike, anarcho-syndicalism did not develop a clear political strategy or a theory of revolution. Other anarchists have criticized syndicalism for concentrating too narrowly on short-term trade union goals, and therefore for leading anarchism away from revolution and towards reformism. Anarcho-communism. In its most radical form, a belief in social solidarity leads in the direction of collectivism and full communism. Sociable and gregarious human beings should lead a shared and communal existence. For example, labor is a social experience. People work in common with fellow human beings, and the wealth they produce should therefore be owned in common by the community, rather than by any single individual. In this sense, all forms of private property are theft. They represent the exploitation of workers, who alone create wealth, by employers who merely own it. Furthermore, private property encourages selfishness and, particularly offensive to the anarchist, promotes conflict and social disharmony. Inequality in the ownership of wealth fosters greed, envy, and resentment, and therefore breeds crime and disorder. Anarcho-communism stresses the human potential for cooperation, expressed most famously by Peter Kropotkin's theory of mutual aid. Kropotkin attempted to provide a biological foundation for social solidarity via a re-examination of Darwin's theory of evolution. Whereas theorists such as the UK social thinker Herbert Spencer, 1820–1903, had used Darwinism to support the idea that humankind is naturally competitive and aggressive, Kropotkin argued that species are successful precisely because they manage to harness collective energies through cooperation. The process of evolution thus strengthens sociability and favors cooperation over competition. Successful species, such as the human species, must, Kropotkin concluded, have a strong propensity for mutual aid. Kropotkin argued that while mutual aid had flourished in, for example, the city-states of ancient Greece and medieval Europe, it had been subverted by competitive capitalism, threatening the further evolution of the human species. Although Proudhon had warned that communism could only be brought about by an authoritarian state, anarcho-communists such as Kropotkin and Errico, Malatesta, 1853–1932, argued that true communism requires the abolition of the state. Anarcho-communists admire small, self-managing communities along the lines of the medieval city-state or the peasant commune. Kropotkin envisaged that an anarchic society would consist of a collection of largely self-sufficient communes, each owning its wealth in common. From the anarcho-communist perspective, the communal organization of social and economic life has three key advantages. First, as communes are based on the principles of sharing and collective endeavor, they strengthen the bonds of compassion and solidarity, and help to keep greed and selfishness at bay. Second, within communes, decisions are made through a process of participatory or direct democracy, which guarantees a high level of popular participation and political equality. Popular self-government is the only form of government that would be acceptable to anarchists. Third, communes are small-scale or human-scale communities, which allow people to manage their own affairs through face-to-face interaction. In the anarchist view, centralization is always associated with depersonalized and bureaucratic social processes. Direct democracy. Popular self-government, characterized by the direct and continuous participation of citizens in the tasks of government. Individualist anarchism. The philosophical basis of individualist anarchism, sometimes called anarcho-individualism, lies in the liberal idea of the sovereign individual. In many ways, anarchist conclusions are reached by pushing liberal individualism to its logical extreme. For example, William Godwin's anarchism amounts to a form of extreme classical liberalism. At the heart of liberalism is a belief in the primacy of the individual and the central importance of individual freedom. In the classical liberal view, freedom is negative. It consists in the absence of external constraints on the individual. When individualism is taken to its extreme, it therefore implies individual sovereignty. The idea that When individualism is taken to its extreme, it therefore implies individual sovereignty, the idea that absolute and unlimited authority resides within each human being. From this perspective, any constraint on the individual is evil, but when this constraint is imposed by the state, by definition a sovereign, compulsory, and coercive body, it amounts to an absolute evil. Quite simply, the individual cannot be sovereign in a society ruled by law and government. Individualism and the state are thus irreconcilable principles. As Wolff, 1998, put it, the autonomous man, insofar as he is autonomous, is not subject to the will of another. Key figure. Culture Club/Hulton Archive/Getty Images. William Godwin, 1756–1836. A British philosopher and novelist, Godwin developed a thoroughgoing critique of authoritarianism that amounted to the first full exposition of anarchist beliefs. Adopting an optimism based on the Enlightenment view of human nature as rational and perfectible based on education and social conditioning, Godwin argued that humanity would become increasingly capable of self-government, meaning that the need for government and, with it, war, poverty, crime, and violence would disappear. Godwin's chief political work is Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793. Although these arguments are liberal in inspiration, significant differences exist between liberalism and individualist anarchism. First, while liberals accept the importance of individual liberty, they do not believe this can be guaranteed in a stateless society. Classical liberals argue that a minimal or night watchman state is necessary to prevent self-seeking individuals from abusing one another by theft, intimidation, violence, or even murder. Law therefore exists to protect freedom rather than constrain it. Modern liberals take this argument further and defend state intervention on the grounds that it enlarges positive freedom. Anarchists, in contrast, believe that individuals can conduct themselves peacefully, harmoniously, and prosperously without the need for government to police society and protect them from their fellow human beings. Anarchists differ from liberals because they believe that free individuals can live and work together constructively because they are rational and moral creatures. Reason and morality dictate that where conflict exists, it should be resolved by arbitration or debate and not by violence. Second, liberals believe that government power can be tamed or controlled by the development of constitutional and representative institutions. Constitutions claim to protect the individual by limiting the power of government and creating checks and balances among its various institutions. Regular elections are designed to force government to be accountable to the general public, or at least a majority of the electorate. Anarchists dismiss the idea of limited, constitutional, or representative government. All laws infringe individual liberty whether the government that enacts them is constitutional or arbitrary, democratic, or dictatorial. In other words, all states are an offense against individual liberty. However, anarcho-individualism has taken a number of forms. The most important of these are egoism, libertarianism, anarcho-capitalism. Egoism. The boldest statement of anarchist convictions built on the idea of the sovereign individual is found in Max Stirner's The Ego and his own 1845-1971. Like Marx, Stirner was deeply influenced by the ideas of the German philosopher G. W. F. Hegel 1770–1831, but the two arrived at fundamentally different conclusions. Stirner's theories represent an extreme form of individualism. The term egoism can have two meanings. It can suggest that individuals are essentially concerned about their ego or self, that they are self-interested or self-seeking, an assumption that would be accepted by thinkers such as Hobbes or Locke. Self-interestedness, however, can generate conflict among individuals and justify the existence of a state, which would be needed to restrain each individual from harming or abusing others. Key figure. Interphoto / Alamy stock photo. Max Stirner, 1806–56. A German philosopher, Stirner developed an extreme form of individualism based on egoism which condemned all checks on personal autonomy. In contrast to other anarchists' stress on moral principles such as justice, reason, and community, Stirner emphasized solely the ownness of the human individual, thereby placing the individual self at the center of the moral universe. Such thinking influenced Nietzsche, see page 154, and later provided a basis for existentialism. Stirner's most important political work is The Ego and his own 1845. In Stirner's view, egoism is a philosophy that places the individual self at the center of the moral universe. The individual, from this perspective, should simply act as he or she chooses without any consideration for laws, social conventions, religious or moral principles. This is a position that clearly points in the direction of both atheism and an extreme form of individualist anarchism. However, as Stirner's anarchism also dramatically turned its back on the principles of the Enlightenment and contained few proposals about how order could be maintained in a stateless society, it had relatively little impact on the emerging anarchist movement. His ideas nevertheless influenced Friedrich Nietzsche, see page 154, and 20th century existentialism. Libertarianism. The individualist argument was more fully developed in the USA by libertarian thinkers such as Henry David Thoreau, see page 119, Lysander Spooner, 1808–87, Benjamin Tucker, 1854–1939, and Josiah Warren, 1798–1874. Thoreau's quest for spiritual truth and self-reliance led him to flee from civilized life and live for several years in virtual solitude close to nature, an experience described in Walden, 1854–1983. In his most political work, Civil Disobedience, 1849–1983, Thoreau approved of Jefferson's liberal motto that government is best which governs least, but adapted it to conform with his own anarchist sentiment. That government is best which governs not at all. For Thoreau, individualism leads in the direction of civil disobedience. The individual has to be faithful to his or her conscience and do only what each believes to be right, regardless of the demands of society or the laws made by government. Thoreau's anarchism places individual conscience above the demands of political obligation. In Thoreau's case, this led him to disobey a U.S. government he thought was acting immorally, both in upholding slavery and in waging war against other countries. Key figure. Hulton Archive/Hulton Archive/Getty Images. Henry David Thoreau, 1817–62. A U.S. author, poet, and philosopher, Thoreau's writings had a significant impact on individualist anarchism and, later, on the environmental movement. A follower of Transcendentalism, Thoreau's major work, Walden, 1854, described his 2-year experiment in simple living, which emphasized the virtues of self-reliance, contemplation, and a closeness to nature. In Civil Disobedience, 1849, he defended the validity of conscientious objection to unjust laws, emphasizing that government should never conflict with individual conscience, but he stopped short of explicitly advocating anarchy. Benjamin Tucker took libertarianism, see page 61, further by considering how autonomous individuals could live and work with one another without the danger of conflict or disorder. Two possible solutions to this problem are available to the individualist. The first emphasizes human rationality and suggests that when conflicts or disagreements develop, they can be resolved by reasoned discussion. This, for example, was the position adopted by Godwin, who believed that truth will always tend to displace falsehood. The second solution is to find some sort of mechanism through which the independent actions of free individuals could be brought into harmony with one another. Extreme individualists such as Warren and Tucker believed that this could be achieved through a system of market exchange. Warren thought that individuals have a sovereign right to the property they themselves produce, but are also forced by economic logic to work with others in order to gain the advantages of the division of labor. He suggested that this could be achieved by a system of labor-for-labor exchange and set up time stores through which one person's labor could be exchanged for a promise to return labor in kind. Tucker argued that genuine anarchism is consistent Manchesterism, referring to the 19th century free trade, free market principles of Richard Cobden and John Bright, Nozick, 1974. Anarcho-capitalism. The revival of interest in free market economics in the late 20th century led to increasingly radical political conclusions. New right conservatives attracted to classical economics wished to get government off the back of business and allow the economy to be disciplined by market forces rather than managed by an interventionist state. Right-wing libertarians such as Robert Nozick, see page 65, revived the idea of a minimal state whose principal function is to protect individual rights. Other thinkers, for instance Ayn Rand, see page 63, Murray Rothbard and David Friedman, 1973, have pushed free market ideas to their limit and developed a form of anarcho-capitalism. They have argued that government can be abolished and be replaced by unregulated market competition. Property should be owned by sovereign individuals who may choose, if they wish, to enter into voluntary contracts with others in the pursuit of self-interest. The individual thus remains free and the market beyond the control of any single individual or group, regulates all social interaction. Key figure. Bettman/Getty Images. Murray Rothbard, 1926–95. A U.S. economist and libertarian thinker, Rothbard advocated anarcho-capitalism, based on combining an extreme form of Lockean liberalism with Austrian school free market economics. Taking the right of total self-ownership to be a universal ethic, he argued that economic freedom is incompatible with the power of government and became a fierce enemy of the welfare warfare state, championing non-intervention in both domestic and foreign affairs. Rothbard's key writings include Man, Economy and State, 1962, For a New Liberty, 1978, and The Ethics of Liberty, 1982. Tensions Within. Anarchism. Individualist anarchism v. Collectivist anarchism, ultraliberalism, ultrasocialism, extreme individualism, extreme collectivism. Sovereign, individual, social solidarity. Civil disobedience, social revolution, atomism, organicism, egoism, communalism, market relations, social obligations, private property, common ownership, anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-communism. Anarcho-capitalists go well beyond the ideas of free market liberalism. Liberals believe that the market is an effective and efficient mechanism for delivering most goods, but argue that it also has its limits. Some services, such as the maintenance of domestic order, the enforcement of contracts, and protection against external attack, are public goods, which must be provided by the state because they cannot be supplied through market competition. Anarcho-capitalists, however, believe that the market can satisfy all human wants. For example, Rothbard, 1978, recognized that in an anarchist society individuals will seek protection from one another, but argued that such protection can be delivered competitively by privately owned protection associations and private courts, without the need for a police force or a state court system. Indeed, according to anarcho-capitalists, profit-making protection agencies would offer a better service than the present police force because competition would provide consumers with a choice, ensuring that agencies are cheap, efficient, and responsive to consumer needs. Similarly, private courts would be forced to develop a reputation for fairness in order to attract custom from individuals wishing to resolve a conflict. Most important, unlike the authority of public bodies, the contracts thus made with private agencies would be entirely voluntary, regulated only by impersonal market forces. Radical though such proposals may sound, the policy of privatization has already made substantial advances in many Western countries. In the USA, several states already use private prisons, and experiments with private courts and arbitration services are well established. In the UK, private prisons and the use of private protection agencies have become commonplace, and schemes such as Neighborhood Watch have helped to transfer responsibility for public order from the police to the community. The future of anarchism. The future prospects for anarchism are widely considered to be strictly limited. The fact that experiments in anarchism have been rare and always short-lived examples include Makhnovia in 1918-21, during the Ukrainian Civil War, and Catalonia in 1936, at the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, has encouraged many to treat anarchism as an ideology of less significance than, say, liberalism, socialism, conservatism, or fascism. In this light, anarchism is destined to be confined to the political fringe. It has the capacity, at times, to disrupt conventional patterns of politics, or to challenge and possibly fertilize other ideological traditions, but never to win power, at least at the national level. For critics of anarchism, this reflects two key flaws in the ideology. The first and most serious of these is that the goal of anarchism, the overthrow of the state and dismantling of all forms of political authority, is simply unworkable, an impossible dream. This claim is often associated with a naive belief in natural goodness that misrepresents the complexity of most anarchist theories of human nature. But it also highlights major doubts about how far social harmony can be upheld in the absence of political order, except in non-hierarchic and egalitarian traditional societies, such as the newer people centered around South Sudan and Africa, who live in a cluster of autonomous sections and clans. The second obstacle to the future influence of anarchism relates more to the means available to anarchists rather than the ends they seek to achieve. If the state is evil and oppressive, any attempt to win government power or even influence government must be corrupting and unhealthy. For example, electoral politics is based on a model of representative democracy, which anarchists firmly reject. Political power is always oppressive, regardless of whether it is acquired through the ballot box or at the point of a gun. Similarly, anarchists are disenchanted by political parties, both parliamentary and revolutionary, because they are bureaucratic and hierarchic organizations. The idea of an anarchist government, an anarchist party, or an anarchist politician would therefore appear to be contradictions in terms. To make matters worse, denied the option of using conventional means of political activism, anarchists have sometimes employed terrorist tactics, creating a damaging link in the popular consciousness between anarchism and violence. Anarchist violence was prominent in two periods in particular in the late 19th century, reaching its peak in the 1890s, and again in the 1970s, but on each occasion it left the state stronger, not weaker. Its repressive machinery significantly expanded. Nevertheless, not only does anarchism stubbornly refuse to die, but it may also be set to remain a significant ideological force for years to come. One reason for this is that, because of its uncompromising attitude to authority and political activism, anarchism has an enduring and often strong moral appeal, especially to the young. By its very existence, anarchism thus keeps alive the idea that, in the words of the anti-capitalist slogan, a better world is possible. Furthermore, using anarchism's failure to achieve power and reshape societies as evidence of its limited influence may be to miss the point of anarchism itself. By seeking to radically disperse and decentralize political power, rather than to seize power in the conventional sense, anarchism exerts a socio-cultural influence that extends over a broader range of concerns than many other ideologies. Thus, not only does anarchism currently operate within a highly diverse and sometimes fragmented anti-globalization movement, but the anarchist element within this movement is itself highly eclectic. Among other things, anarchists give priority to addressing the climate crisis, uphold animal rights, oppose consumerism, condemn global inequality, and support new thinking in areas ranging from transport and urban development to drugs policy and gender politics. However, while this span of political concerns may be impressive, particularly in demonstrating anarchism's capacity to stimulate innovative and wider reflection, it may also underline the disparate nature of anarchist ideology, calling its coherence into question. Consumerism, a psychic and social phenomenon whereby personal happiness is equated with the consumption of material possessions. Questions for discussion. Why do anarchists view the state as evil and oppressive? How and why is anarchism linked to utopianism? How and how effectively have anarchists sustained the idea of natural order? Is collectivist anarchism simply an extreme form of socialism? How do anarcho-communists and Marxists agree, and over what do they disagree? To what extent are anarchism and syndicalism compatible? How do individualist anarchists reconcile egoism with statelessness? Is anarcho-individualism merely free-market liberalism taken to its logical conclusion? To what extent do anarchists disagree about the nature of the future anarchist society? How can the political success of anarchism best be judged? Why have anarchist ideas been attractive to modern social movements? Do anarchists demand the impossible? Further reading. Humer, M. The Problem of Political Authority, 2013. A thoroughly argued volume on anarchist philosophy and politics, and specifically anarcho-capitalism, which is less covered elsewhere. Kinna, R. Edition, The Bloomsbury Companion to Anarchism, 2014. the most comprehensive handbook on anarchist scholarship and research, particularly from non-Western perspectives. KINA-R, The Government of No One, The Theory and Practice of Anarchism, 2020. A sympathetic general introduction to anarchism, providing a general overview of its key principles, traditions, and practices. Marshall P. Demanding the Impossible, A History of Anarchism, 2009. A very comprehensive, authoritative, and enthusiastic account of the full range of anarchist theories and beliefs. An Anarchist FAQ. Collectively produced and freely licensed since 1995, the Anarchist FAQ is an enormous wealth of information on various anarchist branches, movements, and history across the world, continuously updated. Chapter 6. Nationalism. Preview historical overview core themes types of nationalism the future of nationalism questions for discussion further reading. Preview. The word nation has been used since the 13th century and derives from the Latin naci, meaning to be born. In the form of natio, it referred to a group of people united by birth or birthplace. In its original usage, nation thus implied a breed of people or a racial group, but possessed no political significance. It was not until the late 18th century that the term acquired political overtones, as individuals and groups started to be classified as nationalists. The term nationalism was first used in print in 1789 by the anti-Jacobin French priest Augustin Bérulle. By the mid-19th century, nationalism was widely recognized as a political doctrine or movement, for example, as a major ingredient of the revolutions that swept across Europe in 1848. Nationalism can be defined broadly as the belief that the nation is the central principle of political organization. As such, it is based on two core assumptions. First, humankind is naturally divided into distinct nations, and, second, the nation is the most appropriate, and perhaps only legitimate, unit of political rule. Classical political nationalism therefore set out to bring the borders of the state into line with the boundaries of the nation. Within so-called nation-states, nationality and citizenship would therefore coincide. However, nationalism is a complex and highly diverse ideological phenomenon. Not only are there distinctive political, cultural, and ethnic forms of nationalism, but the political implications of nationalism have also been wide-ranging and sometimes contradictory. Although nationalism has been associated with a principled belief in national self-determination, based on the assumption that all nations are equal, it has also been used to defend traditional institutions and the established social order, as well as to fuel programs of war, conquest, and imperialism. Nationalism, moreover, has been linked to widely contrasting ideological traditions, ranging from liberalism to fascism. Historical overview. The idea of nationalism was born during the French Revolution. Previously, countries had been thought of as realms, principalities, or kingdoms. The inhabitants of a country were subjects, their political identity being formed by an allegiance to a ruler or ruling dynasty, rather than any sense of national identity or patriotism. However, the revolutionaries in France who rose up against Louis XVI in 1789 did so in the name of the people, and understood the people to be the French nation. Their ideas were influenced by the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, see page 133, and the new doctrine of popular self-government. Nationalism was therefore a revolutionary and democratic creed, reflecting the idea that subjects of the crown should become citizens of France. The nation should be its own master, or, as the French rationalist scholar Ernest Renan, 1823–92, put it, the nation is a daily plebiscite. However, such ideas were not the exclusive property of the French. During the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, 1792–1815, much of continental Europe was invaded by France, giving rise to both resentment against France and a desire for independence. In Italy and Germany, long divided into a collection of states, the experience of conquest helped to forge, for the first time, a consciousness of national unity, expressed in a new language of nationalism, inherited from France. Nationalist ideas also spread to Latin America in the early 19th century, where Simón Bolívar, 1783–1830, the liberator, led revolutions against Spanish rule in what was then New Granada, now the countries of Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador, as well as in Peru and Bolivia. Nation, a collection of people bound together by shared values and traditions, a common language, religion, and history, and usually occupying the same geographical area, see page 131. Independence, the process through which a nation is liberated from foreign rule, usually involving the establishment of sovereign statehood. In many respects, nationalism developed into the most successful and compelling of political creeds, helping to shape and reshape history in many parts of the world for over 200 years. The rising tide of nationalism redrew the map of Europe in the 19th century as the autocratic and multinational empires of Turkey, Austria and Russia started to crumble in the face of liberal and nationalist pressure. In 1848, nationalist uprisings broke out in the Italian states, among the Czechs and the Hungarians, and in Germany, where the desire for national unity was expressed in the creation of the short-lived Frankfurt Parliament. The 19th century was a period of nation-building. Italy, once dismissed by the Austrian Chancellor Metternich as a mere geographical expression, became a united state in 1861, the process of unification being completed with the acquisition of Rome in 1870. Germany, formerly a collection of 39 states, was unified in 1871, following the Franco-Prussian War. Unification. The process through which a collection of separate political entities, usually sharing cultural characteristics, are integrated into a single state. Key concept. Patriotism. Patriotism, from the Latin patria, meaning the fatherland, is a sentiment, a psychological attachment to one's nation, literally a love of one's country. The terms nationalism and patriotism are often confused. Nationalism has a doctrinal character and embodies the belief that the nation is in some way the central principle of political organization. Patriotism provides the effective basis for that belief and thus underpins all forms of nationalism. It is difficult to conceive of a national group demanding, say, political independence without possessing at least a measure of patriotic loyalty or national consciousness. However, not all patriots are nationalists. Not all of those who identify with or even love their nation see it as a means through which political demands can be articulated. Nevertheless, it would be a mistake to assume that nationalism was either an irresistible or a genuinely popular movement during this period. Enthusiasm for nationalism was largely restricted to the rising middle classes, who were attracted to the ideas of national unity and constitutional government. Although middle-class nationalist movements kept the dream of national unity or independence alive, they were nowhere strong enough to accomplish the process of nation building on their own. Where nationalist goals were realized, as in Italy and Germany, it was because nationalism coincided with the ambition of rising states such as Piedmont and Prussia. For example, German unification owed more to the Prussian army, which defeated Denmark in 1864, Austria in 1866 and France in 1870–71, than it did to the liberal nationalist movement. However, by the end of the 19th century, nationalism had become a truly popular movement, with the spread of flags, national anthems, patriotic poetry. However, by the end of the 19th century, nationalism had become a truly popular movement, with the spread of flags, national anthems, patriotic poetry and literature, public ceremonies, and national holidays. Nationalism became the language of mass politics, made possible by the growth of primary education, mass literacy, and the spread of popular newspapers. The character of nationalism also changed. Nationalism had previously been associated with liberal and progressive movements, but was taken up increasingly by conservative and reactionary politicians. Nationalism came to stand for social cohesion, order, and stability, particularly in the face of the growing challenge of socialism, which embodied the ideas of social revolution and international working-class solidarity. Nationalism sought to integrate the increasingly powerful working class into the nation, and so to preserve the established social structure. Patriotic fervor was no longer aroused by the prospect of political liberty or democracy, but by the commemoration of past national glories and military victories. Such nationalism became increasingly chauvinistic and xenophobic. Each nation claimed its own unique or superior qualities, while other nations were regarded as alien, untrustworthy, even menacing. This new climate of popular nationalism helped to fuel policies of imperialism that intensified dramatically in the 1870s and 1880s and, by the end of the century, had brought most of the world's population under European control. It also contributed to a mood of international rivalry and suspicion, which led to the outbreak of World War I in 1914. Chauvinism, uncritical and unreasoned dedication to a cause or group, typically based on a belief in its superiority, as in national chauvinism or male chauvinism. Xenophobia, a fear or hatred of foreigners. Pathological ethnocentrism. The end of World War I in 1918 saw the completion of the process of nation building in Central and Eastern Europe. At the Paris Peace Conference, Woodrow Wilson, see page 138, advocated the principle of national self-determination. The German, Austro-Hungarian, and Russian empires were broken up and 8 new states created, including Finland, Hungary. Key concept. Imperialism. Imperialism is, broadly, the policy of extending the power or rule of the state beyond its boundaries, typically through the establishment of an empire. In its earliest usage, imperialism was an ideology that supported military expansion and imperial acquisition, usually by drawing on nationalist and racialist doctrines. In its traditional form, imperialism involves the establishment of formal political domination or colonialism and reflects the expansion of state power through a process of conquest and, possibly, settlement. Neo-imperialism, sometimes called neocolonialism, is characterized less by political control and more by economic and ideological domination. It is often seen as a product of structural imbalances in the international economy and/or biases that operate within the institutions of global economic governance. Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Yugoslavia. These new countries were designed to be nation-states that conformed to the geography of existing national or ethnic groups. However, World War I failed to resolve the serious national tensions that had precipitated conflict in the first place. Indeed, the experience of defeat and disappointment with the terms of the peace treaties left an inheritance of frustrated ambition and bitterness. This was most evident in Germany, Italy, and Japan, where fascist or authoritarian movements came to power in the interwar period by promising to restore national pride through policies of expansion and empire. Nationalism was therefore a powerful factor leading to war in both 1914 and 1939. Nation-state. A sovereign political association within which citizenship and nationality overlap. One nation within a single state. Empire. A structure of domination in which diverse cultural, ethnic, or nation groups are subjected to a single source of authority. During the 20th century, the doctrine of nationalism, which had been born in Europe, spread throughout the globe as the peoples of Asia and Africa rose in opposition to colonial rule. The process of colonialism had involved not only the establishment of political control and economic dominance, but also the importation of Western ideas, including nationalism, which began to be used against the colonial masters themselves. Nationalist uprisings took place in Egypt in 1919 and quickly spread throughout the Middle East. The Anglo-Afghan War also broke out in 1919, and rebellions took place in India, the Dutch East Indies, and Indochina. After 1945, the maps of Africa and Asia were redrawn as the British, French, Dutch, and Portuguese empires each disintegrated in the face of nationalist movements that either succeeded in negotiating independence or winning wars of national liberation. The collapse of the world's last major empire, the Soviet Empire, which took place against the backdrop of the fall of communism during 1989-91, encouraged many to believe that the task of nationalism had been substantially completed. The world had become a world of nation-states. However, the early decades of the 21st century have been marked by a resurgence of nationalism. This has happened in at least two ways. First, nationalism has returned as a reaction against globalization, see page 21, and the deep economic, cultural, and political changes it brings in its wake. This became more apparent in the aftermath of the 2007-09 global financial crisis, as national populist parties made progress across much of Europe and beyond, and the UK voted in a referendum in 2016 to leave the European Union, Brexit. Opposition to immigration and cultural mixing played a major part in this process, as discussed in Chapter 8. Second, nationalism has grown in prominence due to intensifying rivalries between great powers since the end of the Cold War. For example, China's remarkable economic revival has been accompanied by rising nationalism, in forms including the increased prominence of Confucianism and the firm and sometimes forcible response to independence movements in Tibet and Xinjiang. Similar tendencies can be identified in Russia under Vladimir Putin, perhaps most clearly demonstrated by the annexation of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. As far as the USA is concerned, the election of Donald Trump in 2016 was followed by a wave of economic nationalism under the banner of America First, which especially aimed at reordering the USA's trading relationship with China. These great power rivalries were further intensified by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. See page 128. Economic nationalism. An economic policy that seeks to bolster the domestic economy through protectionism, involving the use of tariffs and so-called non-tariff barriers. Political ideologies in action. Nationalism and the pandemic. Events. Towards the end of December 2019, reports started to emerge of a cluster of pneumonia cases of unknown origin in the Chinese city of Wuhan and surrounding Hubei province. In late January 2020, the cause of this outbreak was identified as a new strain of coronavirus, COVID-19. Although COVID-19 turned out to be less deadly than some earlier viruses, it spread at devastating speed. In part, this was because the disease can be transmitted without people having symptoms and so without them knowing that they are ill. Declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization on March 11, 2020, the areas worst hit by the disease shifted first from East Asia to Europe, and from there to the USA, South America, India, and Africa. The worldwide death rate from the COVID-19 pandemic passed 2 million in January 2021. Significance. One of the major consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic has been a general strengthening of nationalism, reinforcing a pre-existing trend for nations to turn inward. This was demonstrated most clearly by the fact that during the pandemic national governments were the chief decision-making bodies, international institutions playing little or no role. Policy responses to the mounting crisis also tended to be isolationist and exclusionary in character. Policy responses to the mounting crisis also tended to be isolationist and exclusionary in character. Borders were closed, international travel was restricted, and controls were imposed on exports such as protective medical equipment. This drift towards nationalism was bolstered by heightened great power rivalry, especially a further deterioration in Sino-US relations. Thus, while the USA focused on Chinese responsibility for the pandemic and the Chinese virus, as President Trump sometimes put it, China used its success in speedily bringing the disease under control as a means of demonstrating the superiority of its system of rule. Furthermore, it has been claimed that national populist leaders and regimes responded to the intensifying public health crisis in broadly similar ways. After all, the leaders of the three countries that, in July 2020, had the highest death toll from COVID-19 each, in his own way, cultivated a populist strongman image, the USA's Donald Trump, Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro, and the UK's Boris Johnson. It has been argued that while some national populist leaders used the severity of the outbreak to enhance their own power and silence their critics, others treated the threat as bogus or at least seriously exaggerated. Bolsonaro, to use but one example, consistently downplayed the crisis and defied his health minister's advice on social distancing by going into the streets to eat donuts and mingle with his supporters. Core themes. To treat nationalism as an ideology in its own right is to encounter at least three problems. The first is that nationalism is sometimes classified as a political doctrine rather than a fully fledged ideology. Whereas, for instance, liberalism, conservatism, and socialism constitute complex sets of interrelated ideas and values, nationalism, the argument goes, is at heart the simple belief that the nation is the natural and proper unit of government. The drawback of this view is that it focuses only on what might be regarded as classical political nationalism and ignores the many other, and in some respects no less significant, manifestations of nationalism, such as cultural nationalism and ethnic nationalism. The core feature of nationalism is therefore not its narrow association with self-government and the nation-state, but its broader link to movements and ideas that in whatever way acknowledge the central importance to political life of the nation. Political nationalism, a form of nationalism that regards the nation as a natural political community, usually expressed through the idea of national self-determination. Cultural nationalism, a form of nationalism that places primary emphasis on the regeneration of the nation as a distinctive civilization rather than on self-government. Ethnic nationalism, a form of nationalism that is fueled primarily by a keen sense of ethnic distinctiveness and the desire to preserve it. Second, nationalism is sometimes portrayed as an essentially psychological phenomenon, usually as loyalty towards one's nation or dislike of other nations, instead of as a theoretical construct. Undoubtedly, one of the key features of nationalism is the potency of its affective or emotional appeal, but to understand it in these terms alone is to mistake the ideology of nationalism for the sentiment of patriotism. Third, nationalism has a schizophrenic political character. At different times, nationalism has been progressive and reactionary, democratic and authoritarian, rational and irrational, and left-wing and right-wing. It has also been associated with almost all the major ideological traditions. In their different ways, liberals, conservatives, socialists, fascists, and even communists have been attracted to nationalism. Perhaps only anarchism, by virtue of its outright rejection of the state, is fundamentally at odds with nationalism. Nevertheless, although nationalist doctrines have been used by a bewildering variety of political movements and associated with sometimes diametrically opposed political causes, a bedrock of nationalist ideas and theories can be identified. The most important of these are the nation, organic community, a self-determination, culturalism. The nation. The basic belief of nationalism is that the nation is, or should be, the central principle of political organization. However, much confusion surrounds what nations are and how they can be defined. In everyday language, words such as nation, state, country, and even race are often confused or used as if they are interchangeable. Many political disputes, moreover, are really disputes about whether a particular group of people should be regarded as a nation and should therefore enjoy the rights and status associated with nationhood. This applies, for instance, to the Tibetans, the Kurds, the Palestinians, the Basques, the Tamils, and so on. On the most basic level, nations are cultural entities, collections of people bound together by shared values and traditions, in particular a common language, religion, and history, and usually occupying the same geographical area. From this point of view, the nation can be defined by objective factors. People who satisfy a requisite set of cultural criteria can be said to belong to a nation. Those who do not can be classified as non-nationals or members of foreign nations. However, to define a nation simply as a group of people bound together by a common culture and traditions raises some very difficult questions. Although particular cultural features are commonly associated with nationhood, notably language, religion, ethnicity, history, and tradition. There is no blueprint nor any objective criteria that can establish where and when a nation exists. Ethnicity, the quality of belonging to a particular population, cultural group, or territorial area. Bonds that are cultural rather than racial. Language is often taken to be the clearest symbol of nationhood. A language embodies distinctive attitudes, values, and forms of expression that produce a sense of familiarity and belonging. German nationalism, for instance, has traditionally been founded on a sense of cultural unity, reflected in the purity and survival of the German language. Nevertheless, at the same time, there are peoples who share the same language without having any conception of a common national identity. Americans, Australians, and New Zealanders may speak English as a first language, but certainly do not think of themselves as members of an English nation. Other nations have enjoyed a substantial measure of national unity without possessing a national language, as is the case in Switzerland where, in the absence of a Swiss language, 3 major languages are spoken: French, German, and Italian. Religion is another major component of nationhood. Religion expresses common moral values and spiritual beliefs. In Northern Ireland, people who speak the same language have traditionally been divided along religious lines. Most Protestants regarding themselves as Unionists and wishing to preserve their links with the UK, while many in the Catholic community have favored a united Ireland. Islam has been a major factor in forming national consciousness in much of North Africa and the Middle East. On the other hand, religious beliefs do not always coincide with a sense of nationhood. Divisions between Catholics and Protestants in mainland UK do not inspire rival nationalisms, nor has the remarkable religious diversity found in the USA threatened to divide the country into a collection of distinct nations. At the same time, countries such as Poland, Italy, Brazil, and the Philippines share a common Catholic faith but do not feel that they belong to a unified Catholic nation. Nations have also been based on a sense of ethnic or, in certain circumstances, racial unity. This was particularly evident in Germany during the Nazi period. However, nationalism usually has a cultural rather than a biological basis. It reflects an ethnic unity that may be based on race, but more usually draws on shared values and common cultural beliefs. The nationalism of US blacks, for example, is based less on color than on their distinctive history and culture. Nations thus usually share a common history and traditions. Not uncommonly, national identity is preserved by recalling past glories, national independence, the birthdays of national leaders, or important military victories. The USA celebrates Independence Day and Thanksgiving. Bastille Day is commemorated in France. In the UK, ceremonies continue to mark Armistice Day. However, nationalist feelings may be based more on future expectations than on shared memories or a common past. This applies in the case of immigrants who have been naturalized and is most evident in the USA, a land of immigrants. The journey of the Mayflower and the War of Independence have no direct relevance for most Americans whose families arrived centuries after these events occurred. The cultural unity that supposedly expresses itself in nationhood is therefore very difficult to pin down. It reflects a varying combination of cultural factors rather than any precise formula. Ultimately, therefore, nations can only be defined subjectively by their members, not by any set of external factors. In this sense, the nation is a psychopolitical entity, a group of people who regard themselves as a natural political community and are distinguished by shared loyalty or affection in the form of patriotism. Objective difficulties such as the absence of land, a small population, or lack of economic resources are of little significance if a group of people insists on demanding what it sees as national rights. Latvia, for example, became an independent nation in 1991 despite having a population of only 2.6 million, barely half of whom were ethnic Lats, no source of fuel, and very few natural resources. Likewise, the Kurdish peoples of the Middle East have nationalist aspirations even though the Kurds have never enjoyed formal political unity and are at present spread over parts of Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria. Perspectives on nation. Liberals subscribe to a civic view of the nation that places as much emphasis on political allegiance as on cultural unity. Nations are moral entities in the sense that they are endowed with rights, notably an equal right to self-determination. Conservatives regard the nation as primarily an organic entity bound together by a common ethnic identity and a shared history. As the source of social cohesion and collective identity, the nation is perhaps the most politically significant of social groups. Socialists tend to view the nation as an artificial division of humankind, whose purpose is to disguise social injustice and prop up the established order. Political movements and allegiances should therefore have an international, not a national, character. Anarchists have generally held that the nation is tainted by its association with the state and therefore with oppression. The nation is thus seen as a myth designed to promote obedience and subjugation in the interests of the ruling elite. Fascists view the nation as an organically unified social whole, often defined by race, which gives purpose and meaning to individual existence. However, nations are pitted against one another in a struggle for survival in which some are fitted to succeed and others to go to the wall. Populists who subscribe to national populism define the people in ethnic terms, meaning that the people are equivalent to the nation. Above all, they look to safeguard native people from the alleged threats of immigration and internationalism. The fact that nations are formed through a combination of objective and subjective factors has given rise to rival concepts of the nation. While all nationalists agree that nations are a blend of cultural and psychopolitical factors, they disagree strongly about where the balance between the two lies. On the one hand, exclusive concepts of the nation stress the importance of ethnic unity and a shared history. By viewing national identity as given, unchanging, and indeed unchangeable, this implies that nations are characterized by common descent and so blurs the distinction between nations and races. Nations are thus held together by primordial bonds, powerful and seemingly innate emotional attachments to a language, religion, traditional way of life, and a homeland. To different degrees, conservatives and fascists adopt such a view of the nation. On the other hand, inclusive concepts of the nation as found in civic nationalism highlight the importance of civic consciousness and patriotic loyalty. From this perspective, nations may be multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and so forth. This, in turn, tends to blur the distinction between the nation and the state and thus between nationality and citizenship. Liberals and socialists tend to adopt an inclusive view of the nation. These different approaches to the nation are illustrated in Figure 6.1. Primordialism, the belief that nations are ancient and deep-rooted, fashioned variously out of psychology, culture, and biology. Civic nationalism, a form of nationalism that emphasizes political allegiance based on a vision of a community of equal citizens, allowing for significant levels of ethnic and cultural diversity. Figure 6.1 Views of the nation. Organic community. Although nationalists may disagree about the defining features of the nation, they are unified by their belief that nations are organic communities. Humankind, in other words, is naturally divided into a collection of nations, each possessing a distinctive character and separate identity. This, nationalists argue, is why a higher loyalty and deeper political significance attaches to the nation than to any other social group or collective body. Whereas, for instance, class, gender, religion, and language may be important in particular societies or may come to prominence in particular circumstances, the bonds of nationhood are more fundamental. National ties and loyalties are found in all societies, they endure over time, and they operate at an instinctual, even primordial, level. Nevertheless, different explanations have been provided for this, the most significant being based on the ideas of primordialism, modernism, and constructivism. Primordialist approaches to nationalism portray national identity as historically embedded. Nations are rooted in a common cultural heritage and language that may long predate statehood or the quest for independence, and are characterized by deep emotional attachments that resemble kinship ties. All nationalists, in that sense, are primordialists. Anthony Smith, 1986, highlighted the importance of primordialism by stressing the continuity between modern nations and pre-modern ethnic communities, which he called ethnies. This implies that there is little difference between ethnicity and nationality, modern nations essentially being updated versions of long-established ethnic communities. Although Smith rejected the idea that these proto-nations have existed from time immemorial. In contrast, modernist approaches to nationalism suggest that national identity is forged in response to changing situations and historical challenges. Ernest Gellner, 1983, thus emphasized the degree to which nationalism is linked to modernization and in particular to the process of industrialization. He stressed that while pre-modern or agro-literate societies were structured by a network of feudal bonds and loyalties, emerging industrial societies promoted social mobility, self-striving, and competition, and so required a new source of cultural cohesion. This was provided by nationalism. Although Gellner's theory suggests that nations coalesced in response to particular social conditions and circumstances, it also implies that the national community is deep-rooted and enduring, as a return to pre-modern loyalties and identities is unthinkable. Benedict Anderson, 1983, also portrayed modern nations as a product of socio-economic change, in his case stressing the combined impact of the emergence of capitalism and the advent of modern mass communications, which he dubbed print capitalism. In his view, the nation is an imagined community, in that, within nations, individuals only ever meet a tiny proportion of those with whom they supposedly share a national identity. The idea that nations are imagined, not organic communities has nevertheless been seized on by critics of nationalism. Constructivist approaches to nationalism regard national identity as very largely an ideological construct, usually serving the interests of powerful groups. The Marxist historian Eric Hobsbawm, 1983, for example, highlighted the extent to which nations are based on invented traditions. Hobsbawm argued that a belief in historical continuity and cultural purity is invariably a myth and, what is more, a myth created by nationalism itself. Constructivism suggests that nationalism creates nations, not the other way around. In the case of Marxism, nationalism has been viewed as a device through which the ruling class counters the threat of social revolution by ensuring that national loyalty is stronger than class solidarity, thereby binding the working class to the existing power structure. Constructivism, the theory that meaning is imposed on the external world by the beliefs and assumptions we hold, reality is a social construct. Self-determination. Nationalism as a political ideology only emerged when the idea of national community encountered the doctrine of popular sovereignty. This occurred during the French Revolution and was influenced by the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, sometimes seen as the father of modern nationalism. Although Rousseau did not specifically address the question of the nation or discuss the phenomenon of nationalism, his stress on popular sovereignty, expressed in the idea of the general will, was the seed from which nationalist doctrine sprang. As a result of the Polish struggle for independence from Russia, he came to believe that this is vested in a culturally unified people. Rousseau argued that government should be based not on the absolute power of a monarch, but on the indivisible collective will of the entire community. During the French Revolution, these beliefs were reflected in the assertion that the French people were citizens possessed of inalienable rights and duties, no longer merely subjects of the crown. Sovereign power thus resided with the French nation. The form of nationalism that emerged from the French Revolution was therefore based on the vision of a people. The form of nationalism that emerged from the French Revolution was therefore based on the vision of a people or nation governing itself. In other words, the nation is not merely a natural community. It is a natural political community. Sovereignty. The principle of absolute or unrestricted power expressed either as unchallengeable legal authority or unquestionable political power. General will. The genuine interests of a collective body, equivalent to the common good. The will of all, provided each person acts selflessly. Key figure. Superstock. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–78. A Geneva-born French moral and political philosopher, Rousseau is commonly viewed as the architect of political nationalism, but also influenced liberal, socialist, anarchist, and, some claim, fascist thought. In The Social Contract, 1762, Rousseau argued that natural man could only throw off the corruption, exploitation, and domination imposed by society and regain the capacity for moral choice through a radical form of democracy, based on the general will. This subordinates the individual to the collective and promises political liberty and equality for all. In this tradition of nationalism, nationhood and statehood are intrinsically linked. The litmus test of national identity is the desire to attain or maintain political independence, usually expressed in the principle of national self-determination. The goal of nationalism is therefore the founding of a nation-state. To date, this has been achieved in one of two ways. First, it may involve a process of unification. German history, for instance, has repeatedly witnessed unification. This occurred in medieval times under Charlemagne through the Holy Roman Empire, in the 19th century under Otto von Bismarck, and when the two Germanies, East Germany and West Germany, were reunited in 1990. Second, nation-states can be created through the achievement of independence. For example, much of Polish history has witnessed successive attempts to achieve independence from the control of various foreign powers. Poland ceased to exist in 1793 when the Poles were partitioned by Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Recognized by the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, Poland was proclaimed in 1918 and became an independent republic. However, in accordance with the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939, Poland was invaded by Germany and repartitioned, this time between Germany and the Soviet Union. Although Poland achieved formal independence in 1945, for much of the post-war period it remained firmly under Soviet control. The election of a non-communist government in 1989 therefore marked a further liberation of the country from foreign control. For nationalists, the nation-state is the highest and most desirable form of political organization. The great strength of the nation-state is that it offers the prospect of both cultural cohesion and political unity. When a people who share a common cultural or ethnic identity gain the right to self-government, nationality and citizenship coincide. Moreover, nationalism legitimizes the authority of government. Political sovereignty in a nation-state resides with the people or the nation itself. Consequently, nationalism represents the notion of popular self-government, the idea that government is carried out either by the people or for the people, in accordance with their national interest. This is why nationalists believe that the forces that have created a world of independent nation-states are natural and irresistible, and that no other social group could constitute a meaningful political community. The nation-state, in short, is the only viable political unit. However, it would be misleading to suggest that nationalism is always associated with the nation-state or is necessarily linked to the idea of self-determination. Some nations, for instance, may be satisfied with a measure of political autonomy that stops short of statehood and full independence. This can be seen in the case of Welsh nationalism in the UK and Breton and Basque nationalism in France. Nationalism is thus not always associated with separatism, but may instead be expressed through federalism, see page 43, or devolution. Nevertheless, it is unclear whether devolution or even federalism establishes a sufficient measure of self-government to satisfy nationalist demands. Separatism, the quest to secede from a larger political formation with a view to establishing an independent state. Devolution, the transfer of power from central government to regional institutions without relinquishing sovereignty. Culturalism, although classical nationalism is associated with political goals, most commonly the pursuit or defense of independent statehood, other forms of nationalism are related more closely to ethnocultural aspirations and demands. This applies particularly in the case of cultural nationalism and ethnic nationalism. Cultural nationalism is a form of nationalism that emphasizes the strengthening or defense of cultural identity over overt political demands. Its principal stress is on the regeneration of the nation as a distinctive civilization, with the state being viewed as a peripheral, if not as an alien entity. Whereas political nationalism is rational and may be principled, cultural nationalism tends to be mystical, in that it is based on a romantic belief in the nation as a unique historical and organic whole. Typically, cultural nationalism is a bottom-up form of nationalism that draws more on popular rituals, traditions, and legends than on elite or higher culture. Although it usually has an anti-modern character, cultural nationalism may also serve as an agent of modernization, providing a people with a means of recreating itself. Whereas Rousseau is commonly seen as the father of political nationalism, Johann Herder is usually viewed as the architect of cultural nationalism. Herder, together with writers such as Johann Fichte, 1762–1814, and Friedrich John, 1778–1852, highlighted what they believed to be the uniqueness and superiority of German culture, in contrast to the ideas of the French Revolution. Herder believed that each nation possesses a Volksgeist which reveals itself in songs, myths, and legends, and provides a nation with its source of creativity. Herder's nationalism therefore amounts to a form of culturalism. In this light, the role of nationalism is to develop an awareness and appreciation of national traditions and collective memories, rather than to provide the basis for an overtly political quest for statehood. The tendency for nationalism to be expressed through cultural regeneration was particularly marked in 19th-century Germany, where it was reflected in the revival of folk traditions and the rediscovery of German myths and legends. The Brothers Grimm, for example, collected and published German folk tales, and the composer Richard Wagner, 1813–83, based many of his operas on ancient myths. Volksgeist, German, literally, the spirit of the people. The organic identity of a people reflected in their culture, and particularly in their language. Culturalism, the belief that human beings are culturally defined creatures, culture being the universal basis for personal and social identity. Key figure: CLU/Istock. Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744–1803. A German poet, critic, and philosopher, Herder is often portrayed as the father of cultural nationalism. A leading intellectual opponent of the Enlightenment, Herder's emphasis on the nation as an organic group characterized by a distinctive language, culture, and spirit helped both to found cultural history and to give rise to a form of nationalism that emphasizes the intrinsic value of the national culture. Herder's major work was Reflections on the Philosophy of the History of Mankind, 1784–91. Although cultural nationalism has often emerged within a European context, with early German nationalism sometimes being viewed as its archetypal form, cultural nationalism has been found in many parts of the world. It was, for instance, evident in black nationalism in the USA as articulated by figures such as Marcus Garvey, see page 136, and by groups such as the Black Panthers and the Black Muslims, later the Nation of Islam. Similarly, it has been apparent in India in forms of nationalism that have been based on the image of India as a distinctively Hindu civilization as advanced by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has been in power since 2014 under the leadership of Narendra Modi, see page 262. It is also evident in modern China in the increasing prominence given by party and state officials to the idea of a Chineseness expressed, among other things, in a revival of traditional cultural practices and an emphasis on a Chinese principles and moral values. However, there has been disagreement about the implications of viewing nations primarily as cultural communities rather than political communities. On the one hand, cultural forms of nationalism have been viewed as being tolerant and consistent with progressive political goals, in which case they clearly differ from ethnic nationalism even though the terms culture and ethnicity overlap. Ethnicity refers to a common consciousness of shared origins and traditions. The term is complex because it has both racial and cultural overtones. Members of ethnic groups are often seen, correctly or incorrectly, to have descended from common ancestors, suggesting that ethnic groups are extended kinship groups united by blood. A further indication of ethnic belonging is a link with an ancient or historic territory, a homeland, as in the case of Zionism, see page 263. Key figure. World History Archive/Alamy stock photo. Marcus Garvey, 1887–1940. A Jamaican political thinker and activist and founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Garvey was an early advocate of black nationalism. Placing a particular emphasis on establishing black pride, Garvey's vision of Africa as a homeland provided the basis for a Pan-African philosophy and an associated political movement. Although his call for a return to Africa to redeem it from European colonialism was largely ignored, his views provided the basis for the later Black Power movement and helped to inspire Rastafarianism. As it is not possible to join an ethnic group except perhaps through intermarriage, ethnic nationalism has a clearly exclusive character and tends to overlap with racism, see page 162. On the other hand, cultural and ethnic forms of nationalism have been viewed as closely related, even as part of the same phenomenon, commonly termed ethnocultural nationalism. In this view, a distinction is drawn between inclusive or open political nationalism and exclusive or closed cultural nationalism. Cultural nationalism, from this perspective, is often taken to be either implicitly or explicitly chauvinistic or hostile towards other nations or minority groups, being fueled by a mixture of pride and fear. To the extent that cultural nationalism is associated with demands for assimilation and cultural purity, it becomes incompatible with multiculturalism. The relationship between multiculturalism and nationalism is examined in greater depth in Chapter 11. Tensions within nationalism. 1. Civic nationalism v. Ethnocultural nationalism. Political nation. Cultural/historical nation. Inclusive exclusive. Universalism. Particularism. Equal nations. Unique nations. Rational/principled. Mystical/emotion. National sovereignty. National spirit. Voluntaristic. Organic. Based on citizenship. Based on descent. Civic loyalty. Ethnic allegiance. Cultural diversity. Cultural unity. Types of nationalism. Political nationalism is a highly complex phenomenon, being characterized more by ambiguity and contradictions than by a single set of values and goals. For example, nationalism has been both liberating and oppressive. It has brought about self-government and freedom, and it has led to conquest and subjugation. Nationalism has been both progressive and regressive. It has looked to a future of national independence or national greatness, and it has celebrated past national glories and entrenched established identities. Nationalism has also been both rational and irrational. It has appealed to principled beliefs such as national self-determination, and it has bred from non-national drives and emotions, including ancient fears and hatreds. This ideological shapelessness is a product of a number of factors. Nationalism has emerged in very different historical contexts, been shaped by contrasting cultural inheritances, and it has been used to advance a wide variety of political causes and aspirations. However, it also reflects the capacity of nationalism to fuse with and absorb other political doctrines and ideas, thereby creating a series of rival nationalist traditions. The most significant of these traditions are liberal nationalism, conservative nationalism, expansionist nationalism, anti-colonial and post-colonial nationalism. Liberal nationalism. Liberal nationalism is the oldest form of nationalism, dating back to the French Revolution and embodying many of its values. Its ideas spread quickly through much of Europe and were expressed most clearly by Giuseppe Mazzini, often thought of as the prophet of Italian unification. They also influenced the remarkable exploits of Simon Bolivar, who led the Latin American independence movement in the early 19th century and expelled the Spanish from much of Hispanic America. U.S. President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, proposed as the basis for the reconstruction of Europe after World War I, were also based on liberal nationalist principles. Moreover, many 20th-century anti-colonial leaders were inspired by liberal ideas, as in the case of Sun Yat-sen, 1866–1925, one of the leaders of China's 1911 revolution, and Jawaharlal Nehru, 1889–1964, the first Prime Minister of India. Key figure. Bauhaus 1000/iStock. Giuseppe Mazzini, 1805–72. An Italian nationalist, often portrayed as the prophet of Italian unification. Mazzini practiced a form of liberal nationalism that fused a belief in the nation as a distinctive language and cultural community with the principles of liberal republicanism. In this view, nations are effectively sublimated individuals, endowed with the right to self-government, a right to which all nations are equally entitled. Mazzini was also one of the earliest thinkers to link nationalism to the prospect of perpetual peace. The ideas of liberal nationalism were clearly shaped by J. Rousseau's defense of popular sovereignty, expressed in particular in the notion of the general will. As the 19th century progressed, the aspiration for popular self-government was fused progressively with liberal principles. This fusion was brought about by the fact that the multinational empires against which nationalists fought were also autocratic and oppressive. Mazzini, for example, wished the Italian states to unite, but this also entailed throwing off the influence of autocratic Austria. For many European revolutionaries in the mid-19th century, liberalism and nationalism were virtually indistinguishable. Indeed, their nationalist creed was largely forged by applying liberal ideas initially developed in relation to the individual, to the nation, and to international politics. Liberalism was founded on a defense of individual freedom traditionally expressed in the language of rights. Nationalists believed nations to be sovereign entities entitled to liberty and also possessing rights, the most important being the right of self-determination. Liberal nationalism is therefore a liberating force in two senses. First, it opposes all forms of foreign domination and oppression, whether by multinational empires or colonial powers. Second, it stands for the ideal of self-government reflected in practice in a belief in constitutionalism, see page 42, and representation. Woodrow Wilson, for example, argued in favor of a Europe composed not only of nation-states but also one in which political democracy rather than autocracy ruled. For him, only a democratic republic on the U.S. model could be a genuine nation-state. Key figure. Library of Congress Prints and Photographs Division /Unsplash. Woodrow Wilson, 1856–1924. A U.S. historian and political scientist and later politician, Wilson was the 28th President of the USA, 1913–21. His 14 points, laid down in 1918 as the basis for peace after World War I, proposed to reconstruct Europe according to the principle of national self-determination and to ban secret diplomacy, expand trade and achieve security through a general association of nations. Wilsonian liberalism is usually associated with the idea that constructing a world of democratic nation-states modeled on the USA is the surest way of preventing war. Furthermore, liberal nationalists believe that nations, like individuals, are equal, at least in the sense that they are equally entitled to the right of self-determination. The ultimate goal of liberal nationalism is, therefore, the construction of a world of independent nation-states, not merely the unification or independence of a particular nation. John Stuart Mill, see page 25, expressed this as the principle that the boundaries of government should coincide in the main with those of nationality. Mazzini formed the clandestine organization Young Italy to promote the idea of a united Italy, but he also founded Young Europe in the hope of spreading nationalist ideas throughout the continent. At the Paris Peace Conference, Woodrow Wilson advanced the principle of self-determination not simply because the breakup of the European Empire served U.S. national interests, but because he believed that the Poles, Czechs, Hungarians, and so on all had the same right to political independence that Americans already enjoyed. Liberals also believe that the principle of balance or natural harmony applies to the nations of the world, not just to individuals within society. The achievement of national self-determination is a means of establishing a peaceful and stable international order. Wilson believed that World War I had been caused by an old order dominated by autocratic and militaristic empires. Democratic nation-states, on the other hand, would respect the national sovereignty of their neighbors and have no incentive to wage war or subjugate others. For a liberal, nationalism does not divide nations from one another, promoting distrust, rivalry, and possibly war. Rather, it is a force that is capable of promoting both unity within each nation and brotherhood among all nations on the basis of mutual respect for national rights and characteristics. At heart, liberalism looks beyond the nation to the ideas of internationalism and cosmopolitanism. Key concept. Internationalism. Internationalism is the theory or practice of politics based on transnational or global cooperation. It is rooted in universalist assumptions about human nature that put it at odds with political nationalism, the latter emphasizing the degree to which political identity is shaped by nationality. However, internationalism is compatible with nationalism in the sense that it calls for cooperation or solidarity between or among pre-existing nations rather than for the removal or abandonment of national identities altogether. Internationalism thus differs from cosmopolitanism, the latter implying the displacement of national allegiances by global allegiances. Weak forms of internationalism can be seen in doctrines such as feminism, racism, and religious fundamentalism, which hold that national ties are secondary to other political bonds. Strong forms of internationalism have usually drawn on the universalist ideas of either liberalism or socialism. Liberal internationalism is grounded in a fear of an international state of nature. Liberals have long accepted that national self-determination is a mixed blessing. While it preserves self-government and forbids foreign control, it also creates a world of sovereign nation-states in which each nation has the freedom to pursue its own interests, possibly at the expense of other nations. Liberal nationalists have certainly accepted that constitutionalism and democracy reduce the tendency towards militarism and war, but when sovereign nations operate within conditions of international anarchy, self-restraint alone may not be sufficient to ensure what Kant, see page 23, called perpetual peace. Liberals have generally proposed two means of preventing a recourse to conquest and plunder. The first is national interdependence, aimed at promoting mutual understanding and cooperation. This is why liberals have traditionally supported the policy of free trade. Economic interdependence means that the material costs of international conflict are so great that warfare becomes virtually unthinkable. Free trade, a system of trading between states that is unrestricted by tariffs or other forms of protectionism. Key concept: cosmopolitanism. Cosmopolitanism literally means a belief in a cosmopolis or world state. Moral cosmopolitanism is the belief that the world constitutes a single moral community in that people have obligations potentially towards all other people in the world regardless of nationality, religion, ethnicity, and so on. All forms of moral cosmopolitanism are based on a belief that every individual is of equal moral worth, most commonly linked to the doctrine of human rights, see page 58. Political cosmopolitanism, sometimes called legal or institutional cosmopolitanism, is the belief that there should be global political institutions and possibly a world government. However, most modern political cosmopolitans favor a system in which authority is divided between global, national, and local levels. Second, liberals have proposed that national ambition should be checked by the construction of international organizations capable of bringing order to an otherwise lawless international scene. This explains Woodrow Wilson's support for the first, if flawed, experiment in world government, the League of Nations, set up in 1919, and far wider support for its successor, the United Nations, founded by the San Francisco Conference of 1945. Liberals have looked to these bodies to establish a law-governed state system to make possible the peaceful resolution of international conflicts. Conservative nationalism. In the early 19th century, conservatives regarded nationalism as a radical, if not revolutionary, force, a threat to order and political stability. However, as the century progressed, conservative statesmen such as Disraeli, Bismarck, and even Tsar Alexander III became increasingly sympathetic towards nationalism, seeing it as a natural ally in maintaining social order and defending traditional institutions. In the modern period, nationalism has become an article of faith for most conservatives in most parts of the world. Conservative nationalism tends to develop in established nation-states rather than in those that are in the process of nation-building. Conservatives care less for the principled nationalism of universal self-determination and more about the promise of social cohesion and public order embodied in the sentiment of national patriotism. For conservatives, society is organic. They believe that nations emerge naturally from the desire of human beings to live with others, who possess the same views, habits, and appearances themselves. Human beings are thought to be limited and imperfect creatures who seek meaning and security within the national community. Therefore, the principal goal of conservative nationalism is to maintain national unity by fostering patriotic loyalty and pride in one's country, especially in the face of the divisive idea of class solidarity preached by socialists. Indeed, by incorporating the working class into the nation, conservatives have often seen nationalism as the antidote to social revolution. Charles de Gaulle, French president 1959–69, harnessed nationalism to the conservative cause in France with particular skill. De Gaulle appealed to national pride by pursuing an independent, even anti-American, defense and foreign policy and by attempting to restore order and authority to social life and build up a powerful state. In some respects, Thatcherism in the UK amounted to a British form of Gaullism in that it fused an appeal based on nationalism, or at least national independence within Europe, with the promise of strong government and firm leadership. The conservative character of nationalism is maintained by an appeal to tradition and history. Nationalism thereby becomes a defense for traditional institutions and a traditional way of life. Conservative nationalism is essentially nostalgic and backward-looking, reflecting on a past age of national glory or triumph. This is evident in the widespread tendency to use ritual and commemoration to present past military victories as defining moments in a nation's history. It is also apparent in the use of traditional institutions as symbols of national identity. This occurs in the case of British, or more accurately, English nationalism, which is closely linked to the institution of monarchy. Britain plus Northern Ireland is the United Kingdom. Its national anthem is God Save the Queen, and the royal family plays a prominent role in national celebrations such as Armistice Day and on state occasions such as the opening of Parliament. Conservative nationalism is particularly prominent when the sense of national identity is felt to be threatened or in danger of being lost. The issues of immigration and supranationalism have therefore helped to keep this form of nationalism alive in many modern states. Conservative reservations about immigration stem from the belief that cultural diversity leads to instability and conflict. As stable and successful societies must be based on shared values and a common culture, immigration, particularly from societies with different religious and other traditions, should either be firmly restricted or minority ethnic groups should be encouraged to assimilate into the culture of the host society. This puts conservative nationalism particularly at odds with multiculturalism. Supranationalism, the ability of bodies with transnational or global jurisdictions to impose their will on nation-states. Conservative nationalists are also concerned about the threat that supranational bodies, such as the EU, pose to national identity and so to the cultural bonds of society. This is expressed in the UK in the form of a Euroscepticism particularly strong within the Conservative Party, with similar views being expressed in continental Europe by a variety of right-wing populist groups such as the French National Rally, formerly the National Front. Eurosceptics not only defend sovereign national institutions and a distinctive national currency on the grounds that they are vital symbols of national identity, but also warn that the European project is fatally misconceived because a stable political union cannot be forged out of such national, language, and cultural diversity. In the UK, the growing strength of such sentiments contributed to the decision to hold an in/out referendum on EU membership in 2016. The Leave victory in the referendum set the UK on course to exit the organization, which formally happened in 2020. Expansionist nationalism. In many countries, the dominant image of nationalism is one of aggression and militarism, quite the opposite of a principled belief in national self-determination. The aggressive face of nationalism became apparent in the late 19th century as European powers indulged in a scramble for Africa in the name of national glory and their place in the sun. The imperialism of the late 19th century differed from earlier periods of colonial expansion in that it was supported by a climate of popular nationalism. National prestige was linked increasingly to the possession of an empire, and each colonial victory was greeted by demonstrations of public approval. In the UK, a new word, jingoism, was coined to describe this mood of popular nationalism. In the early 20th century, the growing rivalry of the European powers divided the continent into two armed camps, the Triple Entente, comprising the UK, France and Russia, and the Triple Alliance, containing Germany, Austria, and Italy. When World War eventually broke out in August 1914, after a prolonged arms race and a succession of international crises, it provoked public rejoicing in all the major cities of Europe. Aggressive and expansionist nationalism reached its high point in the interwar period when the authoritarian or fascist regimes of Japan, Italy, and Germany embarked on policies of imperial expansion and world domination, eventually leading to war in 1939. Militarism. The achievement of ends by military means, or the extension of military ideas, values, and practices to civilian society. Jingoism. A mood of nationalist enthusiasm and public celebration provoked by military expansion or imperial conquest. What distinguished this form of nationalism from earlier liberal nationalism was its chauvinism, a term derived from the name of Nicolas Chauvin, a French soldier who had been fanatically devoted to Napoleon I. Nations are not thought to be equal in their right to self-determination. Rather, some nations are believed to possess characteristics or qualities that make them superior to others. Such ideas were clearly evident in European imperialism, which was justified by an ideology of racial and cultural superiority. In 19th century Europe, it was widely believed that the white peoples of Europe and America were intellectually and morally superior to the black, brown, and yellow peoples of Africa and Asia. Indeed, Europeans portrayed imperialism as a moral duty. Colonial peoples were the white man's burden. Imperialism supposedly brought the benefits of civilization, and in particular Christianity, to the less fortunate and less sophisticated peoples of the world. More particular varieties of national chauvinism have developed in the form of pan-nationalism. In Russia, this took the form of panslavism, sometimes called Slavophile nationalism, which was particularly strong in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The Russians are Slavs and enjoy linguistic and cultural links with other Slavic peoples in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Panslavism was defined by the goal of Slavic unity, which many Russian nationalists believed to be their country's historic mission. The chauvinistic character of panslavism derived from the belief that the Russians are the natural leaders of the Slavic people, and that the Slavs are culturally and spiritually superior to the peoples of Central or Western Europe. Panslavism is therefore both anti-Western and anti-liberal in orientation. Forms of panslavism have been reawakened since 1991 and the collapse of communist rule in Russia. This has been most apparent in the adoption of a more assertive and sometimes expansionist foreign policy under Vladimir Putin, including the annexation of Crimea in 2014. Pan-nationalism.